It might be the weekend, but the cricket never stops on ECN. Sunday morning spectacular, I think, coming up because Malta and Austria, they're playing the first ever European Cricket International T10 series. I tell you right now, it's going to be a doozy. Both teams having success yesterday, but who will take the prize? I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECI Malta-Austria, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket, and really all the days are huge at the moment with 7 matches on ECN. That's pretty much 14 hours of live cricket coming your way, and we'll get the cup of coffee on because I think that you want to stick around for what's going to be a really super Saturday here on the network. Of course, we have our first ECI at the moment, European Cricket International T10 cricket. That's between Malta and Austria. Also catching up an ECN game in the middle of the day. That's the European Cricket Series match that has been rescheduled, match 82. Also, it's finals night in Gibraltar, so it is going to be massive, and it's really exciting that European cricket just keeps going to the next level. So we are starting the day with ECI match 4. It's Malta versus Austria. This is an international match. Now, right now, I can tell you that Austria, they are 2 wins in this series, Malta 1 win in this series. Today will determine who wins that first ever ECI trophy. Let's see what happens at the coin toss for match 4. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Okay, Malta the call. Heads. Heads is the call. It is heads.
Take a bet. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you.
Cheers.
So the news from the toss is Heinrich Gericke of Malta. He's won the toss and he wants to have a bat. Interesting one with the conditions. We'll come to that in a second. But in Malta, they certainly made a strong start the first match and even the start of the second match before they lost their way. And they find themselves down by a game in this best of 7 series. So really, this morning, they got to win at least one to stay in the hunt, you'd imagine. And I think they were planning to bring Varun Prasath back into the lineup, but he hasn't quite come up. And Milton Devazia retains his place in the lineup. Afi Khan back behind the stumps. He was struggling a little bit with cramp and fitness yesterday, but I think that he's a good addition. Also with the bat for Malta, who just need to produce a little bit more, I think. I don't think they really handled the bowling of the Austrians that well once the Austrians settled in. Speaking of Austria, they'd love to get some runs out of their captain, Razmal Shigewal, who started with 2 golden ducks and didn't face too many in match 3. I expect to see him back in the number 3 position. Notice that Dida is out of the lineup. Probably not great conditions for him. Mahat Shima comes in, and I think he'll take his position behind the stumps for Austria. Always nice to see him get an opportunity. Speaking of the conditions, well, it's an early start here on the island, and it's going to be about 16 degrees later on. Right now, it's about 12. A lot of dew, though. That's the thing. And you know, the officials have decided that the ball will be changed every 3 overs. So that's just a sign that there is a lot of dew. It'll clear up as the day goes on. But right now, it's quite difficult conditions. But I do like this from Malta. I think getting runs on the board and trying to put some pressure on the Austrians, who still look a bit rusty, I think it's the way to go. Let's get ready for the start of play here in the European Cricket International. Rico Full will take you through the first stages of this one. The news in match 4 is that Malta, the hosts, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. It's over to you, Rico, and let's get ready for a great day in European cricket.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, and eyeball one, and welcome to Super Sunday. It's international style here on the European Cricket Network. Certainly looking forward to this contest between Malta, the home side, taking on Austria. The umpires are making their way out. Let's have a quick look at the team. Vinny gave us some in-depth information. Look, players that I'm looking forward to seeing. I mean, Malta, first of all, look, winning the toss, batting first. I think if you look back at the 3 internationals that these 3 have played yesterday, batting side won first. So it doesn't surprise me that Heinrich Gericke wants to have a bat first, and he'll be hoping that boom boom Basil George can go boom boom in this one. Didn't have a good day yesterday, golden duck and 1-1. And we see the new players on the Austria side. Chima coming into the side, he's a great player. And then you got Masalin also coming into the side. So looking forward to them. And Arman Hawa, he was the player with the bat yesterday. He's the only man that got a half century. Batted really well, though. He did get a chance early on, didn't he? And that one is the one that went on to hurt Malta. But Milton De Vescia made a very good international debut. He bowled very well yesterday. I also liked Fazil Rahman. So they've got some depth, they've got the strength, they've got the experience of Wasim Abbas, and also something like Fahim Mughal. Could he come good for them today as well? Aqib Iqbal, looks like he's just marking up his run. How will he fare today? He had a mixed day yesterday, bowled very well in the first match, a match that Austria went down. Malta winning the first by just 9 runs, 89 to 80. Second time round, though, it didn't bowl as well. And but though it was a victory for Austria batting first, they got 106 on the board. Malta struggled and were 81 all out with 2 balls to go. And the third match, Austria 116, thanks to that player of a match performance from Rand Hawaii, batting so well, 73 of 36. Malta just getting to 94. So we get set for day 2 of international cricket. Here's the first ball. It just gets played away beautifully. That'll be 4 runs. Lovely shot from the tank. Dashit Padanka comes up to the top of the order. I'm liking this move as well. It didn't quite work with Basil George up there opening, so they're just holding him back and going for maybe a little bit more stability. That's a very nice shot being played. Once again, you're seeing there just how quick this outfield is. There's a lot of dew. You'll see that from some of the distant shots. You'll see the footmarks of the bowler running in. So the ball will get wet very quickly, and Benny just letting us know that the decision made that every 3 overs it will get changed as a result of that. The keep, once again, same areas, attempts to do the same thing. Shipdanka misses out on this one, so he starts well for the first delivery. Keep Iqbal. I wouldn't best that the Austrian boys will be much sharper today, well rested after their marathon journey getting to the island. Oh, good ball again, just getting this to shape away. Third man is now back in place, and just with that, because of this line, the captain Shigwal gets another man over from the leg side into the offside cordon. So Aqib's got to keep this line here now. He's got very little protection on the leg side, only long on back. 2 of the guys very close, and he does in the same areas. I mean, looking at this, Shigwell has got a man to come across as the sunshine comes and caresses his beautiful Marseille international ground. I would put a slip in. If he's getting that sort of movement, he's getting the tank to come and play at this, get that slip in place as well. Why not put a little bit more pressure on? Good line though from Aqib Iqbal. He was a little bit too short and wayward yesterday. He also got a few sort of full toss deliveries in, but this is much better from him. Well played. Oh, this is a terrible mix-up, and they're going to get away with this. Huge mix-up. Where's the ball going? Oh, it's going to be. Oh, they're going to get 5 here. Will they get 5? Did they ever complete the first run? We'll have to see, because the 2 batters, well, they were giving each other a cuddle. Watch this. Well, Ryan Bastians, he's gone straight away. And look, they both end up on the same side. They're not watching each other. So, hey, what are you doing here? All right, I'll go the other way. Anyway, ends up, forget running, because I think they'll get 4 there. I don't think they complete the first at all. Look when the ball goes. I mean, Bastians is at the same end as the tank. Oh, well, crazy stuff. And Austria, they'll look back at that opportunity. Huge opportunity to run out Ryan Bastian before he even faced the ball. It will be, I think another 4 will come onto the ball there. I don't think they completed the first because they ended up on the same side. Oh, crazy stuff. What a missed opportunity. Just checking. I think they're putting it down as 1 plus an overthrow. So we'll have to wait to see what they give there. But you'll see that on your screen soon. Let the scorers do their thing. But that could have been disaster. Well, Bastians, he said his early morning jog. Uppish, and he'll get enough of it, get 4 runs, another boundary. And this one is a more legitimate one than the one he was given the ball earlier. It's the right areas once again. They've packed up that field. They got another guy to go across, but he just gets a little bit more on this lofted over. End of the over. Oh, what an over it was. Comical. And I believe that should be 12. That's what I'm going for here. 3 boundaries, 12. Let's have a look at the bat versus ball wall here. Very, very close. Malta, like they were yesterday, pipped to beat Austria here, 101 to 100. So, still favourites to win on home soil. And I think maybe also because batting first comes into play there. I think the stats will obviously had look at the results yesterday. Teams batting first gain on to win. Manu bowled very well yesterday. Basir Khan, loving the way he uses his different pace. That's a lovely shot. That is a cracking cut shot. They don't come better than this. What a good shot. He picks the length early. And Ryan Bastians, this is why you don't want to lose him early in what would have been a disastrous yet comical way. He was good yesterday, wasn't he? In the very first match, the victory that Malta got, he put 34 on the board of 27 deliveries. And in the last match, again, he was the only batter for Malta, performing 36 of 20. He's in good form. What a good shot that was. Basir Khan gets this a little bit more angled into him. A very optimistic appeal from behind the stumps from here. Chima, nice to see Chima in the action. See a bit more of him later on. That's just going down the leg side. Very, very good morning to everybody on the chat. A lot of people were on there quite early this morning. Good morning to Helix. Chris Smith was there as well. James Stewart, good morning. And he said good morning to everyone. Lovely to have you with us. Slower delivery. Goes for the earring shot, but he could be in trouble. Just gets enough of it. Well, that's the power of Bastians. He doesn't really time this, but he gets it over the fielder. And it's going to be the first volley off the day. You just see there from that shot that if Ranhawa was on the boundary, if he was on the rope, he would have taken this catch, you know. And he was too far in. It's a little bit of a sin there, really. Bastians now gets a full toss. Will this be called? And well, it goes to the boundary. I'd like to see side on of this. I wonder if it dips enough. I think the umpires might get on the walkie-talkie and have a look at this. And maybe see that again, just slowed down slightly. But it looks pretty high. Let's have a look at this. Oh, I think they're going to have to call that. I really think that has to be called. And it will be called. So, no ball. Correct call. I like in the way that the umpires are working together. Nilkesh Patel there, working with the third umpire, Rangajaya Wardana. So, free hit. License to go to full Monty. And he hits this well. What a cracking shot. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant cricket. This is what we're talking about. This is international cricket at its best. Great shot. Absolutely lasers this. The fielder makes an incredible stop. And then comes the throw. Bastians, he does get to the other end, but a little bit of ball watching. He's expecting that to go to the boundary. What a great bit of fielding that was. Yeah, very, very good morning to everyone. You're going to have a terrific day with myself, and Billy Sandu will be joining me shortly in the comms box as Malta and Austria do battle. They'll play 4 matches today. Slower delivery. But, nicely playing, and I suppose Najib Patanka doesn't have to go too crazy, especially the start. This is a tremendous start. Doing it in boundaries. Bastians, well, he thinks he's over, and he's going batting. Well, he's got a big shot. He's on another level today when he just wants to get to the other end. He runs down there earlier and had to run back, and now he's walking down there. Umpire says, wait, idhar aaja, over nahi hoya. Well bowled, well dug out. And again, backing up, but maybe a little bit too keen. Ends the over well, does Basir Khan with a couple of dots, but 16 come off that over. So it's a very, very good starter. 12 came off the first from Aqib Iqbal, so it was only the 4, not the 5 as I suspected. And then Basir goes for 16. Let's have a look at the tables here so you can see that having played 3, it's Austria. That's 2-1 at the moment. And that was thanks to the way they finished yesterday after losing the first match. But it's going to be a tight contest. I can tell you that, because one thing that I was saying to Vinny yesterday, both teams on paper are very even Stevens. It all depends on who on the day puts in a good performance. A good performance from any player with bat or with ball changes the context of the way the results will be. Aqib comes back, bowls a very good delivery to Bastians. I think he's realised that you don't want to give him any room. He's a very good cutter off the ball. Bastians was the man in form yesterday, but this is a good start for Malta. So the change from the captain, Gericke, works with Patanka going up the order. A little bit over pitch, he's on the legs. This is going to take some stopping, and it won't be stopped. Perfectly placed once again from Ryan Bastians. 4 more to him. Just overcooks this slightly, does Akib, going for the Yorker. Ends up being a leg side full toss, which just gets clipped away by Bastians. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. That's what I like about that. Still relying on power and placement rather than a big wild swing. Good shot, 4 more. Always going to be tricky. Also first match of the morning with the Jew controlling the ball. So something maybe that the Austrian guys haven't had to deal with before. Oh, this has been lofted. It's going to go all the way. Balle. Inna zona. Shaka Lagya. Oh, that is a beauty. And the timing once again from Bastians is good. He is looking the business this morning. Akib under attack. I think they're going to have to try and take the pace off the ball here, you know. Edge, and this flies past the keeper. Chima, we just have a look at this again. I mean, first of all, look at the Jew coming off that ball, but have a look at Chima here. Just starts to move early down towards the other side. So if you like, goes down to the right and then has to change and shuffle across. Can't get there. I mean, that's gone pretty quickly. But just get the feeling he may have moved just too early. Just have a look at the keeper. Just moves a little bit too early for me, I think. Gets himself into the wrong position and then he can't make amends. 4 more fortunate runs. And Akib starts and stops. Hasn't bowled badly, you know. He's bowled better than what he was bowling yesterday. But I think the batter, or particularly Bastians, has just wanted to go after him. And he goes again, but this time Akib gets this through. So a bit of success for the bowler. As the sun comes out and starts to caress this beautiful international ground. It looks a picture, doesn't it? And shout out to the groundsman, Les White, who's done superb work. Keeping it cut, keeping it looking beautiful. Iqbal once more. And it's another edge, and he's going to race away once more to the boundary. They just haven't got this sorted, have they? We've seen it started off with the tank, just a little dabble to third man to get a boundary. Then they put the third man back. But then, well, he's been brought back up again, and we've seen a couple that have gone down there now to the boundary. It's an explosive start from Malta. They race on to 46 off just the 3 overs. What a power play that is. And, well, Austria are really going to have to try and come back into this. But I think it's a case of trying to take a bit of that pace off and not allow these batters to use the pace in their favour. You can see that. That looks pretty decent, doesn't it? 12, 16 and 18. Perfect start, a good start. Malta looking to bounce back to winning ways after losing 2 in the spin yesterday. So there's the change of the ball. You can see Nilkesh Patel just letting the batters know that the new seed has come out. I think that's a very good move because, I mean, you saw in that one shot when that ball was edged and it was going to the boundary, how the water was coming off it. And one thing that will happen with the balls is when they get wet, they will start to swell. So, yeah, I'm liking that move. Anyway, can Joey Zadran do something with it? Starts with a short one. So it gets played out. Still no third man on the boundary. And we are out of the power play now, so Osman Shigwell has got the options to move the field around a bit now. And let's see what he's got here. He's got 2 men on the leg side, so square leg and long on, long off also on the boundary. But most of the well, it's to the, excuse me, we talked to the left-hander now. So to the left-hander, 3 on the leg side. So very orthodox, 3 on the leg side, long off, but they've got a backward point in on the boundary. Thumped hard, straight. He's going to have to get dirty. Got to get a slide in here. And he does really well. And, well, they almost mess it up, the 2 fielders. But Umar Tariq Does lay it on to Randhawa for a moment when he throws his back at him. He does well to get there. Look at the water skidding off. That's all due. Flicks it back and almost palms it back over. That's Randhawa. And that's just dew, folks. There's been no rain. The ground hasn't been watered. That is just the dew. Hit hard. Fielder won't get there. 4 runs. It's absolutely lightning quick, the outfield as well. And this is a nice shot. And now it's the tank who gets going. Keeps his eye on it. Keeps his shape. Waited till the last moment. Gets his wrist involved. Pushes it. Pumps it through the gap. Gets 4 runs. Beautifully done. Jaweed Zadran finding it hard going as well. Goes for the shorter one. Gets a bit of luck. Does the batter. Doesn't really time this. But he'll get the single. And I think that's very key. I was saying this yesterday. If Malta can, they've got 2 very good left-handers in Bastians and Basil George. And if they can get the good partnerships going with right-handers, that will always throw the opposition. The bowlers have to keep changing the line. Like now, it's got to get it outside the off stump straight away to Bastien, especially the form he's in at the moment. Hits it firmly. It will be fielded by Umar Tariq at the boundary. He had a good day yesterday, Umar Tariq. Interesting to see what Osman Shigwal does, how he tries to contain this pretty explosive start. I mean, the 50 up already in this, the 4th over. Shorter in the air. This could be the first chance. And Chima gets under it and makes no mistakes. They get the wicket. It's a bit of a spicy delivery from Zadran. He puts a little masala on this, doesn't he? And it really creeps up on the batter. And Rashid Patanka can't get under it, can't get on top of it, I should say. And ends up skying it. Chima still had work to do. He takes the catch, and the first wicket goes down. And that's what Austria needed. But look, they know that it's not going to make it any easier, because I would imagine now, I wonder if they will go with Basil, or whether they decide, let's send a right-hander out there because we've already got a lefty. Interesting decision, but Nasir Patanka will go for 18. A good partnership. They got the 50 partnership, the 2 openers. He played his part in that. Chima holds on to the catch, and a wicket for the wild thing, Zadran. Not so wild sometimes, but that was the sort of thing, the sort of delivery we know he can put in. A really spicy one. And just see here, this was the end of the tank. Really did get to him pretty quicker than he expected. He wasn't able to get on top of this. So the first wicket goes down, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary position before the start of the next ball to the new batter is Mr. Maximo.
Buenos dias. Good morning,
Buenos dias.
everybody. Nice to have your company. Sunday morning cricket. We've had some nice Sundays here, haven't we? And you've been on the island about a week now. Just mentioned on the bus this morning that you've brought the good weather with you. I don't know about brought with you, because you were in Gibraltar and it wasn't great. But you certainly have come at a good time. It's a good time to tune in. International cricket on ECN. A lot of great feedback yesterday, and why not? Good series this. Prasia comes back to bowl his second. It's into the tank. Now let's see what Malta can do in this 5th over. In the air, and great catch. And look, Umar Tariq is a brilliant fielder. Fielding matters, not easy conditions, but he holds it.
This is sensational. What a good catch this is. I tell you, folks, you've been watching. You know how wet it is out there. You know how hard that guy hits the ball. This is dipping. This is a superb catch. They do not come any better than that, no matter what standard of cricket you're watching. That is international class. What a catch.
Yeah, brilliant work. And it matters. You know, I think if you can get these dangerous top order batters. No, it doesn't get a lot easier when you're playing internationals, but certainly it doesn't allow the batting team to settle. So now, this will be an interesting moment where Boom Boom Basil comes to the crease. He's come in the middle of the innings. He struggled yesterday with the bat. Had a very good day with the ball yesterday, but he only made 0, 1 and 1. He was out for the very first ball of this series, and he'll be keen to make some runs. This is something that must be difficult going from the domestic game when you go to international cricket where the pressure just doesn't let up. So you're not going to get those Gundy balls too often. Prasia, he's been an effective bowler, hasn't he, in this series so far?
Yes. I mean, what a moment that is. So 2 wickets in 2 balls, team hat-trick time, and both openers gone. Bazir just guides this away cautiously. There's Basil George. He'll be happy that he's got off the mark, and he's out there with Niraj Khanna. So a bit of change there. Niraj Khanna going out there before Fahim Mughal.
Yeah, interesting. They mixed it up a little bit. It's just a different feel, I suppose. I think I would never really opened a lot, but I certainly felt a bit more comfortable with some runs already on the board. You know, it's, some people have different perspectives on that. You'll get people like Bill Laurie who used to say, you know, I liked coming out and opening because I was equal with the bowler. So you knew no matter what, you were equal when you come out before a ball's bowled. But yeah, right now, this game in the balance, maybe Malta slightly ahead.
Yeah, well bowled. Yeah, slightly ahead, but I mean, I'm expecting Austria to really claw back into this now. I mean, they were under attack. The 50 came up in the 4th over, but that wicket going in the very last ball, that over from Zadran, and of course the wicket then falling here, that is going to be key. And that catch could make such a huge difference.
Absolutely. And that's one thing we've seen. You've got to sustain your efforts through a whole 20 overs in a match.
Yeah, you can see now, just with 2 new batters out there, the momentum shift, it changes. It's like Austria now all of a sudden have the upper hand because the boundaries, already you notice the boundaries have stopped, the big shots have stopped. I mean, Basil, we know he can turn it on like an instant. He's just going through a little patch at the moment, but he's been good in the European Cricket Series here. Yeah. And so is this man, Khanna. So just a matter of time, but at the moment, they're bowling well. In the block hole again, and it's quite happy just to dig it out and take the single.
It's well bowled, isn't it? I think this is a really good place to be. If you bowl 6 of these, you can have a good time with the ball. Yeah, look, Malta, what they struggled with yesterday was sustaining their efforts throughout the whole game. We saw them well on top in their second match. They let it slip in a couple of overs. They've had a good start here. It's a crucial moment at the moment as they get a run here. But it will be the end of the 5th over. The score is 59 for 2. Very warm welcome to all of you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full with me, ECI International Cricket. I promised you a look at the trophies yesterday, and I called them bricks. So here we go. Here we go. Grab that.
Oh, wow,
this is
look
for
at
the
that.
winner. Got 2 hands? And this is for the MVP.
That is
our
something.
Friends at Local Lifestyle.
A bit closer there.
This is a proper... Hold on. Give me here. Look at it.
That is... Oh, they're smart.
This is unbelievable. Yeah, big thank you. And so, yeah, we'll have those to give away later. These are heavy.
Wow.
We talk about weapons in T10 cricket. These are genuine weapons.
Well, you can certainly you certainly do some bit of exercise.
Yeah,
if you bicep curls, I don't mind. You know, early morning exercise.
Yeah, so
that's good.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
We're on to go. All right, back to the action.
Down the leg side.
And I also think that you could, you know, if it was a fight to the death.
Come on, let's do it. Zoom. Zoom.
I don't want to damage them.
Yeah, let's not. There's nothing.
They're so
I was going to
innovative
say,
with the
don't want to
trophies.
knock anything off. These aren't. You're not going to damage these, buddy.
If you have them on your mantelpiece, reinforce your mantelpiece. It'll be a wide down the leg side. What do you think of the trophies?
These are top notch.
Thanks to Sanjay at Local Lifestyle.
Yeah, top notch. Yeah.
Very cool.
Whoever wins these are gonna have to pay a little bit extra allowance for the weight in the bags.
They don't think of that. It's going to be expensive to get these back.
Couple of wides. Zadran struggling with the left-hander. That's better on the money. And Basil very much more cautious today so far, but he doesn't want to get into a rut, does he? Doesn't want to change his natural game, because that won't help Malta here. They still got the likes of Fahim Mughal to come out there now. I mean, look, we're well into the second part of the innings. They've got to play their shots.
So with the MVP, obviously 7 matches to go on. Who is your MVP of day one? Maybe let us know in the chat. Who was the MVP? If you just had to go on day one, who's your MVP? Basil George maybe was bowling. Randhawa maybe was batting.
Oh, big swing from Khanna. You can understand it. He's probably thinking, yeah, we're just getting into a little bit of a rut here. Last couple of overs, ever since the first wicket. I mean, that's what a wicket does for you. First, we saw the wicket of Dashit Patanka. He was caught pretty easily by Chima, but then a great catch from Tariq. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Good variations, liking this from the Wild Things Zadran. Pitching it up, and now he's going shorter.
He's tough to face because in the back of your mind, you're always thinking, will it be that slower ball? And he can just rush you a bit with his stock ball then. He's not slow.
This time he follows the batter, no run. This was an opportunity, I think, if Akana had stood still in his crease, he would have whipped the air. You can see he's practicing that shot here now, but because he starts moving, Zadran just follows him.
Yeah, he's not a player I'd want to back away to. Just kind of giving up your stumps. Get across, maybe you can whip something away to find leg, but yeah, you got to stand your ground. Oh.
Well, let's have a look at this side on. It's going to be called 1 for the over.
Yeah, so he hadn't spent his bounce yet, even though there's some shortish balls. This one whistles past the helmet of the batter.
Okay, here we go, Yorker length. Let's see, he's going for the old 1-2.
Slow ball.
And it's another wild swing. He's just taking himself away from the ball, Niraj Khanna.
He's losing his shape, and he's better than that. He's a guy that can hit through the covers and over cover, but he kind of regressed in that over. Pretty good one from Zadran, who finishes 1 for 11 here in match 4. 62 for 2 after 6. Want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Liam Day. And he's saying probably run Darwin for the big knock in the last match. Yeah, makes sense. And hello to Minaz. Hello to Sindhu as well. Nice to have you in the chat. I guess we'll have to see. And all right, now this series in the balance. And what I would say is we've had 3 complete matches. We're into 4. And so far we've seen contests, haven't we? We've seen contests between these two teams that they're both pretty experienced in the format. And I think it's been top-class entertainment so far.
It's been brilliant, yeah. I know. Like I keep saying, I think you've got 2 teams that on paper are very well balanced. And Malta haven't quite made the advantage you thought they would have, being the home side. I think Austria, considering their epic journey getting here, I mean, you can remind the viewers of that journey, Vinny. I mean, it wasn't easy for them to get here. They spent, I think you were telling me, they spent 13 hours in an airport in Turkey.
Yeah, just see there, because the end of 6 overs, they're changing the ball. That's a good catch. Don't want to ruin the new one. It wouldn't be a new ball. It would be an aged ball.
Yeah.
6-over old ball. And that's just because of the dew. It's pretty extreme here at this stage of the morning. So I think Tariq will appreciate it. Tell you what, I'd suddenly be lining up to bowl the 7th over instead of the 6th. Normally it wouldn't really matter. I was like, give me that new ball. Well, maybe not, though, because the waterlogged ball, it's a bit harder to control. Probably it's harder to hit further as well.
Yeah, Tariq, for me, has changed the balance of this match with that catch. What can he do with the ball? And, well, that's what he can do, and he's going to change it even more as he gets the wicket of Boom Boom George. And once again, no Boom Boom. He was very cautious. He was very nervy. Gets himself to 4, just pushing it around. And when he goes for the big shot, gets it wrong. Leg stick goes. Is not a good shot, actually, you got to say.
Yeah.
And Umar Tariq just gets the ball on the money.
I mean, if he's in form, he's hitting this, Basil. I mean, because that angle, he likes it into him, but he just kind of loses his shape. Takes the gamble. He can whack it over mid-wicket and loses. And it's a tough one in this format of the game because you can't really get yourself out of a rut by being careful. You still got to play shots. And so Basil just tries to follow his instincts, but unfortunately goes cheaply for a 4th time in 4 games.
Yeah.
And so the score now is 62 for 3. And that new ball that they threw out there, doing the job for Tariq.
Did the job nicely. 2 men that play together at club level. Play for Marsa, now come together. It is Fine Mungal. He's been in good form. He's been in good form in the FanCode European Cricket Series that's been happening here with Marsa playing. And let's see if he can bring some of that form back out here again. He had a good knock, didn't he, in the second match where he scored 34 of 16. So he's in a good bit of nick. Umar Tariq, though, is coming into him now. So coming over the wicket. Good start. And nicely played away by Fine Mungal as well.
Yeah, nicely done. Pretty interesting game at the moment. What do you think was par? Maybe around 100, maybe a little bit less because of the heavy field this morning.
Yeah.
Hard to say. Austria, their batters are looking a little bit rusty for the most part. But I mean, the more matches they play, the better they'll get, I think.
Oh, well, Niraj Khanna is swinging and missing, and you just get the feeling here that he stay out there, maybe short-lived if Umar Tariq can get one right on the pegs, because he's trying to hit himself out of trouble here, trying to hit himself into form, but he's not trying to play or time the ball, just going for brute force. Look where he's standing as well, right in front. Well, he gets this one, and this one will go all the way. So finally, he's bound to hit one. He does, but this is a much better shot. Look at his shape. He stands straight, keeps his balance, hits through the ball. He's not going down the leg stick. Good shot, 6 runs.
Even though he drags that leg side a little bit, he actually stands his ground for longer.
and then he kind of pulls a little bit at the point of contact. But yeah, before he didn't have his body position right. He was a little bit too open.
Yeah, he's definitely changed his guard. Look where he's standing here now. And now this has been sliced. It's an opportunity. And it's a nice catch that's taken there on the boundary. Aqib Iqbal takes a catch. And, well, he messes up his footballing skills. Oh, come on, do it again, do it again. Do it properly this time. Come on, Aqib. Well, we know he can do the old skills, the old footballing skills. He showed this off to us in Cardamom. Look, here he goes. But he only gets a couple of them this time.
I don't know about trying to kick it around, though, when you just got this dry ball. So I think I'd probably be looking after it a little bit better. But that made a really nice little sound when it hit the hands of Aqib Iqbal. He makes it look easy in difficult conditions, like we've said, to catch a cricket ball. Afi Khan looks like he's coming out. And he'll be batting 5. Kana goes for 8. Never really got going that innings. I mean, lucky he got that 6, otherwise that looks like a disaster of an innings. But yeah, Afi was struggling a little bit with cramp yesterday. That's why he didn't play the 3rd game. Let's hope that he holds up today with 4 matches for each of these teams. So it's going to be a huge day for all of them. Also a bit of a battle of attrition, I imagine.
Yeah, takes guard, leg stick. Umar Tariq, 2 for 7. And I was mentioning before he came in the bowl, he already changed the concept of this match for me when he took that superb catch to get rid of Bastiance. And now, well, he's got the hot hands today. Afi pushes this out. They're taking him on. In comes a throw. And Afi, well, if he had to do a bit of stretching because of the cramps he was getting, well, he had to stretch to get there for this one. Has to get the dive in. Here he goes. And, yeah, he needed to as well. End of the over. What a good one it was. Just 8 from it, 2 wickets. And it is 70 for 4.
And don't forget, 8 days to go. 8 sleeps until the ECL. It's the 3rd edition of the Champions League of Cricket. 30 domestic champion clubs from all around Europe and the European champions, the reigning kings of cricket. Pakake Badalona starting in Cardamom, starting Monday morning. Not tomorrow, but the following Monday. Rico, you and I will be there. First match is Darmstadt CC of Germany versus Hornchurch of England. It's going to be awesome. Cannot wait. Make sure you stay with us because it's that Super February. You called it.
Listen. First match, right?
Yeah.
Germany versus England, right?
Yeah.
Golden ball, isn't it? It's
think
got to
so?
be golden.
Well,
it always goes to penalties in football. In cricket, it's got to go to the golden ball. That'd be something.
We've got a good strike rate, you and me, lately. Now Marcel gets a ball. Interesting they're bowling him the 8th. I would thought with the ball being changed, maybe with the leg spinner, you'd bring him on in the 7th. You know, just a little thing, but
yeah,
gets away with that one a little bit short.
Oh, well, this is going to be a wide, but look, I'm liking the loop he gets on this.
It's a good bowler. We saw a little bit of him at the ECC last year. But, yeah, you can see how if he gets it right.
So where does he play? I don't think I've seen it. Have I seen him before?
I mean, he was at the ECC, but didn't play a lot of games.
That's a good delivery. That's a good delivery. He gets a really nice teasing loop. I think he's basically saying to the batter, if you stay in your crease and swing at me, you ain't getting it. If you're brave, come out and meet me in the middle. Shorter. And it's not really been hit too well. He'll just get it single. So Afi Khan.
He just bowled in one game against Portugal, took 1 for 28 off 2 overs. So, yeah, we haven't seen a lot of him on the network, but obviously they fancy him. And, yeah, you can definitely see that he gets a lot of work on the ball.
Struck down the ground, but Aqib Iqbal will do the fielding.
And he can drift it, but he's not too slow either. He's not that loopy, but he's tempting, is the way I describe it. And when the ball's swinging away from the right-hander, it always opens up things like stumpings, kind of leading edges, things like that. And so far, he's been pretty good. And one thing we didn't see yesterday from Austria was spin.
Yeah. This one is going to the boundary. It's going, it's travelling, and only the fence stops it going into the archery range. That's a good hit. That is a bullseye.
Yeah, it sure is. And this is one way you can deal with a leg spinner. If you're struggling to hit him down the ground, you pretty much get the ball to spin onto your bat. You just kind of, that's like a sideways straight drive, basically. And you're hoping that the ball's just going to spin onto the bat and you don't get it wrong. Afi doesn't, gets the Maximo.
Yeah, I like the way he uses his feet to got himself in position. Bowler will know he's going to try and do the same. Goes wider. And, well, a misfield from the captain. Well, Shigwell normally is so good. Lets his side down there. Needs to stop this. And once it gets through him, it's 4 runs. I don't think he gets anything on this at all. Gets it completely wrong. Yeah, maybe a slight Tortuga as he's going to the ball, but really on this surface, there should be no excuses. End of the over, 6-4, and Afi, yeah, he's hungry for more. It will be 83 for 4 of 8.
Poor Shigawal. I mean, he's had 2 golden ducks in this series, and then that. I mean, I feel like things will turn around for him soon, but yeah, couldn't even get a hand on that. Look, it's difficult conditions. And look at those middle overs. Austria shutting down, which is kind of what they did well in the ECC last year.
Yeah.
Often it was Dieter and Joey Zadran in the middle overs. We can see the power play got away from them. Tariq, the man that brought it back with that catch of Bastians, comes on to bowl the 9th.
And this is just swept away. It's a bit of a full toss. It's a risky shot to play because the thing is, it's straight. But he gets down on one knee and well, it's a sweep slog to the boundary. Van Mughal, we know how dangerous he can be. This could be the important over. It all happens in the 9th. The first one goes for the boundary. And that's 3 boundaries on the spin here now for Malta. They're starting to make it happen. 6, 4 and 4.
And yeah, Tariq normally hits that block hole, but you see just misses, and when you just miss at this level, that's what happens.
Goes for another, and it will get fielded. Well fielded as well. Very good pick up and throw.
Yeah, that one he misses just short and gets away with it because Sadran does a good job to cut off the boundary. But yeah, that's what these guys are trying to do most of the time. Hit that block hole. Okay, they've got the occasional slower ball, but they really want the ball bouncing between the batter's feet as far as length goes. Occasionally they'll mix it up, but I mean, most of the time at this stage, that's what they're trying to do. Like that.
Yeah. Oh, if he hits, he's gone, and he misses. They'll get the single. And, well, they do eventually. Both batters probably could have been run out at the bowler's end here. I mean, this one, he had a little bit more time than I think he thought he did.
Look where this bounces. You see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the perfect delivery. It bounces between his feet. Can't do much. And then it almost created a run out. And in the end, they get through for a single.
Oh, wild swing. And that one, he just takes all the pace off it and gets it in the right areas. This is one thing with Fan Mughal. He is not a cutter. He'll play straight. He'll play a lot down to mid-wicket, square leg, those areas. So you got to get the ball fuller outside the off to him. That's where you will get. You get him into difficulties. That's where he gets slow and quiet. See there, that's right in his slot. He gets lucky, the bowler here, really. There's a fine Mughal will just get a single. You've got to get fuller and get him playing outside the off.
Got to love that every game is hard fought in this series. And wasn't the original plan, obviously, with Spain meant to be a part of this series. They couldn't due to the logistical difficulties and the travel issues in Europe at the moment. But best of 7, we really get to know these two teams.
Goes for it. Has he got enough? I don't think he has. It's a very, very good catch taken by the wild thing. Jaweed Zadran takes the catch. It's another wicket for Umar Tariq. That's 3 for him. That one comes right at the end of his spell. 3 for 15, and it will be 90 for 5 Malta. All happens in the 9th, you say. There's a few runs as well, but finishes with a wicket. Well bowled. Only the 7 runs from it. He really has changed the concept of this match.
Yeah, Tariq's been excellent. And again, Zadran takes a catch and makes it look easy. That is not an easy catch. With a slightly slippery ball, he has to judge it. He stays really well balanced and takes it fairly easily in the end. As we get to the end of the 9th, 90 for 5. Looks like the 100's on the cards here. That's the pace they're going at the moment, which I think is about a pass score.
Yeah.
Especially in the morning. Yeah, but Misal, yeah, maybe a bit of a gamble to bowl his second over in the 10th. I don't mind it. You got to back him. He's here to play. Let's see what he can do. Mughal will be facing up. Let's see how Mughal handles this. Can't see him going over cover.
Chance in the air. And he can't get hold of it. He's going to go all the way. I think this is an opportunity, Vinny. I know it's not easy. It hovers out there for a while, but I think they need to deal with this better. But it will be 6.
Yeah, and Zadran, maybe it's his job to kind of communicate. You got an extra step or whatever, or, you know, it's yours. Just keep it in. Say something. I don't know. And as confident as Zadran looked on that ball, that was similar. Basir looked pretty unconfident. And that cost him 6. And Mesal could have felt maybe could have had a wicket. At least it could have been kept in the field of play. I suppose it's tough there because when you're watching the ball, you don't really know where your feet are.
Yeah. Shorter, that's not the reply. And well, this is another one. It's 2 and 2 from the same fielder. Bolle. Maluma Tariq. We've seen him take a sensational catch, but now there's 2 here that have gone through him. What a difference this can make, because now 100 comes up, 12 of the first 2 deliveries. Fine Mughal is turning on the star late on here for Malta.
Well, I've seen all sorts of hat tricks. In fact, Jawad Zadran's taken 2 hat tricks. I've never seen a hat trick of drop 6s. And that's what we're on right now. 100's up.
Better delivery. He's going to have to field it himself. They're still thinking of 2 here, you know. And in the end,
wants to go.
Yeah.
I can understand that. Garricky probably doesn't want to get run out without facing a ball. That's because Mughal feels that he's a good matchup there.
Yeah.
So it's interesting how people view taking the strike and stealing the strike in the last over. I mean, Garricky, the captain, he's a recognised batter. So he doesn't want to just be collateral damage here. But yeah, Mughal was really keen to try and manufacture a way to get back on strike. So Heinrich now has to face for the first time.
When he gets beaten, dot ball.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one thing to say, yeah, I'll give up my wicket, but you wait 9.5 overs to bat. You get out there, and then finally you put all your stuff on, and you have to walk off again. Heinrich wasn't keen on it.
Shorter, hit in the air, and oh, this is just, oh, well, I thought he was going to hold on to this. Does he get his hands onto this? He's flying through the air. Here's Zadran.
3 drop 6s in the over. 3, and look, it's a tough one. Zadran, we know he's good, but he's rushed this time, and there you go.
Oh, there's another. So 3 6s. It's a shorter delivery. Not the best of deliveries, but oh, well. And another one that gets put down.
Oh, can you believe it?
Now he'll go on the offside. And they take 1, taking on the fielder. Will they get there? I don't think they will. I think this will be out. Looking at it from this angle, I think the bat doesn't quite get down on the ground. I don't know if...
Last ball anyway, so you know, it's a throw that took Chima away from this dumps. I reckon this is pretty close, you know. They know it. They've got to go last ball.
There we go, and oh, very close. Does he make it?
No, he's just out, I think.
Just out, yeah.
Just out. Great camera work there. Look at Chima flying through the air.
Wow.
And that doesn't show the landing, which I don't think was as beautiful as that. But, yeah, Garricky's going to be 1 and run out. And they're going to finish 110. So they get a magical last. But 18 of those runs, they got hands to.
Yeah.
And then you see the single and the single and run out. So 20 exactly off the last. 110 for Malta. I think they'll be pretty happy with that in the end. Austria, they'll chase 111 for victory. Can the bats get swinging for the Austrians as we started day 2 of this FanCode ECI series? 2 teams desperate to get the point first game of the day. It'll have a big bearing on what this series looks like. Aki Iqbal got taken to the cleaners yesterday. There's a bit of confusion there, which resulted in 4 overthrows. They didn't cross at the point that the ball was thrown, and that's why they didn't get the run, but they did get 4. And, well, Bastians, he really turned it on, especially in this power play.
Yeah, he played some terrific shots, Ryan Bastians. But once again, though, I mean, on 3 occasions, he's got into the 30s. We're playing these kind of shots. I mean, I think that one there, maybe when Hawa needed to be on the boundary, miscalculation from him. But yeah, he's been dangerous. He gets going, but he always manages to get himself out into 30s. But he plays some beautiful shots. I mean, this one, it was just a gentle little pickup. And, well, I say gentle. He picks it up gently, but he then finishes it in start. Got a bit lucky with this one, as Chima couldn't quite get there, flying through the air. And, well, it's just another one that goes down to the boundary. They were just flying. I mean, 46 came on the power play, and it was 54. And then he goes to he was the one to go. This has happened. He goes to the last ball, the tank of that 4th over. So Zadran getting the wicket, and then Bastien was out to this catch from Umatari. What a catch this is. This is sensational. And really, catches change matches. And that's exactly what happened, because after taking the catch, he was the man bowled in the bowling. Picked up 2 wickets in his first over as well. And then went on to finish with figures of 3 for 15. So he was key, but there towards the end, though, this is the thing. Malta, they were on the back foot. They needed something to happen. Niraj Khanna, who's getting out there after hitting a big 6. This was a lovely shot from Afi Khan. Renimus Khan told me that they're looking to get to 100 score. If they can get to 100 score, they're confident with the bowling they got, they can defend it. Well, they've got the 100 and plus 10, all thanks to what happened in the final over. But there were chances there between those two guys. I mean, Umar Tariq, I was singing his praises, the catch he did take, but the ones that he could have taken, that he put down there towards the end, they will be important, because you saw there on the boundary in that last over, we saw 18 runs, which, if the fielders had taken the catch, it would not have been on that board. So, Messelam, the bowler, he goes for 20 that last over. 20 is magical. That's what we say in the European Cricket Network. It's a magical over, but it could have been different if they'd taken the catches. They will rue those opportunities. Just remember that last over. Have a look at that scorecard. Ryan Bastien, once again, gets into the 30s, but he gets out. It hasn't been able to go all the way. Then there was that little blip between Kana and George. George just can't get going. Kafai Mughal comes to the rescue again. He batted really well, played some lovely shots, and got a bit of support there from Afi Khan as well. And Garricky, well, very important runs from him as well, as he blasted one big six, though he was a little bit fortunate. So, Umar Tariq, pick of the bowlers by far, 3 for 15, including that magical catch. So Messelam was just a little bit expensive, and that last over could be the difference between Malta winning or losing this match. But still, it's going to be a close one. You know what? I'm going to say this. This one for me has a little bit of the golden ball feel about it. I just think between 100 and 110 at this level, there's every possibility it could go to the golden ball. Going to leave you with that mid-match summary, but remember, we'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. It is match number 4, international style, between Malta and Austria. Austria will be coming out the bat in about 10 minutes' time, and they'll need to get the Nelson 111 for victory. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu in around 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Massa International Cricket Ground in Malta, where we have a splendid day of international cricket for you. 4 matches coming up, and those matches are between Malta, the home side, taking on Austria. This one is evenly poised. It's match number 4. Austria, remember, are 2-1 ahead in the series after winning 2 matches consecutively yesterday. Malta winning the first, and Malta were then pegged back by Austria as Austria won the next 2. This one, like I say, it's in the balance. Malta have done the hard work. They've drafted hard. It's a match really where it was Malta started well, an innings I should say. They went off to a flyer. Then Austria came back with some very good bowling, particularly from Basir Khan and Tariq Humair. And then a flurry of a finish from Malta, especially because of the batting of Faham Mughal. Gets them to 110. They'll be happy with that. I think they were looking for a 100 score. That's what 1 or 2 of the Malta players were saying. And they feel they can defend this. But it's all about how the batting or the batters of Austria are. I mean, they're well rested today after, I keep saying, they had a mare of a journey getting here. And this man, Randhawa, he was in very good form yesterday. The only man who's hit a half century. Made 73 in the last match of 36 deliveries, so he's going to be key. Though he was very lucky, more on that in a moment. As we see the first delivery, it's pretty wide and being hit straight to the fielder, no run. Yeah, yesterday, he was, Zishan Yusuf makes a stop, and automatically gets a rag out to give the ball a bit of a clean. That's going to be pretty important because of the due. Yeah, yesterday, before he got off the mark, he was caught brilliantly by Basil George, but no ball was called because of a fielding infringement. Had too many men outside the circle. Then he went on to score 73. Edge in the air, gets lucky. Thick edge. Abbas stands in disbelief as the ball flies past Fazil Rahman. Nothing Rahman could do about this. A genuine edge. And, well, maybe he gets lucky again. Flies over Rahman and no third man on the boundary. 4 runs. Wasim Abbas will be happy about that. They're just changing things up slightly here, Malta as well, as they did with their opening bowlers. Going with the Wasim Abbas first up, experienced campaigner, been part of the national team setup for a while. Abbas just goes a little bit wide again to Randhawa, who seems to be chasing these. Yeah, he's a little bit disappointed with himself. He's being drawn into playing these shots. And certainly 1 or 2 of them, especially the very first delivery, looked like it would have been a wide. This field, 2 men straight. And long off is very straight, in fact. Chance, and just over Bastians, can't get to it. So it's a matter of millimetres, isn't it? He gets enough. Good shot, I suppose, to play in the power play. He just gets it over Bastians. They're going to get 4. Another boundary in the over. This time more genuine. Yeah, so 2 men straight. Very, very straight. Long off. And then mid on. Everybody else. And a further 3 men on the leg side inside the circle. No protection on the off. Oh, this is a wild swing, and once again, you see Randhawa, after he plays the shot, he's a bit disgusted with himself. What a battle this is going to be. Austria chasing 111. That's the target, 111. The Nelson for victory. Malta, the home side. They want to even this series to 2 apiece. Firmly hit, but once again to the fielder, who half stops it this time. They'll take 1, very good running. They'll take the 2, and they'll get there. 2 runs. It was a difficult one. It was whacked. And once again, it's Zishan Yusuf who takes the sting off it, but he's not able to keep it under control. The batters do take a couple. That will be the end of the over, and 10 come from it. And, speaking of numbers, 13 matches now since we've had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, Malta, we know, delivers golden balls. We've had 3 here already, which has been quite amazing. So Are we going to get an international one? Love it if we do. It'll be something special. There's Magal. He's going to have a bolt here. Now, he came into bat a little bit lower than normal. I just wonder if they just missed the trick there. Starts down the leg side. Very good take on Afi Khan. Will be a wide. Yeah, he comes in a bit late. He ends up not out batter. He batted really well. Scored his runs very quickly. 21 of just 9. Maybe just missed the trick there. As he gets ready to come back in again. Bowling now to Kailash, yet to get off the mark. Basically his first delivery, but he's not going to get a legal delivery yet. The first two that he's had pinned at him have been wide balls, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box on this fine Sunday, International Sunday, here on the European Cricket Network. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Thanks very much, Rico, and just want to welcome everyone back. Should be a really interesting contest here.
This one's pretty wide as well, but he decides he's going to go after it, and he'll get 4 runs. And who's gone down there? I think that's somebody who said, I'll get it, and ends up on a heap on the floor. I don't know if you got this on camera.
Luckily, it's not on the camera.
It's not on camera.
I'm pretty sure it isn't, but if it was, that was a proper all-time blooper. Tried to run through the very slippery, just off the field bit. And it's not... Oh, sometimes we see things that you can't, and we wish you all could be here. Just imagine that. Imagine you had 50,000 people here. Honestly, I think it would be such a great atmosphere.
It would have been brilliant, wouldn't it? Kailash walks down and, well, he just smashes his into his own foot.
Kailash looks better when he hits straight. Just obviously, he's famous, I've said it a few times, famous for hitting the main camera, which is literally straight down the ground.
Here
we go.
Hey, watch out for the skid. Be careful out there now. Be careful.
I think it's Rashmika that went down, and now he's running off. But, wow, that's risky.
Be careful. Be careful.
I think it was Vidusha that went down.
It was him.
Anyway.
I was just going to see if you can see any mud marks, but
skid marks.
He's all right.
Yeah, so Varun Prasad, saw him in the background as well. He was originally planning to play this morning, but he hasn't recovered from a hand injury. It's going to keep him out of this series now. He's in the squad, but disappointed for him. But, gives opportunities to some other guys. I think that the Bastians has been really good. That's a player we didn't see at the ECC last year for Malta.
Yeah.
And Magal, he's been pretty good as well.
It's nicely played. Fielders will have to give chase. They should get there, and they will. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, so you want to go at that 11 and over pace, don't you? That's the par in this chase. The Austrians more or less there. Yeah, Magal is a whippy customer. Again, it's a workload for these guys. I know they're only 10 over matches, but they're quite intense. Now, Afi Khan coming up to the stumps, and he got Kailash stumped yesterday, don't forget. But slightly different angle this time with Magal coming around the wicket. It'll be a bit more awkward, I think.
Firm shot, gets it through the gap, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Really nice shot. I mean, you said he's far better when he's just standing up and playing straight, and this is, well, proof in the pudding. Lovely shot.
The other thing is, because Magal gets him yesterday beating the outside edge from over the wicket, why would he change the plan? Maybe he's forgotten. But, I mean, Afi Khan came up to the stumps for 1 ball yesterday, and Fanyan angled it across Kailash, got him to miss and got him stumped. So, yeah, for me, I would stick to that plan.
To get the boundary that they needed, 22, so they're right where they want to be. This one is a little bit wider. It just sneaks it in the line, but it pops up and catches Afi. Very tight call.
I feel this is probably a 1. Oh, they've been called here in Malta. Maybe umpires call. For me, I don't think the whole ball's in the okay zone there. But anyway, it'll be the end of the over, and 22 without loss. They are bang on the rate at the moment.
Bang on the rate. And I said, Vinny, you were off air at the time, that any score between 100 and 110 for me is tingle score. We're in tingle time.
I think so. Hey, what a different look this series will have depending on the result of this game, which is right in the balance right now. Either 3-1 to Austria or 2-all heading into game 5. So probably a bit more pressure on Malta, obviously, to get the points here. But they've made an okay start. Couldn't be closer, really, at the moment. Zishan Yusuf is going to bowl over number 3. Power play over. And, yeah, Randawa. Okay. had a bit of a lucky break when he was caught first ball yesterday, but was called back because of an illegal field. And right now he's cruised to 11. Yeah, these two haven't really bossed the power play yet.
Yeah.
A couple of edges and a couple of things in a couple of good shots.
Interesting field set. More on that after this delivery. Clips his away. It's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, nice shot. Just straight. I mean, this is the difference, I think, at this level, Vinny. You know, maybe when we say like this, bowlers get away with it. But at this level, good batter's going to put it away.
Yeah, and it's just a regulation leg glance, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's what you play anyway.
Yeah,
no
but
matter
this
what the
field,
format.
I mean, third man is back to Zishan Yusuf, and he's not bowling at that pace, and keeper is back, and then got square leg. 2 men up, so they're really saying, go for the drive, take me on, go for the drive. Wild throw comes in, he will only just get the 1.
Yeah, tactics can change really quickly as well. Yeah, I don't mind the third man. I mean, it encourages him to go outside the off stump, and that's the other thing with these guys. Even if you get outside that off stump, if you don't get the length right, they can still drive you and drive you pretty powerfully. So
Change being made here now,
Yeah,
so third man
wicket.
does come up,
Yeah.
and Longer goes back. Yeah, I like the look of this better.
this should really encourage Kailash to play through the line of ball, play straight, play over cover. Ball's there, so he doesn't bother. So that's fair enough, I suppose. Oh no, that's an absolute shocker, and it's gone for 4. Just an inexcusable misfield. Milton Devasia with a bit of the old-fashioned tunnel ball, and Milton, well, he's done okay with the ball, but this isn't one that he'll want to watch back.
Well, Milton Devasia, yaar, rati ki pee ke aaya, mainu ye bhi das de. Well, I tell you what, he needs to take a bit more water with it. Oh, Milton Devasia is having a mare in the field, you're right. Oh, chance. Oh, wow. We saw 4 given away, and then we see this one. That should have been taken, and he still can't pick the ball up. And that's fine. Rahman, I think, he gets the opportunity. Big moment. First of all, we saw the 4 that gets gifted. Now this one, this is a chance. Has to be taken, and he gets dropped.
Self-inflicted, really. I know it's a tough ball to catch at this time of the morning. And yeah, still makes the fumble several times, but keeps in the field of play. Yeah, disappointment. Yusuf, nobody will be more disappointed than him. I think that's just okay.
Yeah, that one's okay. I was speaking to Yusuf this morning, and he was, he's just loving the fact that he's in the side. He said, whether I get a bowl or not, whether I get a bat or not, he said, I'm just loving it. I'm loving the moment. He said, my family, I enjoy watching me. So hello to his family that I enjoy watching him. And he's doing pretty well. He's been unlucky, though, you got to say.
It's well bowled. Really well bowled. Yeah, some of the bowls bowled without luck. Abbas was 1 in the first. And Yusuf, you can put him in that category. I'd love to be a fly on the wall of the inside of Milton Devasia's head right now. Next time the ball comes to him. Anyway, end of the power play, and they're still at that 11s. It's the 33 for no loss after 3. That's the worst feeling, because, I mean, that's a moment that we see. We probably stop thinking about it after about a minute.
Yeah.
Milton will be thinking about that for a lot longer than us.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's bowled really well. Probably he'll get a chance with the ball a bit later. Have a look at that last over. 20 came off it. 18 of those were dropped 6s. So a crazy finish to the Malta innings. And it looks like this is Rahman who's going to bowl over number 4. Likes to bowl with heat. The other thing is, what will Austria do with their batting order? Well, they go back to Shigual at 3. I'd like to see the captain in his natural number 3 position. You know, we never really saw enough from him yesterday. Only faced 6 balls in the whole day. 2 golden ducks and a 4 off 4. Unbeaten in the 3rd game.
Yeah, where's Devasia gone now? Because he's been moved. He's not there anymore. I think he may be. Is he behind?
I was actually having a bit of a think about Milton Devasia in the break.
Oh, yeah.
When I was just having some alone time walking around the field, and he popped into my head.
Yeah.
And it made me realise something. It's something that I can relate to a little bit. I'll tell you a bit more in a sec. Here's Rahman. Yeah, so it made me realise what a difference it makes the fielders you've got behind you as a bowler, especially a spin bowler, where a lot of your wickets are probably going to be caught or catching chances.
Yeah.
And when you've got the fielders to back you up. So it's kind of like me in indoor cricket. I wasn't the strongest bowler, but if I had good fielders around, I'd be a lot more effective.
Of course.
So, and no disrespect to the Lions guys, but they're pretty inexperienced when the catches are coming in ECS cricket. This is just knocked down the ground pretty straight, long off. as Kana does the fielding. Yeah, but it makes a huge difference in your outcomes. So I think of some of the wickets he took yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he took 5 wickets yesterday.
Yeah, had a good day.
But if he bowled those exact balls in ECS cricket, he might end up with about none for 50. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just think it just shows you the importance. And that's why some players can kind of make the step up to international level when they've got those better players around them.
Rahman. Good delivery. Asking the question. He's pretty up for it. The batter's not moved. He's saying, come on. Well, you can see he's pumped. Of course he's pumped. Remember, Rahman, unfortunately, was the one who put Kailash down on 13s, and now he's really trying. He's getting this to move. Yeah, I don't see anything on that. I mean, Rahman really believes he's got his man. I think he's the one who sparks the appeal. And then Afi Khan gets involved, and then he's very disappointed not to get it go his way. Nothing that we could see there. The umpire, Nukash, says not out. Well bowled.
Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff. That's the length. It looks easy. It's hard to do time and time and time and time again. At this level, if you miss once or even twice and over, and go for boundary, suddenly it's a 10 over. Of course, that Rahman plays for Gozo Zalmi. So a pretty interesting addition to their squad this morning.
Did you? Oh, this is a great shot. Oh, well, and it's been put down. The Shusha is in the action again. He's blaming the sun. But first of all, what a shot. This is an incredible strike. He literally cuts this for 6. That's an amazing hit.
Great
and
shot.
Then, well, look at Mishka.
Off the peak of the cap as well, I think. Yeah, I mean, this is length. I think deliberately tries to go something different, goes length and gets punished. Again, deviating from that Yorker strategy. But, yeah, Kailash, when you see him warm up, you'll see some things. Oh, he's a bit crazy. That's what I like about him. He's like, well, that was good, but I'm going to raise the bar again here.
Yeah.
So I saw that Khalid Ahmadi from Belgium has been added to the Gozo Zalmi squad, the smiling assassin, we call him. He's also played cricket in the Netherlands a lot. Played for Belgium in the ECC last year, so it makes their squad even stronger.
Wow.
He's a good player to watch.
Yeah, they're up tomorrow, right, Sweet? I think they're up against
Gozo Zalmi. Yeah.
Yeah, Gozo Zalmi, sorry, yeah. Chance, no, he's back. Well, he's just not having things. He's doing the double teapot there, end of the over. Not a bad over, and it goes for 9. There was the chances as well. But, I think, you're right. Gozo Zalmi, they're up tomorrow, and, well, they should have a walk in the park.
Yeah.
They're up against the Lions.
Well, you say that, but you never know. The Lions have been steadily improving. It's expect the unexpected. I think that's what we often say on ECN as you get to the 4 over mark. 42 for no loss. Not a bad over from Rahman, even though he went for that massive cut maximo, but they didn't get the 11 they needed off that one. They get 9. So this game is on a knife's edge at the moment. Zishan Yusuf is going to come back and bowl number 2. Adarsh asking about Varun Prasath. Yeah, my information is that he won't play in this series. He's been in the squad. He's got a hand injury, but he can't grip the bat properly, Adarsh. So I don't think we'll see Varun Prasath in this series at all. This is a little inducker from Yusuf. Well handled by Afi Khan behind the stumps. Yeah, if Afi can stay fit here and keep the 40 overs, I think that'll help Malta a lot. I do get the break after the second match today.
Chance, this should be taken. Oh, well, I can't not believe it.
Yeah, that is the
Fayan Mughal, that is a dolly.
Just look at the shadow, though. I mean, I genuinely think this is an eclipse job. Look at the shadows, which means the sun is right in his eyes, and the ball almost hits him between the eyes. Down it goes. So Malta can spill another one.
Well, you'd have to take these at this level, and then when you don't, you know what's going to happen. You then get punished, and this one will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, missed his spot just once. These guys are pretty good on the pull. You can tell that. I mean, there's good bounce in this pitch. We've seen it. Bouncier than ever really here in Malta in this series. So it kind of comes to have a word. Yusuf just got to shake that off. I mean, as a bowler, you've got to be pretty mentally robust. They're going to get after you. You're going to make mistakes. You have the ability as a bowler to come back from a mistake in a way that batters don't. So let's see if Yusuf can get it right here.
This game is toing and froing.
Going to be hit, should be stopped, and no mistakes there from the fielder. Abbas keeps it to 1. Yeah, I mean, but it's got to hurt Yusuf. Yeah. I mean, it's got to hurt. I mean, it's a straightforward catch, gets put down.
Oh, yeah. That's good slow ball, though. I like the way he came back from that 6. This is where you're almost there. You've done a pretty good job. 2 balls to go for Yusuf.
And this one is too spicy again for Fine Mughal. Gets through him, and there's going to be 4 runs. And this has been hit so well. It's such a good strike from Manhawa. But once again, Fine Mughal, he can't stop it.
It's the length. You see, it just yorks him, just blasts through him, really. And yeah, frustration for the bowler again. And it was drilled. It was drilled pretty much straight at the fielder, but he couldn't deal with it. Another boundary. And Austria, they are back on the pace now, 54 with the ball to go.
Yeah, 50 comes up in the over. And that's nicely dealt with. You just think that both of these batters now just got their eyes in the both in the 20s. The partnership keeps going. Very similar, though, you have to say, to what Darshit Patanka and Ryan Bastians did. They brought the 50 up, a 50 partnership with the 2 openers, and these 2 have done the same. But they need Malta, need to find a breakthrough here some way. Me, I'm giving the ball to Basil George.
Yeah, it was the key yesterday. Well, it's hard to believe, but tomorrow I'll be in Gibraltar, and I'm really excited about it. It's our first ever women's T10 cricket, the FanCode European Cricket International in Gibraltar. It's 6 nights, 14 matches, 4 nations. And so I'm sorry to leave you here because I'm always a bit sad when I leave Malta, but I'm also excited to make some more history and to have the first ever women's T10s. Join us tomorrow night.
Yeah, I will be. It's going to be... the times will vary there, is that right? Or are they fixed?
It's a bit the
some
same
early
as
ones?
yeah, some 5:30, more 5:30 starts local,
yeah.
Occasional 7:30 starts. But of course, sometimes we have 3 matches on a night. I think Wednesday and Friday we have 3 matches.
Okay.
And that was done so that we have time to have a finals night next Saturday night. So it'll be finals wall to wall next Saturday.
Next Saturday.
Finals day here in Malta and then finals night in the ECIW. Here's Rahman back for a second.
Once again, nicely bowled.
This has been such a weird innings. If you had the kind of plot the required rate against what they've had, they were 10 off 1, so 1 behind. They were 22 off 2, spot on. 33 off 3, spot on. 42 off 4, 2 behind. 55 off 5, spot on. So they've literally been spot on the run rate pretty much this whole way through. Something's got to give here, Rico.
Yeah, just get that feeling. And well, this is a Gundy ball, and look how quickly Manhawa gets into position. Well, good luck with that one. Mind the snakes, because they're big here in Malta. But have a look at this. He just, little step, helps it long. Watch this. This is such a good shot.
What a shot. And he makes that more than it is by stepping across. And he's hoping, oh, it might be a wide if it misses my pads here. If it is going to hit my pads, I'm backing myself to hit it with my bat.
Yeah.
Slightly risky, but once you're in as well, once you've faced a few deliveries, on an artificial surface, there's not normally too many surprises. You can trust the bounce. And Randhawa moves to 30. He's looking good again.
Yeah, showing the form he was in late last night. And I think he knew that one was coming. He knew it was coming. This is the thing. This is where a batter can get under your skin. He, first of all, knows that Rahman is pitching up going Yorker length delivery. So he plays a shot to the ball before this where he just steps across and clips it away. Then he knows, right, he's not going to bowl me the same again. He's waiting for the short one. Rahman, he pumps it in, and well, he gets pumped to the boundary.
I see Rahman getting back to basics and just hitting that block hole. He's getting a bit creative. The containment's probably even more important than the wicket at this stage. If you consider the strong batting order Austria have, I don't think you're going to bowl them out here. You just need to contain whoever you're dealing with.
Better, but going down the leg side, better delivery, and then, well, they take the leg. Oh no, they will get 2 here, and this time it's Iraj Khanna. I think that loses his footing, and he's doing the backing up. It goes over him. And they just let themselves down in the field, haven't they?
This is the thing. I mean, this isn't far away. Nilkesh didn't have a very good look. It probably is just missing. I'd like to at least see him consider that a bit longer. As it was, they end up getting 2. So I said something's got to give. At the moment, it's giving for Austria, who are now ahead of where they need to be. For the first time, we have a significant deviation from the required rate, as they get the 11 they need off this over in the first 3 balls. So this is all a bonus now. The run's going to try around the wicket.
Different angle. But the way he's been whipping the ball away from the leg side, this could work out nasty. Hits this pretty well. Wasim Abbas somehow stops it. I don't think he knows too much about it. I think he hits the inside of his leg.
I reckon that's a kneecapper, but Abbas, it's not going to win too many beauty pageants, this bit of fielding, but what he does do, yeah, it's the foot. Oh, that's so lucky. and what he does do, he gets his body down.
Gets the
it
body
just gives you
behind
more
it.
surface area, and so I suppose you make your own luck in that circumstance.
Well, it ends up being a full toss, but the batter not really able to put it away. It's going to be a single, end of the over. So it's 22 of the spell from Romani. He's going to be very frustrated, but it's going to be 70 on the board. So they're well ahead where they want to be here. Got plenty of batting to come. You've just got to think the difference so far in this, as the balls get changed again, the difference so far for me has been in the field. Austria, up until really that last over, they were dynamic in the field. They really were. The last over was those mistakes which cost, I think, maybe 18 runs. And remember that. 20 came off the last over. 18 off them were balls hit to the boundary and catches dropped and game for 6.
That was crazy.
But Malta hit at the Malta International Cricket Ground. It's their home ground. They're just making little errors, which really at this level they shouldn't do. Now this is interesting. They're going with Milton Diversity. I can see why he picked up 5 wickets yesterday, but I still think they missed the trick here. I think after that bowling, that over from Zishan Yusuf, you had to go for somebody like George. George was a wicket taker yesterday as well. Don't forget that. They're just not using him at the moment.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. I mean, maybe he's pulled up a bit sore or something like that. I would have thought this would be an ideal time to get him in. But if you're going to go with Milton, we're 6 overs in as well, so maybe you don't want to leave him too late. Maybe you've got Basil for 8 and 10 potentially. But, yeah, you can see that rate has come down a touch, just a touch. And to 10 and a quarter now for the last 4.
No run.
So Kai wanted a robot update, and I'm doing my best to find it for you. But the last update is shipped. We don't know where it is. We don't have like an updated time of arrival, estimated time of arrival.
They're on a dinghy rowing their own way here, long up in the air, and it just goes and goes. Adios, 6 runs, nice hit, clean, sweet, out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. Seis carreras.
Good shot, goes up with it. Not a lot of wind at all. I just knew if you got that up in the air, it was going to go all the way. That length, challenge length, they call it sometimes from spinners, saying, yeah, go try and drive me out of the ground. If you hit it in the middle, it'll be 6. If not, then I could probably get you out.
Firmly hit, doesn't quite carry to the fielder. Does well, stops it, gets the ball in quickly. Fine Mughal.
The robot update coming, and then before the end of this game, I've got another bit of hot gossip, ECN hot gossip.
Ooh.
In the rumour mill. Only rumours. I'm only dealing in rumours today, all right?
Well, it's another one, but this one should be taken, and it's not. Oh, no. It's another drop. What is going on? Well, he's signaling 6. And is he signaling 6, or is he saying sorry? Oh, Niraj Khanna normally got such safe hands. And Malta, let's have a look. Is it 6? I think it just go over, you know. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is 6. It will be 6 runs. Well, if you don't take your catches, you're not going to win matches.
If you're a fan of drop 6s, you'll enjoy match 4 when you watch the highlights.
And now he's trying to...
huge momentum swinger now, and now it's going to be another 4. So Malta talked about sustaining the intensity throughout a game. And it was a proper arm wrestle. Just imagine the World Arm Wrestling Championships. You're there and you're giving and you're taking, you're giving, you're taking. Right now,
you know what it is?
Been overpowered.
I'll tell you what it is. Not an arm wrestle. On National Tug of War Day, it's tug of war. That's what it was. It was a bit of a tug of war. And hello to, I know a lot of our American viewers will know what I'm talking about. It's big in America.
I love the tug of war.
Yeah.
It was an Olympic sport. Did you know that? When it first
tug
started?
Of war. And yeah, I do.
When it first started in
it's
1896.
Big. All right, he wants to get funky. This is out on it. Disappointed.
I've spent an over trying to log into this Chinese website and had 7 attempts. So, Kai, you're stressing me out here. All right, 7 overs down is 87 for no loss. This is what's coming up. I got some confirmed news, not rumours.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Big D in for Austria.
Oh, yeah.
Daniel Eckstein is in. And he's in at 5. And the news from the toss, Malta winning it. They're going to bat first, so similar to this morning. Just looking at that lineup.
looks fairly similar, doesn't it, for Malta? Don't see any changes there. But yeah, there's your big hot gossip.
Big news,
Big
the
D
big
in.
D. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
They need something big here. Malta 87, no wickets down, 24 runs in 18 balls, the rate required. But now it's time for a little bit of Basil George. In the air, and it just pumped away to the boundary, making it look easy here. Nice shot, a little bit too short, George. And maybe you're right, maybe he is just a little bit stiff after his bowling efforts and heroics yesterday. But this one, it's just been lofted over into the space. Very good shot. And this is the difference. Not trying to hit hard here. There's Kailash just finding the gaps. Moves himself into the 40s.
Yeah. Yeah. I knew something had to give, and it's Malta that have given it up here.
Up in the air, and now he'll go all the way. Bolle, bolle. Bravo, Basil George. 4 and 6. Well, Kailash, he's eyeing up a half century here. An international 50 as he just makes it look easy. And that one, you can see, it's not about how hard you try and hit it, it's how well you time it. Beautiful stroke.
Brilliant shot. And both these guys in the 40s now. Kailash showing some class there.
And now he goes straight down the ground, and this one will go all the way as well. Well batted. Shaba, Shaba, Sare Bolo, Shaba, Shaba, Kailash. He brings up his half century in style, moves on to 53 of 26 deliveries, and they're almost home as well. One big hit will more or less do it. And they're doing it in style. Look at that. Shots all around the ground.
Yeah.
Have a look at that in more detail
That's
later.
a good wagon wheel, actually, to
Isn't
look
it?
at. And now he wants more. I don't think he's going to get away with this, though. Kana catches him. So he gets to 50, wins the race to 50. The 100 partnership comes up as well, but Kailash goes. And yeah, well, I was just going to say the ball before. He is just staying really still.
Yeah.
He's uncomplicated. I think he can learn a lot from what worked and what didn't in that innings. As it is, he's taken them within reach of a 3-1 lead in this series. Bats really well, but he is dismissed. He's the first wicket. It's 103 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he had his luck along the way, but you got to make the most of your luck. He was put down by Roman on 13, and then he was put down on 22 by Fine Mughal, which was an even easier chance than the one Roman had. But he went, he stayed there, he stuck to his guns, he got better while he was out there, played some good shots, and finishes. Well, he gets out on 53, but well batted, and surely he's taken his team home 103 for 1, and a good opening partnership as well.
Hello to Louis Bruce, and happy finals night for you, Louis. Playing tonight, finals night in Gibraltar, and I'll be tuning in for that for sure.
Javid Zadran gets sent in.
Interesting that Shigwell doesn't come out at 3.
Good delivery from George, right up there in the block hole.
Yeah,
Get
the
the
wild
single.
thing. So, okay, I'm not going to try and log into that website. It's blocking it because it thinks it's malicious. So I'm just going to hold on.
So you can't give us any update.
Not today.
There's no update.
I'm giving up today. It's on the way. That's what they'll tell me when there's more to know. But I've got some hot gossip. I said I'd promise you some hot gossip, and I'll tell you now. This is unconfirmed. Well, this must. Did this hit the...
It must have catch something.
Did
Must
it
have
hit the
caught a bit of
pad?
the pad or
That's
something.
weird. It's thrown me. It's thrown my whole story.
No
I don't know if
complaints.
we've got to replay that.
Come and tell us your story.
All right, anyway, who cares? And having said that, we had a game lost from this position. Just ask Marsa.
That is true.
The other day. Yeah, somebody get me Azim Sati.
Yeah. Get a maiden in. Yeah, tell me.
48-hour ECN T10 marathon.
Yeah.
Pitched it to the powers that be in Zurich during the week. Maybe after a couple of glasses of wine.
Yeah.
They love it.
They love it.
They love it.
Yeah, but how many glasses of wine did they have at the same time?
No comment.
Okay, so it may not be
There
happening.
were even lawyers at the table. Ask, what can we get away with here? Can we make people sleep at the ground?
Okay, that's one dot for you.
There you go. All right. And you know where we might do it? Again, this is unconfirmed. This is just to get people excited a little bit in the chat.
Okay.
Right?
So you're just
Maybe
spreading rumours there.
New Year's, like straddling the new year. So like 30th of December, 31st of December. Maybe finishing on the 1st of January.
Okay.
48 hours straight, 24 matches.
You're talking gym, aren't you?
5 teams. We don't know.
Floodlights and daylights, yeah. It's another dot.
Yeah, the lights will be necessary because we're not on the North Pole.
Hey,
So,
get excited here as well.
What do
2
you
dots. 2 dots. We're in the 9th. Dot so far.
Well, to use one of Corey's expressions, and we haven't heard from Corey because he's been travelling, so I might say if they lose this, I'm done with commentary. Tries to say that quite a lot, doesn't he?
This one is not going to be a dot. It probably will go to the boundary, and it will. So that's going to be 4. And the umpire probably will signal it at some point.
Yeah, when he feels like it. Why rush? It's definitely 4.
Yeah, definitely 4. He doesn't want to signal.
Yeah, he probably. Maybe we blinked and we missed it.
Maybe.
So, what do you think about that?
I think. Look, we talked about it before. I think it's a great idea. One thing I will say, though, see this one. It's pretty high, and this will be the match. That'll be it. As Austria, they make it 3 on the spin, and they chase these down with ball to spare. Abbas, he did get a few dots in to start off with, but then, well, he's bowled a full toss. It gets put to the boundary. They'll get to the score they require, and they do it with 8 balls to go.
Yeah, interesting game. Really interesting game. Malta got to be disappointed when the temperature went up. They melted, didn't they? And they kind of made their own bed. They had to lie in it. It was a real tussle through the first half of the inning. They were spot on the rate. I mean, Austria, let's be honest, they got away with a few early on. There was that edge that could have gone anywhere. This one just gets over the fielder. But, I mean, what they did do, they preserved their wicket and they just kind of bided their time. They were never slow and they never really got behind the rate significantly. So, you know, when those opportunities did come, Austria were there, they were ready to cash in, and really it was the openers. This 100-plus partnership set it up.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing about it, I think you hit the nail on the head there. All the way through, they stayed with the rate. They never got to a point where they had to throw their bat at everything. But in the field, I mean, we saw that clanger there from Devassia. This is a chance that Rahman puts out. I really feel for Zishan Yusuf because he quite easily could have had a couple of wickets. He doesn't pick up anything. There was that catch drop, and well, if you thought that one was easy, well, that one wasn't so easy. As for Shusha, the Shusha got shushed. But this one was a sitter, and you've got to take these.
Yeah, and I know you got the sun to deal with, but maybe. Well, wait till you see Big D's sunglasses. I mean, they could cover pretty much half of Malta. He would have been fine in that position. Yeah, but Yusuf, you know, bowled well without luck. This one got through the fielder for 4. And, yeah, just around now, things started to go wrong, didn't they, for Malta. And, you know, even then they had an opportunity to take a catch on the boundary, ended up going for 6. And it might be this one here. Devassia got the false shot. Well, that wasn't that one. That was the one that goes miles over his head. But pretty much straight after that, there was another opportunity which was missed. And it cost them 6. And, well, from there, I think there really was no way back for Malta.
Yeah, there wasn't. That one goes over. I mean, Niraj Khanna did take the catch when he got the second opportunity. But, yeah, it wasn't good. They let themselves down in the field. I think Malta, they'll be disappointed. They got the runs on the board that they wanted. They would have been boosted when they got that 20 of the last over to finish on 110. But they just let themselves down a little bit in the field. There was some really good hitting there towards the end. I think Kailash, he brought up his half century. And then he just wanted to stand and deliver. And here's the catch. And that was the first wicket. But by then, of course, it was all done and dusted. And Wasim Abbas, though he did get a few dot balls in the start of the 9th over. Then there was 2 boundaries to finish it off. The up and over uppercut to start off with. Then that one drilled through the covers. Austria win another. So 3 on the spin for them, which really does mean there's going to be a lot of pressure going into the next match for Malta. They've got to try and find a win from somewhere as we have a look at the scorecard. So as I said, doing it with 8 balls to go. Arman Ranhawa, he just continues in the good form he was in yesterday. After 73 of 36 yesterday, player of the match performance then, he goes out there and puts 45 on the board, but not out. Backlash showed his class, 53 he scored of 27. And look at the bowling figures there. They tried many things, but it never really happened. Personally, I think they left the likes of maybe George and Devassia a little bit too late. I think the first 6 overs was a little bit too predictable. They needed to make that change a little bit earlier. Austria, though, well, they showed that they needed a good night's sleep after their mammoth journey to get here. Maybe they were a little bit tired yesterday, but they still Though they lost the first, they came back and got 2 wins at the end of the day. And they're starting today fresh, and they're starting today on fire. They get the first victory here, but there's 3 more matches to come. Malta have to try and get to winning ways in the next one. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo. When we come back, you see there, the clock is ticking. And we'll be back in just over 20 minutes time for Malta versus Austria, match number 5. Volvemos en 20 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. A lot of international cricket action today as we head into Game 5 of this Malta-Austria ECI. Now, these teams will play now, then they'll have a little break. We'll catch up on an ECS game in the middle of the day, but they will be back for matches 6 and 7 later on before finals night in Gibraltar. So let's get ready for the coin toss. I see Varun Prasad, he's over there ready for the coin toss, but he won't be part of the 11 because of that injury. Rasmus Shigwell's there for Austria. Stefan Gooch is there too. Let's see who wins the coin toss in match 5.
Austria's called. Head. Heads is called. Austria's called. Head. Heads is called. It's tails.
Thank you. We're gonna bat first.
Okay. Good luck, guys. Cheers, mate.
So it is Malta. They've been a bit luckier with the tosser today. They've won the toss. Once again, they're going to bat. And so, yeah, a chance for them to try and settle on their order. We saw the tank opening up. Basil George kind of looks a little bit off with the bat, or more than a little bit off, really. Just cannot get a score. Where do they bat him? I think Bastians has been a revelation in this series for Malta. And look, I think it's always going to be tough to deal with the Austrian bowling, and it's probably going to get better for bowling because the ball will be less slippery, I think, in this game. Austria, though, we know that their batting's been a bit hit and miss, to say the least, and they'll hope to chase this down. Well, the series precariously placed at the moment as we get ready for the start of Game 5. Rico Full will take you to the first ball. The news from the toss in match 5. Malta, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo giving us the insights to this next match. Well, it's going to be an important one, isn't it, for Malta, because the way things are going now, they know that if they want to win this international series against Austria, they've got to win all the matches from here on in. They lose one more here, they know that they can't make any difference at all. There is a change. Danny Reckenstein comes in. He's the player manager, and he's one to watch out for. And that means that the likes of Zishan Arif will be rested for this one, but no change. You can see there on the Malta side. They're going to be a little bit flat. They've had about 15 minutes or so to try and really boost them again. With the bat, they were okay. So I don't think they're really going to make any changes there. Dashit Patanka will be opening up with Ryan Bastians. These two did really well. They put a good 50-run partnership together. But they've got to believe here. And you heard there from Vinny, the likes of Basil George really has to come good. And maybe someone like Afi Khan. Obviously a few fitness worries about him. There we go then. Let's bring it on. International cricket. And Keep Iqbal will start things off. He didn't feel right about that one. And nice to see Gopal Chakravarti and Suleiman Saeed, the Italian stallion, is out there. Suleiman is at square. Gopal is the umpire at the bowler's end, and Rang Chayawardana is the third umpire for this one. Bat versus ball. Let's begin. Match 5, international style. And a good start. They did this in the first match this morning. Did Iqbal. Started well, and then, well, once again, he ended up going for a few. Just ended up a little bit too short. Was a bit unlucky as well. Found the edge once or twice. Nice to see a lot of people getting involved with the chat as well this morning of international cricket. Liam Day and John A. Gray all involved in the chat. Luke Belgian was in there as well, and Lee Tuck as well. Hopefully we'll see Lee sometime this week as well. Iqbal once again just not feeling comfortable as he comes in. And of course, a very warm welcome to wherever you're watching from around the world. You are all part of our European cricket family. Shukriya for watching. And big shout out to everybody watching my FanCode as well. Iqbal, good delivery, finds the edge, and this is going to go for 4 runs. And very much the same sort of pattern as we saw before. And well, there's the big man, Daniel Eckenstein as well. Player manager. He's in the action straight away. He's going to go in the bushes to try and find that one. The big D, as we call him. And still a bit wet. That's what Umar Tariq just touching the ground there, saying, yeah, still a bit wet. Yeah, but I mean, it's drying pretty quickly. Iqbal. This time, wicket to wicket, attacks the stumps. Patanka just blocks it out. Austria will be very happy with their performance. in the last match. I think it was very precise, very precision, a professional performance. They're taking him on, and oh well, his two men came for the same ball. And a smile on the face of Asif Zazai. He thinks he's going to get there, but the wild thing, well, he is wild, isn't he? Gets in the way. Javid Zadran throws himself at it. No damage done as the field now changes to Ryan Bastien, who has been in good form. He's hit the 30s on 3 occasions in the 4 matches already, so going well for his side. This is out towards mid-wicket, but of course the thing is now that Austria, they've had a good look, as have Malta. They've had a good look at each other now, so they'll know about Bastien's where he's strong. They'll know the likes of Fine Mughal as well. It's all about doing the homework as well on the players, the strengths, the weaknesses, how we get him out before. Let's see which team is able to execute it better. Well, good delivery. No run, and good over, a much better over from Iqbal. He's been under attack from the batters, but finishes that one well. It'll be 6 without loss. And once again, look, the bat versus ball. It's got to think about Malta, hasn't it? Got to think about Malta. It's always giving Malta the edge, 103 to 101. Well, Malta will like that, but can they put it into practice as well? Again, expecting it to be a close call. I will say this. I think Malta, they know it themselves. They let themselves down in the field. There's no doubt about it. I think if they were sharper in the field and if they took the opportunities that came their way, and they did get the opportunities, it would have been a much closer match. I'm not saying they would have gone on to win it, because Austria have got, of course, other good batters to come. But it would have been close. Big moment, big man, simple, D. That's all you need to see. That's all he's got on the back of his shirt. It is the big D. Daniel Ecclestone. This guy moves the ball big. Starts with a short one. We'll take the single. Yeah, seen him bowl, and he can really get that ball to swing about. And he is a big unit, and he's given himself the opportunity in this one. Yuvi in the chat. Yuvraj, lovely to see you there, buddy. And very good morning to you. And, let us know what you've been up to. I haven't seen it lately. Been a busy man. And Graham Doolan also saying a very good morning to everyone. The big D now to Tanka. Oh, look at the movement on that. And this one gets past the fielder. It'll be 4 runs. He'll be disappointed. The big D. Well, he's doing the big teapot sign at the moment. He's not happy this goes through. Feeling the cautious to get the achhi dive the Mari, but ball nahi for hoy. Yeah, he's going to be disappointed as that one goes through. I think that's Itibasha Didar. That's the diving. Well, Big D's got a smile on his face. That's good. He's the manager. He's got to lead by example. Team spirit, motivation, all of that. Rinchi saying good morning as well. Up, over, uppercut, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nicely done. And, well, there's Varun. A lot of people have been asking about Varun. And he has got an injury. And he was talking to us a bit earlier, and he was telling us the injuries to the, funny enough, the left hand that does the fielding there, but to the thumb part. And he's just saying that it's certainly messing with his batting. He's not able to play a number of shots and move it in a number of ways, so doesn't want to make it any worse. Up in the air, opportunity, but just can't get hold of it. And there's the captain, Razmal Chigwal. Just hung up there, didn't it? This is the thing, I guess he gets it to come back so much. You think you're playing at a wider ball, but by the time it comes back to you, you're sort of getting it at the top part of the bat. So a slight change in the field. Chigwal has been moved back to the boundary now. So nobody on the leg side. And with take that back, it is of course a left-hander, so there's 2 on the leg side. Apologies. Of course, he'll be moving it away to the left-hander. So, yeah, just forget what I said there. To the field now, to the left-hander, to Bastians. Got the mid-wicket back and long on. And very tight on the off. So this is all about what I'm talking about doing the homework. And a good point being made there by Paul from Zagreb, saying probably not so bad in cricket. You got two teams almost wearing identical kits. Well, they're like the red. Big swing and a miss. Good finish from the Big D. Go for 10. But much tidier in the start with the bowling, Austria this time round. And Daniel Eckenstein showing just what he can do when he's got the ball in the hand moving around. They're probably not going to go, doesn't look like they're going to go with Iqbal straight away here. So changing it up slightly. Now remember, this is the thing here now with the lead that Austria have. They are the team that can be a little bit experimental. 3-1 now. Remember, just this one and two more to play. There'll be a bit of a break between in the international series after this match. But we will go to a European cricket series. More on that in a moment. We've got a match coming up for you. It will be match number 82. And that'll be Gozo taking on Marsa. So that'll be interesting, as this one is aerial. It will plug, I think. Yeah, there's the plug. And lands nicely into the hands of the captain. Shigwell does the fielding again. So just a couple. So yeah, going back to that, so Austria, they know, win one more, they've won this series. Of course, they will try to, I'm not saying that that's all they're thinking, but they can be a bit more experimental. And maybe that's why the Big D is playing this one. So they've got, if you like, room to maneuver, whereas Malta, they gotta win every single one, and that's gonna be difficult for them. And they do actually go with Iqbal again in the end. And it was a slight conversation between captain Iqbal and Didar. Looked like Didar was going to get the ball, but Akib will finish off. And I think that's probably the right move, because he bowled such a good first over, got his line right. I think he's probably thinking, hey, Skip, I'd rather just finish it off here. I'm bowling pretty well. I'm coming in well. Nice and tidy. Hello to Liam Day. Hello, Liam. Hope you are well. Loving this. The chat is rocking today. It is Sunday. And a short delivery, liking that. A little bit of variations from Akib Iqbal. Sometimes he can be a little bit predictable. And maybe he's had a look at himself, and maybe he's had something like Daniel, and I can start to have a chat with him and say, hey, look, you know, vary it around a bit. Get the short one in now and again. You know you're going to get reward for it on this surface. He certainly has the pace, the slower ball as well. Not just adjust the pace, but the line too. And he wants to make a slight change here now. He wants to send, looks like he's sending the man that was on the 45 right on the edge of the ring. Interesting field. More on that in a second. To the tank. Akib then just loses his run, not for the first time. On the offside, you've almost got like a triangle of fielders. You've got a backward point that's on the boundary there, and then just have a look at that, how they're keeping it nice and tight in that cordon between cover and extra cover. And that's why, because he's saying this is the line of bowling. Here comes the throw. Well, direct hit, and Bastians, he's not the quickest, may have been in trouble there. Really good work, and you can see that they're really putting the pressure on the field. I was saying that it's all about doing your homework. It's all about doing, right, looking at the players, where they've been struggling, where are we going to bowl to them. Well, he does just get there. And now, of course, to the left-hander, you'll see that mid-wicket goes back, long on back. They're keeping square leg in the circle so far. Oh, goes full and knocks them over. He's all over the place here. And that's what you're talking about. Do your homework. Look at the players. And he knew full straight. Don't give him anything to work on. And this is a good delivery. Just that little step away. That's what does him there. And he knocks them over on the money. Dande chucked it there. And they go. They're knocked over. What I want to see, have a look at this again, and what you will see, Ryan Bastians, he tries to give himself a little bit of swing time. He tries to make space. He takes a little shuffle. What's the shuffle here? Yeah, and that's what does him. He takes himself away from the ball, leaves the gap, and Aqib Iqbal, well, his radar is switched on, right on the money, knocks him over. A fine time to welcome back into the commentary box the man who's looking very dashing today, feeling a bit blue because he's going to be leaving Malta later.
That's true.
Mr. Maximo.
Nice to be back. Sun's out. And beautiful day to watch some cricket. Sunday here in Malta. Sunday in most places, I suppose. But yeah, how about that? Slight change of pace from Iqbal, who is a really good cricketer. Had a breakout season last year for Austria. He established himself in the top 6 as well, as far as their batting goes. But you can see he's such a good fielder. That catch last night, I think, was a HCL Software Player of the Day.
Yeah.
Dancing catch on the boundary, but he's been brilliant here. Now he bowls to McGall and almost gets 2 in 2. End of the power play, 19 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled. And I've just been saying to the viewers, Vinny, that it's not about just going out there performing. It's all the work that you have to do behind the scenes. And Austria, just looking at this, looks like they've been doing that. They've been having a look at every single player, identifying weaknesses and looking to execute it. And to find McGall, I think what you'll find is that everything will be outside that off stump.
Yeah, and you can look at the video 2 ways. It is a positive in that you can work on your own game. You can look at some deficiencies of your own when you see yourself televised. But also, don't forget your opponents can see that as well. So, you know, the smart coaches and smart players, they do their homework. They work out who they're coming up against. A lot of these guys play a lot of cricket on the network now. Here is the man with the big D on his back. And Eckstein, who's going to bowl over number 4. I did ask him a question directly. I said, is it Eckstein or Eckstein? Because I find myself torn both ways. And the reason is, in German, it's Eckstein. You say it that way. But in English, we normally say it as Eckstein. Yeah. So, can't really get it wrong. So someone will say it one way. Can't say my German is very good. Up and away and over the infield. It's probably run away for 4. It does. Oh, that's booted into his own net from Kailash. But, yeah, Big D a bit unlucky there. That one just looped over the infield and ran away to the boundary.
Yeah, nice. All right, look, UV some splashing out. Thank you very much to you, half. He wants some brewer. Okay, UV, thank you for your donation.
Well, it was actually Fanya McGall who's gone to the crease now. He did some shin fielding yesterday. I think Kailash accidentally does some shin fielding when that bounced off the rope. Yeah, big thanks, UV. Nice to see you in the chat once again. Here's Big D. He is going to get a wicket, little edge, and it's going to be 4 and out the tank. Every time he thinks he's coming good, he finds a way to get out, and this time he makes 20 but no more. And so Malta just can't get anyone going on with it at the moment. It's the second wicket to fall, 23 for 2. The Big D strikes.
Yeah, look, this is good bowling because you know he's swinging it into your big, right? So now you're playing for the ball coming into yourself. So I think the tank here is thinking, yeah, this is coming into me. I'm going to smash this away. It'll find the middle of my bat. But no, he gets this to go the other way. Really clever bowling. Gets the sneak. Chima takes the catch. The tank has been disarmed. The tank goes back for 20 of 13. And, well, Nimraj Khan coming out there now. Look, you can always stay in touch with us. Number of ways to do it.
There are, and of course, if you go to European Cricket on social media, you'll see all the stuff that's coming up. EuropeanCricket.com, our website, of course. We love the messages we get as well. We're super busy, of course, so we don't get to get back to you as quick as we probably like. But I've got my thing. I've been doing 3 a day. I try and get back to 3 people a day.
Yeah.
So your day's coming. Thanks for sending me the messages, and this is my way, and our way of saying thank you for reaching out. And we hope you're enjoying European Cricket. It's Kana who almost nicks off. Tida back in the side. I think he's managed this just. You can see running isn't really a problem on this surface, but stopping is.
Yeah.
And you can see that he's trying to work out how am I going to pull up before the boundary, but in the end he does just pull it back and it'll be 2 runs.
Yeah, he's thinking how to do it. Hand, foot. In the end he says, I think the foot is the best effort. A lot of people talking about the cricket in Gibraltar. I've had a few questions. Who are my best players to watch? Well, I think with the batting front, I think you've got to say that Ian has been on top form. the captain of rugby. Been incredible batting from him. In Latin, of course. And he must be, I haven't looked at his stats at the moment. I reckon he's got to be 900.
1,000.
Is he hit 1,000?
Yeah, I think he hit the 1,000 last night.
I mean, that is something, that is just amazing. So he's great. And with the ball, I think Gideon Crichton has been really good as well. You mentioned Simpson. Simpson is
Simpson's one of my favourites.
Simpson is, when Simpson's a bit, you got a couple of bowlers there. Simpson is one of them. I think also
Richie Cunningham.
Nikhil Advani, Richie Cunningham. He's been just, what about
shot.
this? What a shot. This is just pure class. A bit of magic in the middle there. Well, this is fine, Mughal. And what a way to get off the mark.
Wow.
This is played for. This is look at that.
It's an invisible shot.
Oh.
He doesn't actually play the shot. He lets the ball hit the bat, and it is a proper touch shot.
You beauty.
I don't think we've ever seen a shot quite like that. Maybe get that one more time. As Mughal, he just allows the ball to hit the bat. It's just like it's like a block. He uses his bat.
He's a smooth operator. What a shot. I've never seen this quite. I mean, I've seen some late cuts, but that was just pure genius. Loving it. You see, you don't have to try and hit the leather off the ball. Sometimes you just got to be delicate and caress it to the boundary. Beautiful shot. Yes, Ian Latin. Also, Kendall Nestor has been good as well. You can't take that away from him. But I'm going to go with Latin. The reason for it is I think he's been pretty good with the ball as well. And I think if you're scoring 1,000 runs, that takes them to it.
But the big news last night, I'm sure you caught a bit of it. I caught a fair bit of it as well. He traded them all in for a spot in the final. And the Pirates, they basically knocked Rugby CC out of the running last night. They got the win the first game. So, yeah, I mean, for all of that individual glory that Latin gets in the tournament, they'll have to play for third and fourth with the Sloggers tonight. More in a second about that. Javid comes on and, well, he picks that up. He's definitely throwing it. This is the guy I call the Wild Thing, and I love the way he plays his cricket. He's full of energy. I liked him ever since I saw him. The first time I saw him live was he was playing for Cricketers CC in Austria, and he was wild. Now, I still call him the Wild Thing because of his approach, but these balls were going everywhere. Like, you needed a pitch to be about 3 times as wide. There were beamers. There was everything. It was scary. As this is in the air and knocked away for 1. Yeah, so I really like that his natural raw talent has kind of been harnessed now. Yeah. And I just think he really loves this format of the game, and I love watching him.
I think you're right. You know, we've seen so many good players on the European Cricket Network that have come through as the Wild Thing comes in again here.
Oh, well, lucky you hit that, but it's going to go well. It's going to be 4. I don't know how much Kana knew about it. I think he could probably smell the ball because it was getting pretty close to his face, but well done to him because he keeps his eye on it, doesn't panic, and it's the old no-look hook shot, 400.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a no-look hook, goes to the boundary. But yeah, I'm going to follow up that. We've seen a lot of good players and raw players, and Zidran is one of those. But I'm liking the way that they've been nurtured by their own coaches in their own countries, and then it turned them into these classy players that are now really performing on the big stage.
This down the ground, just a single for Kana.
Yeah, well fielded. Yeah, Kana, he was in a bit of a hurry last time round. This time I think he just needs to slow down, pace himself. It's good to see that Fine Mughal for me. He's coming in at number 3. That's the right move. So you've got 2 good batters here that can get a good partnership going.
Whips this away for 1. Yeah, it's all about partnerships. Mentioned earlier, I mean, Malta have struggled to sustain competitiveness over a whole game.
Yeah.
And they maybe got, I won't say lucky, but they had the better of the first game, and Austria is still adjusting at that stage. They weren't really settled. I think you'd say that. Also, it's a good toss to win and bat, I think. As we get ready for the last ball from Zadran here in the 5th. Might be bowled again. I don't know if this gets inside the line for me. Wouldn't mind seeing it again. Let's see. Yeah, it's wide. It's gone straight over the line. So, I mean, that'll annoy you if you're Malta. They don't get that call. It's the end of 5. The score is 38 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. Welcome to international cricket action on a Sunday.
Yep.
And a lot of changes this year in ECI. A lot of improvements, of course. We've got the night series running concurrently. We've got international cricket spaced throughout the season. We've got women's cricket coming tomorrow night. We've got the ECL bigger and better than ever. Bigger and better ECC. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
What a month. February has just been super
Yeah.
everything. We've had this happening, the night series, now international cricket as well as ECS cricket here. And now Gibraltar, well, you'll be in Gibraltar. That's quite amazing. You're here today, Gibraltar tomorrow for the women's T10 international. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be great. I cannot wait. And more cricket, better quality cricket as well. You know, more things for the top players to aspire to, you know, trying to improve their professionalism. Yeah. Even something like this for Austria to come and have a tour where they're travelling together and, you know, being put under the conditions that the high-level cricketers get put in.
Yeah, and well bowled, well dug out. Good cricket. I'm liking it. This is what it's about. Battle between the bat versus ball. That's what we say. And that was really, really well played. Good delivery, well dug out. But not just well dug out, but look at the batters. They're saying, yeah, we're still going to get runs on the ball. I was going to add, we're also getting new things like robots, but I thought better not mention that because
mention the robots.
That's a bit of a sore subject at the moment. We do believe they're on the way. Did our slower delivery, well bowled. Once again, well played. Hustle. That's what you got to do. Hustle.
I thought that land gone past 1,000 for the year, but I think it might be his 1,000 all-time runs that he went past. So it looks like he's around 888. And thanks for bringing that up. And I just looked that up myself. And that's what you can do if you want to go to our website, europeancricket.com. So yeah, good morning to everyone. And Johnny G is now back to being John Gray to remove the confusion. Anyway, this is going to be one bounce. He thinks of coming forward and turn this into a catch, but he didn't want to concede the boundary. Probably a good decision, I think, in the end. Dita back in the lineup as well. He's a handy bowler to be able to come into the lineup.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. What is it this time of day here at this Malta International Cricket Ground? You always smell sausage sarnies. Why? I reckon it's that time. Are they making sausage sarnies? There must be 10:30. I can smell sausages. Sausage and bacon is on the grill.
We mentioned that's what we hope they are, because we've been wrong before. In Italy last year.
Don't go there
again. Not going to go in there yet at the moment. Look, Dita's really handy bowler in the middle because this is just when the batters are starting to really try and accelerate, and he's just so good at throwing in that Yorker. You see, he just keeps producing it here. He's an exciting player. I was playing for Donnerstadt in the Austrian competition. They won the ECS last year. Let's see if he can finish this over. Only 5 off it so far. He just misses his spot. I think this flicks the pad. Don't think that's out, but it is a very good over. Only 5 from the 6th. The score 43 for 2 after 6 overs.
Yeah, just on a go slow. You can see trying to get the acceleration going. You can see they're being slightly cautious, but at the same time, they know that overs like that is going to hurt you. I mean, we saw a good one from Joey Zadran before, only 8 of that, only 5 of this one, so they need to get going here now. 2 batters that can do it. Remember, there's other batting still to come. Basil George, I know he hasn't clicked, but there's no point leaving him out. I mean, the thing with Basil George is I can understand them thinking, look, he's not working, keep him lower down. But I think I would do the opposite. I know what he's capable of. We know what he's capable of. I would just be saying, look, send him out there because he's going to come good.
Yeah, here's Zadran then. He gets the batter to chop on, and you can see that McGall, he likes to go leg side. He tries to drag this, but gets it all wrong. So the wild thing breaks through with a bit of assistance from the inside edge of Fanyan McGall, who goes for 9. It's 43 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is just all about the last 2 overs. Not enough runs coming off it. Only the 13. They need to get a move on. And a big swing, gets the inside edge, knocks his own stumps over. Afi Khan comes out there. He looks like a man on a mission. Well, he's a man that's falling apart as well. He had, when I was talking to him earlier, when I went in the camp in between these matches, he had everything wrapped up. He's got his knee wrapped up. He's been rubbing this and spraying that on him. And I think he could be sponsored by somebody like Ibuprofen or somebody at the moment, because that's what's keeping him going. But he's out there. He comes out there before Basil George. So once again, I don't know about that. I just think you gotta use him. If he's there, you gotta use him. Afi, what can he do?
You need to win 3 matches, so you need to have your match winners in match-winning positions.
Yeah.
I think, and just hope for the best. And Afi, what can he do? Not too much just yet. Good start from Zadran.
Yeah, Zadran, good delivery to the new batter. He's right up there in the block hole. And you just get the feeling that after a good night rest, Austria, they've come out the brighter, they've come out the fitter, they look more hungry. Good choice there by the to say, I'll just let this go by. We saw Fine Mughal do the opposite yesterday. And he tried to stop it with his foot, and he did, but he was in the walls with it. Zadran just takes his foot away from it. And he knocks him over. Chakne Bhatte style. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fly ball as the stumps get shattered. And he goes for the biggie. It goes Niraj Khanna. And just not playing his own game, really. This is not his game. It's a horrible looking shot. Shot Maria Ganda. Bapas Agya Banda.
Doesn't get kind of in line to the ball, does he, Khanna? You see little step away. And so, yeah, Khanna, his feet just not covering the line, makes the stumps exposed. And Zadran, he's hit the stumps a lot in this series, hasn't he, already? Yeah. And you can see why he's such a dangerous player. Also, we'll see him for Vienna Cricket Club at the ECL in just a few weeks.
Yeah, looking forward to that as well. Looking forward to being there once more. So Zadran doing the damage here. It's a simple game, really, sometimes for a bowler. Get it up there, full, straight, on the money. Especially when you've got a team that are trying to accelerate. They're going to go after you. Captain comes out now. So Geruki, what can he do? And, well, he gets lucky. He's going to get a lucky fall here. Zadran is disappointed. Of course he is. He's got his hands on his head because he thought he's going to have another here. And how this doesn't go into the stump, we shall never know. But it'll be 4 runs. And, the captain of Malta, Heinrich Geruki, will say, look in the book, it's 4. Came off the middle. It was a lovely shot. That's what he's telling you. Well bowled, well bowled, well bowled. So a ball to go in his spell. 2 for 13. He wants another. Geruki gets lucky with the first. So here we go. Goes wider, goes shorter. This is a good hit. And here we go all the way. Balle, balle, yubi, brrrr. Big hit.
Yeah, they need something from somewhere. And, yeah, the captain delivers. Yeah, he's not phased. Again, he's not backing away at all. He just throws his hands through the balls. And he gets it away for the boundary they need. 54 for 4 after 7. Coming up tonight. We were just talking about Gibraltar, weren't we? Rugby CC couldn't make the final. They couldn't get it done last night. It means the Pirates are in the final. Entertainers versus Pirates in match 62, the final. But before that, it'll be the 3rd place playoff between Rugby CC and Sloggers. Joe Wigasani standing by at the Rock. 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 5:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. And Louis Bruce just throwing a little bit of shade in the chat. I like this from Louis, who's a very, very good young player for Gibraltar, done some good things for the national team. Just saying, yeah, blah, 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 but they're not in the final, are they? Good luck tonight, Louis. Anyway, they need some big hits, and that's where Afi Khan comes in. He sends that one into the archery range. Maximo! Malta fighting back, and time running out this innings to get a score on the board.
Yeah, this is a good shot. Afi, look, he does what he does best. He always stands way down outside leg stick, then he gets that little shuffle across, gets himself in a good position, and then whacks this away down the leg side. Big hit. So Tariq, who was bowling so well, goes for a 6 of his first delivery.
Well, trouble. He might get away with it. He does, and that will just spin away to the boundaries. So, yeah, Malta need to make hay pretty quickly. And the first one, I think we can give the batter the credit. This time the bowler a bit unlucky. I suppose he doesn't quite get that block hole length. And Afi grabs the boundary.
Yeah, he's going to be swinging from the hips, Afi, before even he dislocates that, because he's falling apart quickly, but he's still standing. Umar Tariq took 4 for 17 in match 2. Then he took a 2 for in match 3, took 3 earlier today. So he is dangerous, but at the moment, Afi is liking him. This one will, oh no, well, this is an absolute clanger from the fielder. What an error this is. Oh no, please don't show it again. I think I made a boo-boo.
Not what you want. This is a square up for Milton earlier in the day.
Oh.
He missed one. Was it this easy? I mean, that time, at least the technique was good there. But I don't know how that happens.
Baza will be saying, where's the long barrier? Yeah, no long barrier there.
Yeah, caught a couple of breaks here. Now he's knocked over. And so Afi runs out of lives. I suppose that's a good trade-off to get an unearned 4 or 2, but then to get knocked over.
The fielder will say, that's all mine, baby. I got the 4 so you could stay on strike because I knew you were going to do it with this slow in-swinging Yorker.
Yeah, well, next level thinking if it was. And he just gets done by the change of pace. And Affy looks down. But that all comes down to playing cross line. And you see, then he plays the right shot. So that's one thing to be attacking and go for power, but also you've got to hit the ball. And I think any change of pace, if you're playing across the line, it's a high risk, isn't it? So 68 for 5, but Affy does contribute a little bit of a something here in match 5.
Yeah, but look, boom, boom, George. We're going to see boom, boom. I'm confident George is not going to let us down in this one. He hasn't really clicked in the 4 times that we've seen him so far. Is it going to be lucky number 5 times for Basil George? Hasn't really got going. We know what he can do. I want to see him go out there and play his normal game.
Let's see what he can do. I want to say hello to Charlie Hunt, who's in the chat. Hello, Charlie, and happy Sunday to you. Yes, Big D is out there for Austria. And he's gone. Very first ball, and it really is an awful-looking shot from Basil George. And, well, the boom coming as the ball is chopped onto the stumps. Can you believe it? He starts another day with a golden duck, and Basil goes now 68 for 6. And he is in the Hall of Mirrors as he walks off the Master International Cricket Ground.
Gives the little kick in the George style, but, well, he onto the start. He can't believe it. You got to feel for him. You got to feel for him. The most dangerous batter in Malta, and it's just not happening for him. And with Tariq, it's happening for him. He's been sensational. He didn't start well with the over, did he? But now he's on a hat-trick. Well, George, well, he just, I don't know. Well, what can you say? You can say this. Can't believe it. So, hat-trick time. Umar Tariq. A couple of boundaries to start off with. I told you he's been good. In he comes. He'll be on the money. And he's in the air. Chance. Hat-trick chance. Iqbal takes it. We have an international hat-trick. The first hat-trick on the ECN 23 season comes international style. Aqib Iqbal takes a catch. Take a bow. Umar Tariq. That man has got a hat-trick, an international hat-trick.
Yeah, and he deserves it as well. You know, he's bowled really well. He's played some really good cricket. And you look, he's so shy as well. He's a little bit humble about it. But yeah, tries to take on the fielder, and Aqib wasn't going to miss out. So finally, the hat-trick drought is broken. And Malta are falling apart before your very eyes here as Tariq goes bang, bang, bang. 3 wickets in a row, 68 for 7 after 8.
Absolutely wonderful. What a moment this is. The European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true. Take a bow, Usman Tariq. He has been good. I was just talking earlier about the wickets he's been taking. He's taken 3, he's taken 4, he's taken another 3 here today. But this 3 is 3 on the spin. We have a hat-trick, an international hat-trick. Umar Tariq, well bowled. Sensational stuff. And that was also the end of the over. Malta falling apart, 68 for 7.
Oh, dear me. It's a rough one for Garricky to hold up now. He's actually on 6 and 4 off his 2 balls. Can he bring some respectability to this score? 9th overtime. Dida starts with a filthy full toss.
Yeah, how high was this? We'll have a look at this for sure. There's the throw. Well, they're taking him on. Very good running. And they're going to keep running here, maybe.
They'll get 2 in the end.
Well, let's see the ball. I mean, let's have a look how high this is. And okay.
Probably tiny bit below, but only a tiny bit.
Not a lot in.
Testing the umpire's patience, I think.
Well, Abbas has joined the captain out there, Garricky.
Well bowled by Dida. He's been so good at hitting that block hole in this innings, hasn't he?
Yeah, he gets it there, gets it on the money. And a lot of people liking a hat-trick and giving their congratulations. And yeah, I mean, he well deserved. Here comes Dida once more. Gets played out. You know, the interesting thing about this is, I mean, that it's most of those wickets. I mean, we saw the caught behind when the Big D got the tank out. Then it's bowled, 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 and then, of course, that cat. So it just goes to show that what the Austrian bowlers have been doing is getting the ball right up there. And the Maltese batters, unfortunately, will be just getting themselves out. Dida once more. Goes full again. This one, I think this one probably looked higher than the one before. I know he does get the ball to dip in, but surely this one, they'll call this. I don't think you can be bowling this. That's too many.
To me, this is higher. I think this is going to be called. We'll get a good look at it here as Garricky faces up. I think this is it hitting him in the belt or higher? What do you think at home?
It looked high.
And for me, yeah. Oh.
It looked high. I know it's coming down, but I just don't think, I mean, you shouldn't be bowling those. That's his second one. Yeah, it has been called. Yeah, I'm liking that. Liking the work there between the on-field umpires and Aranga Jawardana. So free hit, the license to go the full Monty. And
another one. This time he charges.
But this one is no pace on it. This one you'll see is fine. This one, this one is about misses the stumps halfway down.
Still over pitched though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd be curious where it went past him, even though that's not that relevant. But I'm just curious. Yeah, it goes past him waist height, but it was dropping that time by the time it reaches the crease. Up in the air. And just a single. So, yeah, wickets matter, don't they? I mean, we talk a lot about, wickets don't matter a lot because all these guys can bat. But definitely, it's to your advantage as a fielding team to keep turning over the batters, get new guys out there that aren't really settled.
Didar, going to finish the over here well. It's gone for 12 off it. Had a few issues getting the ball to pitch. And well, how about this? This is brilliant. Well, the stop was brilliant, but he's not playing temping bowling for me. Well, this would have been an incredible run out. He gets a stop. Well, I know we don't like to see foot fielding, but look, this is a proper trap. You know when they say trap it? He gets a trap in, but he's really slow reacting. And then look, the roll, and he misses the stumps. Well, he would have been out. He would have been long out, and that would have been one of the most exceptional and craziest run-outs you would ever have seen by a bowler. But he misses the target there, Didar. Well, it could have been an amazing highlight, but it wasn't to be. Okay, so it's 76 for 7 Austria. Well, they're going to wrap this up, aren't they? They're going to be victorious. But now it's a question of how Malta can fight back. They're going to have a little bit of a break and more about what's coming up later. And I think you may have to, and Vinny will tell us, may have to just change streams as well.
No, you won't even need to today.
Won't you have to today?
It. You can just stay.
I love it.
Stay with us.
Stay with us then, folks. Stay with us. Don't touch anything apart from the switch on the kettle. Make yourself a brew.
Tended to come in this game, though. Like Austria have blown them out of the water with the bat most of the time.
Ooh.
Almost a bit of friendly fire there. It will be a single into the 10th now. So we drag into the Grady 80s. At international level, 80s don't hold up that often. But I mean, we have seen it happen in the past. But you need wickets. And we also know Austria, they play kind of high risk, high return games. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, funny things have happened. You've got to say. Big runs here can make a difference, and this one will help. That is big. And it almost ends up in the car park. Needs the wall there to stop it. That's more like it. That's what you got to have here. And a nice, clean, powerful hit from the captain, Gurki. Look, they finished well, didn't they, in the last one? If they can finish well here similarly, well, remember 20 came off that last over, but it was an over of spin. Get themselves closer to 90, and who knows?
Another full toss this time. He's diddled it. It was a slower ball, and it's caught. Well, it's pretty good elevation off Mirza, who's pretty strong. This is like a volleyball set. Just need someone to come and spike it. But look, Garricky, gets done by the slower ball. And instead of going straight, he tries to hoik across the line. But a nice effort from the captain. Gets him so far, but he goes for 22. 2 balls left. It's 84 for 8.
Yeah, and the 4th wicket, of course, for Umar Tariq. The hat-trick sensation. Well, he's now taken 4 for 22. Can we see a 5-er? Well, he's got a hat-trick. Can we see an international 5-wicket haul? He's got a couple of balls to try and do it in. What an opportunity as well. A new batter that comes is Zishan Yusuf. He's going to be swinging. He's going to be swinging. He does swing, and he gets it pretty well. But hang on a minute. It's a catch. We do have an international 5-er. Wow, Umar Tariq, the man who's taken a hat-trick now, he's taken 5 for 22, and Michelle Pfeiffer, exceptional bowling. I mean, it's a pretty good hit. You can't blame Zishan here. He's just got to go for it. He's trying to get valuable runs on the board for his side. Clips it pretty well, but a very good, comfortable catch. Didn't have to move the fielder 5 wickets to Tariq. Well, Vinny, is that the first 5 of the season as well?
It's the first 5 of the season and the first hat-trick of the season.
Wow.
It's time to get the Hall of Fame going. We had a century already. It was Big Lala, who a lot of people are asking about. Why is he in the Malta team? I don't think he's qualified under the ICC criteria. But now we have a 5-wicket haul and a hat-trick. And we had 3 golden balls. I mean, already we had so much action in this season.
Zadran takes the catch as well.
Hey, we don't often get 6s, but you got last ball to the number 11.
Milton.
Can it be a big 6 for Umair?
Yes!
He gets 6 runs. Can you believe it? Oh, we don't have it very, very often. I think only once or twice last year, but Umair Tariq gets 6 wickets and Malta bowled out off the last ball for 84. The Austria up there on top, they're still going to have to chase these runs. Remember, if they can, they will be confirmed as the winners of the series with 2 matches to play. And you can see the last one, just a swing across the line and 6 wickets in a T10. You just don't see that very often, Rico.
Absolutely wonderful. What a moment for that man. 25 on his back. Umair Tariq, sensational, sensational. Certainly has been up until now the pick of the bowlers for Austria, not just in this match, but throughout the series so far. He's just been good. He's been on the money. He's done the right things. And even when he's under attack, like we've seen in that last over before he took the hat-trick, he always comes back strong and comes back well. Started a bit edgy, but runs are runs. Danny Erkenstein came into the side, and he'll be disappointed that one got past Didar. But he would get his man with some clever bowling. Well, after seeing this one being pegged away for a 1 bounce, which Varun Pratap made the stop on. And then we saw this. This was important. This was Iqbal getting the Yorker and knocking him over. And then, yeah, this one he got away with, but he stuck to his guns, didn't he? Did the big D and finally got his man. There's the little touch. There's the catch taken beyond Bachima. And that was what really slowed down Malta. And Dofan Mughal and Niraj Khanna, they tried to get things established. They tried to calm the storm. Well, they weathered it pretty well, but they just couldn't get going. Couldn't get the big shots going. Well, that was a classy one, though, wasn't it?
Oh, so good. I mean, but it was a funny one. It was just the wickets when they started to fall that derailed things. I mean, that was the invisible cut. That's what I called it from McGrath, because he's not even moving his bat like a ventriloquist's version of a cricket shot. But, yeah, really, when the wheels fell off, they really fell off. I mean, Khanna was always knocked over, but he was able to knock that one to the boundary. But Zadran started it off by hitting the timber a couple of times, and then Tariq took over. But you can see a lot of attack from Malta, but it backfired. They couldn't really deal with what was coming down their way from the Austrian bowlers. You can see, even though Gericke, he showed a bit, and I think that's probably the only positive that comes out of this innings for Malta, that the skip-up does get amongst the runs for a quick-fire 20-odd, but at the other end, it wasn't going to be as fruitful. I mean, that was a proper blue putt, but it's funny how things work, because there was that awful misfield, but then the wickets just started tumbling one after another. Yeah. And poor Basil, well, he got another golden duck.
Well, that misfield just sparked Umair Tariq. And yeah, I mean, Basil, what can you say? You got to feel for the man. You got to. Just nothing seems to be going his way. I said he's going to come out and score some runs and go out there, be positive. He did go out there, he did try and be positive, but he just smacked the ball onto his own stump. And then that was the hat-trick catch. What a moment. And you think he was done? No, he wasn't. He said, I've taken 3, but I think I've got another 3 in me. And he did. He had to wait when he came up to do the damage once more, because first we saw this. This could have been incredible. Gets the trap, just had to hit the pegs, and he missed them from, well, only a couple of yards out. And then, well, we saw a couple of valuable hits. That one from the captain. We thought, well, maybe a few big hits would see them get to a 100 score. It wasn't to be. Arshan got lucky, pops up, takes a catch. And then this one, well, this was the fifer. What a good catch that is from the Wild Things. Zadran takes a catch. And then, were we going to see 6? We were. Milton Devicia, well, his introduction to international cricket hasn't been good. And he goes for a first ball golden duck as well. What a performance, though, from Umair Tariq. I mean, we're going to have a look at the scorecard, and you're going to see that he was the one that was doing all of the dismantling and knocking the timber down. But it was just good bowling from Austria. disciplined, professional, and the precision was good from them.
Wow.
Have a look at that. Just 2 men really making any contributions.
Collect those golden ducks at the bottom, yeah. I mean, Garrick ends up top scoring. Now, he's hit some nice shots, but didn't have a lot of help down the bottom half. As you can see, they dropped George to 7. He still makes the golden. The tanker looked good again. It's a case of what might have been. No one went on with it. But when we see these bowling figures, we will see something pretty incredible. And the other thing, no wides at all in the innings, just the 1 no ball for height. And it's 6 for 22. I
Wow.
think it's the 7th 6-fer we've ever had on ECN. It sounds like a lot. It's not really a lot when we've played almost 3,000 matches.
Yeah, but international, is that the best bowling figures
It's
seen
the
at
best
international
bowling
level?
figures in a T10I.
Yeah.
And Umar Tariq, he can really be proud of himself for that effort. Also, Zadran bowled well, I think 2 for him. Adida, I think executed well, didn't take a wicket, but only conceded 13. And Iqbal and X-Team were good. I mean, team effort from the Austrians, and they can wrap up this series if they can chase 85.
Yeah, look, a very polished performance. That's the only way to describe it. I know a lot of people in the chat have been saying that they were very good out there. And I think polished is the word to use. Malta, look, it ain't over, is it? Anything can happen, strange things can happen, but they know they've got to get the openers out pretty quickly. I don't know if we're going to see any changes from Austria with the batters out there, but I'm still expecting Ron Hawa to be out there with Kailash. Let's see what they do. Will they change it a little bit? Will we see the big D up at the top of the order? We know that he can be quite explosive in the power play. We'll have to wait and see. But Malta, look, they're going to be down. They're going to be flat. They haven't been able to pick themselves up from the last match, but they've got to go out there fighting. This is it. They've got to fight here. If they don't win this one, then basically, no matter what happens in the remaining 2, they can't catch Austria, and Austria will be the winners of this international series. So everything to play for. It's a low score, but they have to try and defend it. 85 will be required by Austria if they can seal this the victory in this series with 2 matches still to play. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 5, international match number 5. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to what has been an extraordinary morning's play here of international cricket. We've seen some amazing things, including a 6-wicket haul by Umar Tariq, which also included a hat-trick, and it's not just a hat-trick, but, well, he took a double hat-trick. He took a hat-trick in his 8th over, the last 3 deliveries, and then to finish the match, he took 3 again, a double hat-trick. Quite amazing, sensational stuff, Umar Tariq. Well, I tell you what, it's the first hat-trick and it's a double. So not only did he take a hat-trick, not only did he take 5, but he took 2 hat-tricks, a double hat-trick. It's quite sensational, and that means that Malta will bowl out for 84, the very last ball of the innings. And it ain't over yet, though, because they got to believe, well, if it can happen to us, we can deliver it as well. And they will go back to Rahman to bowl the first. He's got to be on the money straight away. They need to get the breakthrough. No change in the batting lineup. It's firmly struck. Good stop. That's what they've got to do. They've got to be much better in the field, Malta. Anything that comes their way, anything they get a sniff at, they've got to take it. That's the only way they get into this match. Amazing stuff. Really was amazing stuff to see. And to witness it, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Rahman. Just happy to take this thing. Oh, there's a mix-up. Could be a run-out. Should be a run-out. Will be a run-out, surely. They're going to go upstairs. This is exactly what they need. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible mix-up. And, well, these two, they batted a long time together last time. Got a 50-run partnership together, and look at this. Well, I say 50-odd. In fact, I'm sure it was 100 partnership they put together. They get the breakthrough. Here we go. I think this is out. There's no doubt about it for me. Oh, yeah, he's gone. And gone for a diamond duck without facing a ball. If you're going to win this, Malta, this is the sort of things you need to go your way. And, well, it will be Kailash will be gone, run out without facing a ball. The perfect start for Malta. Well, this is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. Watch it again here. Look, he starts running. There's no eye contact. And he says, look, what are you doing? You got to go. And then, well, he decides he has to go. And basically, you've got to say that Kailash here, he literally sacrifices himself. Now, he could have held his ground and stayed in his crease, but he decides that he's the one that's got to go. That is a big moment. Those two, they put a massive partnership together in the last match. 100 partnership. It gets broken without a run on the board. Perfect start. 1 for 0. Well bowled, right in the block hole. And Hawa, he's at the non-strikers end here. Can't believe what's happened here. But Malta, hey, funnier things have happened. Shigwell is the man that comes out. Wild, trying to get it in the gap, does it, no run. And this is what happens, you see, when you get a run out like that earlier, when you get the team on the cosh. Shigwell, I have to say that at the end of the first match today, he was the man that was in the nets. He was hitting a few balls around. So that's why he's out there. He knows he's got to perform. Let's see if he's going to be able to. Or is he going to be a bit like Basil George and things just not working his way? Short, clipped away. That is going to be a chase off, but they're not going to get up to that. There's going to be 4 runs, so Shigwell, he's up and running. Just a little bit too short there. Big moment. So 4 runs. Valuable runs. You can see that Rahman is getting a few words from Zishan Yusuf saying, hey, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Oh, he goes big. This is huge. This is mammoth. 6 runs. Volley, 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 volley. What a lovely hit this is. Well, I told you he was in the net. And he said, just keep throwing them down to me. I just need to feel bat and ball, bat and ball, bat and ball. Well, that was bat and ball, and he goes all the way. Big hit. The captain looking to shine after a disastrous start, but somehow they finish with 10 on the board. 10 for 1. And, well, everything's happened today. Well, are we going to see first international golden ball as well in this T10 series? Maybe. 14 is the number. They go to Zishan Yusuf to bowl the second. On the pad, it's worth a shout. Just going down the leg, perhaps. It's a good shout. Let's have a look at this. Maybe just drifting. Maybe it's the angle of the ball there from Yusuf. Yusuf was very unlucky in the last match. In the air, chance, big moment, got to hold it. And he totally fluffs it, doesn't even get hands to it. Oh, well, what is going on there? That's Wasim Abbas, who's normally such a good catcher of the ball. It's these little moments. I mean, they could have had Randhawa without scoring. Oh, well. And now he'll punish it to the boundary. That's a difference for me, folks. I mentioned this in the last one, that Malta, when they've had the opportunities, you've got to take them. They don't. And Abbas, he drops Randhawa, and then he pumps. Well, this is what happened to the ball before, and the next one has been smashed to the boundary. So we saw the ball before. He should have gone. And then, boom, big hit. Just the way it goes. Well, he gets one, and then Chigwell, he rubs it in as the ball finally, the guilty man who should have taken the catch, has to go and fetch it from somewhere around the tennis courts. And the captain, well, we wanted to see a bit of razzle-dazzle from Razmal Chigwell, and he's starting to do it. Zishan, what's the comeback going to be? It's in the deck, wants to take it on, and he does. It's always a signal there. And you've got to say the same with the run out. If you go straight away, they would have got that single, but there was just no communication. And if Vinny was here, he'll be telling you now, you've got to look at your partner. Eye-to-eye contact. They didn't do it. Oh, shorter delivery. Taking on Randhawa. Beats him. Slight change of line. Banging it in slightly shorter. Ooh, tucks him up. It's a half-hearted appeal from the bowler. Doesn't really get too much support from the others. End of the over, and considering that there was a big 6 in that, he's not done well. He's definitely the most unluckiest bowler on the field today. Every time he's out there, he's created chances. We've just not been able to pick them up. And once again, Zishan Yusuf is let down by the fielders. 18 for 1. The first wicket fell due to a calamity of a run out between Randhawa and Kailash. Kailash was the man that had to then depart. He sacrificed his wicket, you'd have to say. Abbas, man, not able to take the catch. Can he make amends with the ball? Oh, big swing. Well, doesn't want to hang around, does he, the captain? Shows his intent straight away. Abbas. They want another wicket here. And they could get it. Slice up in the air. And Bastian takes a catch. And Abbas, well, he's pumped. Isn't he pumped? It's not the man that he dropped, but he gets the big wicket of Razmal Chigwell. And you can see what it means to him. Slice up in the air. Keep an eye on him. We'll go back to it in a moment. There's the catch. Yeah, that's a celebration. Look at that. He is fired up. And he says, okay, just give me the ball. Just let me do what I want to do. They needed that wicket. It comes at the perfect time. So Razman Shigwal, after playing some nice shots, 2 sixes and a 4, he will depart for 17. Of the 8 deliveries that he faced, Bastians makes no mistake taking the catch. Game on here. So Ashan now comes out. We say it so often. It's the same that we have on the European Cricket Network. Get a score in the 80s and then becomes the Grady 80s. There's always a twist, and is there a twist in this one as well? Abbas gets the wicket he wanted. Yes, the big unit comes out there. There's that Hashan. And we've seen this guy do some damage. And this one is just clipped over the fielder in the catching position. It's close, but not close enough. Tashik Patanka, it goes pretty quickly. You can see there, it's probably a couple of yards over him. Nicely played shot. He'll say he plays this. Precision is everything. 4 runs, 4 valuable runs. As we welcome back Mr. Maximo into the box.
Crazy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're seeing the calamity of a run out. Kailash went without facing a ball. Abbas, he's fired up because, of course, he dropped that catch and it comes back with a wicket. They need to keep going, don't they? They almost get another one here. I mean, Shigawal, good one to get when they got him. I mean, no one else has really impacted in this innings. Mirza is a powerful guy, and they're going to have to deal with him. But, yeah, I mean, you probably mentioned already, we were cheering on the 6-wicket haul, which is pretty historic because you don't get too many of those. And I think we glossed over at the time. There was actually a second hat-trick.
Yep. So
he took his first 3 wickets with a hat-trick, second 3 with another hat-trick. Here's Abbas. Another big swing from Mirza. I love the way he bats. I think he'd be hoping to hit a few more. Yeah, so isn't that crazy? So balls 4, 5, 6 of his first over with a hat-trick, and balls 4, 5, 6 of his second over a hat-trick.
Yeah.
I said you won't get a better chance because number 11, last ball. And so that's something we've never, ever seen in ECN cricket in almost 3,000 matches. All right, so we have had 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. That was in Germany last year.
Yep.
Oh, that's got to be a
Gundy
no coming up.
Yeah, Gundy.
Yeah.
No ball called straight away by the.
That's a nasty one to get as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't even manufacture a shot out of it. He's just completely caught off guard. So it's just self-preservation here.
Yeah, you don't want to give him a free hit to get going, do you? I mean, Mirza Hashan, he got 1 boundary to his name already, the first ball he faces, then the next 3 being dots. So here we go. License to go, the full Monty.
Let's see what happens. He's very deep in his crease. Yeah, digs it out. Just for 1, that's probably a win for the bowler. I mean, look, they are capable of holding Austria to something below 84. I just think, well, you saw what happened last time when they were trying to defend 110. They kind of stayed ahead at one point and then just couldn't hold on. Just have a look at the Hall of Fame because Umar Tariq is in the Hall of Fame now. 6 for 22. It's our first 5-wicket haul of the year. But how about this? This is what I'm really interested about. That's for the first time ever in ECN cricket, we had the same player take a hat-trick in the same match. And Umar Tariq, that's a bit of history. I mean, a lot of people go their whole life without taking a hat-trick. He takes 2 in 1 innings. And what an achievement.
People will look at that and say, why you got him down twice?
Yeah.
People will say, well, why is he on there twice? Yeah, we're going to have to highlight
Almost
that.
broke our computers. We tried to put that together.
But listen, this is a thing.
Yeah.
T10 format. You get 12 deliveries. That's it.
Yeah.
To do that, I mean, I don't think we'll ever see that again.
I mean, never say never. You know what? I mean, if we had 1 more ball, it could have been our first 7-for. We've had about 7 or 8 6-fers. We've never had a 7-for. That shows you it'll happen one day. It will happen one day. But you know the thing that Umar Tariq's going to absolutely love as George comes in the 4th over, and he starts with a wicket. Well, Basil's the king of the first bowler, isn't he? Really, he does it with the bat, does it with the ball, and he blasts straight through Mirza Hassan, who does look a little bit short of a gallop at the moment. Not his best effort. Maybe coming a little bit off the deck, but Mirza loses his shape, and he loses his wicket as Malta fights on. It's 24 for 3.
Yeah, and the moral of this story is don't change your bat. And Big Mirza, after he swung and missed, decided he needs to change his bat after taking the single of the last ball of Abbas's over. Changes his bat, has a swing. Well, it's not the way you swing, it's the way you time the ball. I say this so many times. He's looking for sheer power, and Basil George gets a key wicket. Now, well, Chima comes out. We haven't seen Chima with the bat so far, but look, Malta are in this contest.
They sure are. It's been pretty bowler-friendly contest so far. Yeah, so what I was going to say is that Umer Tariq, he's at the top of that list now for the whole year. So we'll be looking at his name the whole year, and not just once either. I can tell you, Adil Diwan Ali, he took the first hat-trick last year of season 2022, and we kept staring at him for the next 10 months. So now we'll get a double dose of Umer whenever we see it, and I'm going to have a chat with him after this game. He did reluctantly said he'll say a few words about it, but
it's an astonishing feat.
It's
an astonishing feat. I mean, you heard. I always like saying, are we going to see the first fifer?
Yeah.
The ball was clipped away. I thought it was going to the boundary. Zadran, what a good catch it was from him. And then 5 became 6. 2 hat-tricks.
Chima, welcome to the big show. Gets a wide first up, but George is pretty much at the stumps most of the time, isn't he? And Randhawa's a funny one, isn't he? It seems to take a little while to get into his innings.
Yeah.
It's almost like he can't make a score without a big scare. He's always giving you a big scare early
What he's
on.
shown us, not just a big scare, what he's shown us, he always gives a chance. And, well, Malta, they've messed it up once. Are they going to mess it up again?
He's trying to hit those stumps. He's missed again. He's got to turn around. Does. And so, a couple of freebies. Yeah, look at the run rate required. I mean, they're pretty much on it at the moment. Close enough. So you can't imagine that they'll be able to contain them to below this 85. You've got to keep taking wickets.
I don't know, we say this a lot, don't we, on ECN after this delivery, that sometimes it's the low scores that have good batting teams in trouble, because the mindset. If this was a score about 120, they'd be going great guns. But because it's a lower score, they've got themselves into trouble here.
And we saw Sugarwal coming out and playing some nice attacking strokes, but no one else really able to deliver. This will be long one out to Fazil Rahman. It's been the kind of danger zone, hasn't it, for Malta? Long off. And they tried Garricky there, they tried Bastians there. And now Fazil Rahman down the ground. There's Ishan Yusuf at long on. Pretty important fielders. Randhawa gets a full toss, but he can't time it. There is Yusuf, I was just mentioning. He'll probably have a role to play with the ball.
Yeah.
So there's no more chances for Malta if they want to win this series. They've got to be perfect from here. And I think Austria so close. They're still so far from that trophy. And wow, this could be gone,
Gone. I reckon he's gone.
Affy likes it, and he just goes full-on blast mode. He goes overarm. I got a feeling this is out.
Yeah, me too.
I think, let's have a look.
Let's go. Watch. Stumps are going down. He's too slow to react.
I think he's just okay.
No, you reckon? I reckon he's too slow. He's so disappointed, Chima, that he's not thinking about getting himself in.
Yeah,
Let's go back from here.
I
here.
think he gets it down, unless it bounces.
Go back from
there.
here.
See, it's down there, but then we go next frame. He stays down for me.
Ooh, he's a lucky chappie.
He's so lucky.
He is a lucky chappie if he's going to get away with this.
He's also lucky that the bat doesn't bounce up.
Yeah.
Because if the bat bounces up and at the moment of impact it's in the air, then he would have been out. But Chima's going to survive here. Good heads-up play by Affy Khan. I reckon Chima thought he was in big strife there, because I think as a batter, sometimes you'll feel you're in, but you're actually not.
The two keepers are having a chat to each other, because, of course, Chima's a keeper himself. Him and Affy have a chin wag.
Yeah, Chima's like, what are you doing? I would never do that to you. Basil almost had a stumping. More work for Affy Khan behind the stumps. Wow, tension. And this is the kind of thing that we're going to see. We're going to see intensity. We're going to see pressure. You're seeing it before your very eyes. End of 4. It's 28 for 3. And Basil only concedes 4 and picks up a wicket in that over.
Good over. Basil, he's such a top campaigner. He will always give 110% for his team when he's playing for club or for country. It's just the bat batting hasn't clicked, but you can see how important he is, even if the batting doesn't work. And we're seeing a bit of a change. This is a change that we haven't seen. So looks like the captain, Gericke, is going to come and have a bowl here.
Yeah.
So this is, I'm liking this because they don't know him.
Yeah,
they haven't
true.
seen him. It's worth giving it a go.
Bowl some offies, I think, or maybe some slow mediums. The skipper bring himself on into the furnace. Here we go, over number 5. It's in the air, but we sliced away for 1. Hey, I just have to give my 2 cents on something. I know you said to me, yeah, it's a double hat trick, and people say it's a double hat trick. But I said double hat trick is normally 4 and 4 balls, right?
Okay.
So really, it's 2 hat tricks.
2 hat tricks. Okay.
Just because I actually think, just to make that clear, makes it even more impressive. Because we have actually seen 4 and 4, I think 2 or 3 times
we've
off the
seen
network.
it, a number of times.
But we've never seen 2 hat tricks in an innings from the same bowler.
Yeah.
It's only the second occasion we've seen 2 hat tricks in the same innings. They were different bowlers last time. It was Asad Mohammed and Walter Bear. Heinrich's not believing it.
I can understand it. There is a noise. There is a noise. There's definitely some noise.
I mean, does he take the bails? I don't think he does. I know he spent a lot of time asking the square leg umpire and really never asked anyone at the bowler's end. Yeah, that's not out. Next ball. Well, they go with a hit. Oh, close, you know. Randhawa.
He's given out on field.
He looks guilty and he's gone. They're not even going upstairs for this, so he labours. And I said when you go straight away, the Chima decided to go Randhawa. I don't think he was up with the program. Let's have a look at this on the replay. So he just hits it and goes. And Randhawa, he was slow to get going. Clean pickup, clean throw, and Afi does the rest. And yeah, he's gone by a step, isn't he?
Yep.
And so yeah, disappointment. Randhawa runs out of lives, and this pressure is building. It's 29 for 4.
This is huge, huge moment. Randhawa, remember, he was the man who caused the terrible start when he ran out Kailash. And just look, he's just not getting going. And when he does, look at the technique as well. Bad technique. I mean, he runs off. He runs at an angle, bad technique. He's not reaching, he's not sliding the bat in. He was always going to struggle. So, causes a run out, gets run out.
So, I mean, he's flat-footed essentially. That's why he doesn't get a good start. Imagine if you're starting the 100-metre sprint in the Olympics.
Yeah.
You know, you want to get in a position where you're ready to run, and that's kind of where he goes wrong. If he backs up, I think he makes that. Gericke, well, he has made something happen. The run out happens. Azai batted really well yesterday. This is a miss hit. Lucky it is a miss hit because it doesn't carry down to Yusuf. Yeah, one thing we're seeing in this series, it's the first ECI we've had, Rico, but I mean, we're making memories here. We're making memories.
Yeah. We're
making history. You can really sense that. I mean, this will be a famous defense if the Maltese can pull this off. Yeah. Afikan up to the stumps now. Cut away and dropped. He just mistimes his jump there. He went up too early, Basil George. He was on the way down. Oh, and a chance to get Chima first up after that wicket. And so Austria survived, but only just.
I'm loving the way.
32 for 4 at the 5 over mark.
I'm loving the way Ryan Bastian goes up to him and says, hey, Swarra, keep your head up. Don't forget, it was Basil George, his throw, that got the wicket of Randhawa. So he's been key out in the field, but that could have been a big moment. Just keep an eye on that one. Chima dropped on 1.
This is the last ball, the over, pardon me. Will be knocked away for 1, so it'll be 32 for 4. But Basil George, 2 pieces of fielding. First, the run out of Randhawa, and that was good. And look, it wasn't a bad effort, but he actually just jumped too early there, Basil, and couldn't pull it down. He was on the way down. The ball was still on its way up. And we got a game on here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at what's coming up, though. In only 8 days, it's the 3rd edition of the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket. 30 clubs in the group stage. And then Pakai Care and the 6 group winners will compete in the 7-team championship week. And that will be starting Monday week, tomorrow week, starting with Group A. But only 3 days for each of those groups. We'll have to get a winner. So it's going to be huge. You can see a lot of players in a short period of time, and all of them will have the dream of lifting that trophy. Basil's back, and this is sliced in the air, and it's going to be dropped. Oh, and this time it's the tank. It was a good effort. He was running with the flight. This is a more difficult catch, but he gets 2 hands for it. And Basil, well, he knows the feeling. Unfortunately, this time, another one going down.
Oh, this is... Look, Zazai, He scored 41 in match number 2 yesterday, and he made the difference. You have a chance to take him, you take him, you put him down. That could be costly. That could be the match.
Afikan up to the stumps. And just a single. Where's this rate at? I mean, it must be around 10s.
Yep.
Just eyeballing it. Yeah, it's at 10.9 now. So now you've got it back to what I think's about a par run rate, probably about the 10.5 to 11 at this level of cricket. And now, wow, Malta, you've got to believe they've got through the first 4. You got Chima's hardly had any cricket at all. It was a Zai batted well yesterday, but he's already looked a bit shaky. This is pressure.
It's pressure. This is it. International pressure. Basil George. Can he get another? This is the partnership they've got to break. Get another wicket here, and they'll be feeling they're more or less there. But don't forget, there's always Big D.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, chance.
Dropped. That's a really good effort from Afikan. But the thing is, when you're up to the stump, you can't react to these little edges. And you'll see here, little deflection, and it hits his leg, and it almost actually pops up to be caught.
Yeah. Oh.
Does stave the boundary, but still. Smashed. Needs to be held, it is. Almost causes a run out. Oh,
Ouch,
Basil
ouch,
cops it.
ouch. Basil is down. Gets clonked on the foot. Ouch. Oh, well, he's giving it a massage. Get that spray out there. Come on, get the free spray.
It hasn't been a great couple of days for shin bones. If you just want to ask some of the players out there, and half a chance.
Oh!
He actually puts the foot out, which is
Ooh.
he has immediate regret about it. But yeah, well, Basil, he's going to get some attention.
Ay. Well,
Well, the magic spray will probably come out, so hopefully he'll be all right. I'm sure he will. I want to say a big hello to you wherever you watch from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Fulk with us. I love your purple here. Purple is actually one of the colours we use for the ECL, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. And so much happening. We've got the final of Gibraltar tonight with Entertainers taking on Pirates. We've got the women's T10 starting tomorrow involving 4 international teams. And then the ECL in just over a week's time. Super February. And it's just going to keep on getting bigger.
It is a Super February. And we've seen also a demonstration of why you don't use your feet to try and stop the ball.
I said move over foot fielding, shin fielding is here. And it's not a great technique. I mean, thing is, there's someone backing that up, so it's not like he even really needs to do it. Anyway, Basil,
he's got to pick himself
he plays
up
by his own rules.
Hey, listen, this has been the Basil show at the moment, hasn't it? I mean, he's got the ball again. Get another wicket here. Need another wicket here.
Last ball of the over. Basil on one good shin. Gets whacked square. This is probably 4. It does get past. So, again, just losing his length a little bit there. Most of the time, he's been a little bit fuller than that. So, allowed the cross bat shot. It's a slightly risky shot from Chima, but he gets it. And so end of 6, it's 39 for 4. Where does that leave us? It leaves us 46 off 24. So 11 and a half and over.
Yeah.
1 over could make or break this game at the moment. Garricky is going to come back to bowl the 7th.
Yeah, you see there, Chima taking a chance. He knew they need a boundary. So he gets the boundary, but look, 1 over, 1 magical over, game changes. Malta, 1 good tide over. It's in their favour.
Here is Heinrich. Oh, he gets lucky. There's a very fine third man. Took him on. The Heinrich manoeuvre, putting himself in a pressure situation. Emil saying purple, the colour of kings. Well, yes, because the kings of European cricket will be crowned in Khartoum. Hello to you, Emil. Nice to have you with us. And Jason is in the chat as well. He'll be there once again. He took a hat-trick at the ECC last year for Switzerland.
Avi comes up to the stumps.
Yeah, Shrug saying, send in Big D. Sort this out once and for all. Oh, it's a ramp gone wrong. They got a 1, but 1's okay at this stage. 1's a fine. They pretty much need 2 a ball. Afi, he's got his cramp on here. It's the old calf cramp for Aftab.
He was telling me something about his knee. He was saying that a couple of times he's gone to run and he feels that it's almost like the knee is popping out.
Well, when you're keeping up to the stumps, often you're going from a stationary position to then taking off to chase a ball that hits the pad or just pops out like that. And yeah, it's not great for your muscles to go from nothing to full pace. Hit hard and dropped.
Oh, no.
Straight in, straight out of Fazil Rahman's hands. Just 1 though. See Heinrich kind of putting up his hand saying, look, never mind. I mean, what he does do, he keeps it in front of him, but this was a chance to take another wicket.
Yeah, big chance, and gets put down. And good players under pressure, dropping catches. That's Rahman.
Oh, big swing and a miss. They're bottling this, Austria. Well, Vibor's in the chat saying still waiting for his guest commentary stint. Well, hang around, Vibor, because Rico might need a few guests to step in from time to time as the week goes on here in Malta.
Yeah, maybe. I'll add your name to the list, Vibor. Oh.
If you're going to get a wide, make it a good wide. So Gericke gives away one run there. Maybe had a bit of an instinct that the batter might charge him. But Chima, he's used up a lot of deliveries here. Pretty good wide Yorker, sliced away though for 4. Goes over extra cover. So Chima trying to keep his team in the contest. And this game once again on knife's edge in match 5.
Yeah, he wants gets a boundary here, but he'll be eyeing up the next one as well. He knows the next ball. He wants to try and get it to the boundary fence. I mean, this rate is going in the wrong direction. Wants to get a boundary here. He's going to go after this, I get a feeling.
Gericke was gambling with these wide, foolish balls, saying, well, you haven't really hit too many of them. Didn't have the field set for it. They had the cover up. Still predominantly offside field. 6 men of the 9 are on the left of screen. So he goes to mid-wicket into a gap. Probably get 2 here if they don't get 4. Bit of foot fielding. Just 2. So 2's par for the course at the moment. 2 doesn't move the needle. It's the end of 7. 49 for 4 as Malta, the hosts, try to stay alive in this 7-match series. And this is what's coming up next. And we'll take a little bit of a break from the internationals to give the players a break, but we will catch up on an ECS match, and it's match 82. Gozo CC taking on Marsa. And Marsa, they've been asked to chase by Gozo. No surprises after you saw what happened to them the other day. And you can see 2 teams, they're really close together on the ladder. They're both in the danger zone, potentially. And yeah, that match will be coming up starting in half an hour from now. So stay with us. We'll have one ECS match, and then following on from that, we'll be back with matches 6 and 7 of the ECI. You don't have to change the stream or anything like that. We're just going to sneak it in the schedule today.
Okay, this for me now becomes a very, very important over. They're going to go with Rahman to bowl it. So Rahman has been, when he's got the Yorker length deliveries in, he's been good. He's been difficult to get away. He's got to keep his cool, got to keep his composure here.
Shrug's got a really good point. Imagine taking 6 wickets in a T10 and still ending up on the losing side. It could happen here. No, it's not a great ball from Rahman. He gets in at the hip and Zai works him away for a boundary. I mean, they need 12 and over, so if you get 2 boundaries and over, I think you win the game. He's got to get fuller here. Zai barely has to do anything, just throws the hands at it and gets a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, what tells you the story of that delivery is the way he ends up. He ends up all curled up in a bit of a knot. There's no fluency in it. So he's got to get straighter, got to...
And if you're going to bowl that length, you put the fine leg back and maybe bring the mid off up or something like that. You know, it's not really bowling to his field.
They're making it. They're doing that now.
Bring the deep point
but
up.
I wouldn't. You know, it was a bad ball.
Yeah.
You can't set a field to a bad ball.
So now you can kind of potentially go over cover if there's something drivable. Oh, he gets a wide here.
Yeah.
Just misses the leg stump, and that's the way it rolls. But to be honest, again, Rahman, I don't think he gets this right. He can either go at the stumps or he can go at the body. He's got a big target, and he just misses.
Interesting choice of shots from Zai. If he just stayed still, he could have played a similar shot again to the boundary.
Not a smart shot, to be honest, because there wasn't value in that, and it was a big risk. Anyway, that's what pressure does. And Austria come home with a wet sail. Oh, I think this is a wide, straight over the line. And Rahman just not getting the radar right at the moment. And remember what happened in the last innings, and quite a few innings actually, when Malta have been having to deal with Austria. And the Austria have come good in the last few overs, regardless of how many wickets they've lost. Right now, they're not a mile away. 30 to win now. He takes a bit of pace off and just goes for accuracy. That's probably smart. I know that there's some observations on Rahman is that he has kind of bowled within himself a little bit lately, just to improve his accuracy. And I think that's kind of what he does there. But for me, I'm going full. That block hole, I mean, look what Dida did, for example, in the first innings of this game. Tariq obviously bowls that way. Right now, this could go either way. Chima on strike. And remember, it's Chima that's been introduced into the series today. Didn't see him yesterday. So he's fresh, but he's also probably a little bit rusty. 14 off 15 at this stage. And gets some length to work with, and very good stop. I mean, all of these are crucial. That saves 3 runs, and in such a close game, fielding is going to matter. Malta, they haven't been great in the field so far, but stops like this can make up for it.
Yeah, Fire Mughal does so well here. And look, and the thing about it is, he gets himself in a position to get hands to the ball. That's the key. Gets his hands to it, keeps it to 1.
Just feel Austria gaining some momentum here. Now they'll really get some momentum as Zai climbs into this one and sends it out of the ground. That's into the tennis courts. Maximo! And a couple more of those will break the back in this chase.
Yeah, here we go. Wind it up. Boom! Shaka! Yeah, that is sweet. That is big. Que golpe grande. Que golpe dulce. Más dulce. De tarta de chocolate. That is a massive hit, a massive blow. This is the over that really Austria were looking for, and they're going to put pressure on Rahman here now.
And here's the thing, I mean, Rahman, he's got a bit of pace about him, but it's hard to blast good players out at international level. I mean, at ECS level, I think batters struggle to play that kind of a shot. But Zai was equal to it. Now he mistimes this, it'll just be 1. The bowler will do his own fielding. Now, having said that, even with that, we're still around that 10 and over mark, so just feel that it's Zai getting going. Yeah, Austria have to be favourites at this stage.
Yeah, they've got, I mean, they've got that right down to under 10 now. There's still a couple of deliveries left here, or 1 to go. The wides hurt as well.
Huge ball.
That's the other thing, the wide balls,
Yeah.
if it weren't for the wides, the ball weren't going for 6, was it?
You're exactly right. Huge delivery coming up. Rahman's got 0 rhythm.
Oh, they might go for 2 here.
He does
Oh,
well.
he does so well,
But
Rahman.
just have a look. I mean, Rahman, I'm surprised he even bowls this. I mean, he runs up and he completely loses his run, and he doesn't want to do it over again. It's almost like a stop-start penalty. He just ambles in, but he gets away with it. End of 8, it's 65 for 4, 20 required off the last 2 overs. Yeah, one thing Austria have been really good at is not giving those extra runs. In fact, they didn't bowl a single wide in the first half of this game. And there's a few comments in the chat, and I agree that if Malta lose this, they're going to have a look at their fielding in the first half.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, just to look, even in this match, right? Even this match, Chima, who's out there, he was dropped on 1 and on 3. Zai, who's out there, he's been dropped on 2 and on 5. And, you know, in a tight game like that, you normally don't get away with dropping catches in a tight picture and ending up on the winning side. So if they pull this off, well, it's against the odds.
Who's ahead right now?
Right now, batting side.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm kind of thinking probably 66-33, something like that. I think 2 times out of 3. For me, Austria win from here. Abbas to bowl the 9th. Low full toss. Probably 1 if it's a clean pickup. They're going to go for 2. Good throw will have him done. And it's not a great throw. Pulls Abbas away from the stumps. It was a bit risky, but proactive running.
You know why this is good? You know why this is good running? Every time that the ball was going to Zishan, he's underarmed it in. When he's not been under pressure. So they probably thought, okay, let's see if he's got an arm, take him on, they get the 2.
Get the 2, that first ball. Now, see, swing and a miss. And we're going to see some pressure here.
Yep. Yeah, look, this is, you know what he's saying here? He's saying, hey, you're moving too early. Let the ball come to you. You don't need to do that. And he's absolutely right.
Yeah, this is a good finish. I mean, Abbas is the kind of guy they want to go to at the end of the innings. They think that he can keep his cool under pressure. Let's see if he does. It all happens in the 9th. Goes straight. Does it have enough? Fielder goes back and catches it. So finally, something going the way of Malta, and the ball sticks to the hands of Niraj Khanna, who went right back to the rope, and the game turns again as Chima goes down swinging. He makes 18, and Austria lose their 5th, 67 for 5. Abbas with a big wicket.
A very good catch. I love the way he takes a little look behind to see how much room he's got to play with, and he makes it look cool. Well, he looks cool himself, doesn't he, Niraj Khanna? We're in the shades and takes a very good, comfortable catch. Big moment now in the match. They needed something to go their way. It does. They get the wicket. Now, new batter goes on strike, and all of a sudden, the tide changes. Now you'd have to say that Malta will feel that they're favourite.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe just. Things can swing ball by ball.
Abbas. Zadran, though, the wild thing comes in. He finished the last match with a couple of good hits. Let's see if he can do the same in this one.
The wild thing, it could be anything. This will be nothing.
Oh, big moment, dot ball, magical from Abbas. That's 2 dots, and listen to them, come on, come on. And look at the supporters, a lot of support on the stands there watching as well. You've got teams from Gozo that'll be playing, and they're there supporting Marsa as well. Oh, he goes big, and this is going to go where? It's not going to go to the boundary. They stop it. They've got to keep running. It would have been a wide. They're going to get 2. They're thinking of 3, maybe not. Oh, well, he draws him into the shot. And maybe the pitch, the Malta pitch helps the Maltese side here. The ball hits, blows up.
It's a plugger.
Only 2.
We've seen some pluggers, haven't we? Good running, though. I mean, just look at the intensity here. All right, here we go.
Back to the live action. He's in the air. They've got to run 2 again. Surely you've got to run 2. They're not taking it on. I don't believe it. You've got to go 2. They would have got there.
Would have got away with it. Hindsight's 20/20. And this takes us to the end of the 9th. So 70 for 5. What an over from Abbas. And they brought him on in the 9th to try and get them ahead in the game. And he goes 2 dot wicket, dot 2-1. So he takes 1 for 5 in the 9th. And at the moment advantage, Malta. But we've seen it swing. It can swing back. I'm just going to put this out there.
Put it there.
We had a golden ball only on, what was it, on Friday morning. Just Marsa, who are about to come up, will know all about that. So we've had 40 golden balls. We've only ever had 1 international golden ball. It's on the cards here. I'm telling you that right now.
It's that sort of score. It's that sort of score. And, well, Umar Tariq is probably wondering, how do I take 6 wickets?
Yeah.
How do I take 2 hat-tricks in a match and still find myself with my pads on, ready to go in? Because he's going to be nervous. Well, here we go.
Yusuf is under pressure. All right. Yusuf is under pressure.
He's been unlucky today. Is his luck going to change?
15 off the last. Clock's off the pad. It's 1 leg by, maybe 2 leg bys.
He gets so lucky. This is a Gundy ball on the leg side. 2 times the ball would have been a wide and the batters have gone for it and got 2. I don't think that's a win-win.
Yeah, you'd actually take a result of 2. Well, have a look at that. There's Gozo and Marsa. They're enjoying it as well. A fair few spectators around. Beautiful Sunday for cricket here in Malta.
Oh, well, big moment, big moment. So what are we at now? 13 off 5.
Yeah, 13 off 5. I think you need 2 boundaries. If you get 2 boundaries, it's close. If you get 3 boundaries, you win. If you get 1 boundary, you don't. That's where I'm at.
I'm happy for 2 6s. Tie the game, golden ball. Thank you very much. Let's have it. Let's have an international. I want everybody thinking golden ball.
Don't try too hard. You've got to try just the right amount.
Everybody thinking golden ball. Everybody thinking golden ball.
Malta have golden ball international nightmares because it was a golden ball that saw them eliminated last year when France and Belgium were playing. Oh, gets some bat on it. Lucky does. Don't think he picks this up.
Fielder doesn't see it too late. They've got to run. They've got to run.
Run out coming.
They've got to take it on.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Oh.
This really should have been gone.
This is why you got to go. The fielder doesn't pick it up straight away to start off with.
Yeah, look, number 1, he inside edges it. And I don't think that Zazai's thinking 2 here.
Yeah.
This wasn't really a 2, but it wasn't a good throw. Firstly, the fielder doesn't even pick it up.
He doesn't want it, but you got to take it. Okay.
You see,
the tension.
These 2s make all the difference as well. 12 off 4, Wild Thing on strike. Must be a leg by. Oh, wow. Wow, it's closer than you think.
Asking the question, the dive, I think, gets him in. But look.
Zazai's a really good diver.
I'm going to say this. Zishan Yusuf has got lucky. He has bowled 3 balls on the leg stick.
Yeah.
And on 3 occasions, the batters haven't been able to get it away.
You can see why Zazai wasn't expecting Joey to come back for a very risky 2.
Oh, well. Does he get...
I mean, the thing is, I think his glove might have hit the ground.
I'm looking at the gloves.
We'll go 1 more and stop. 1 more. Stop right. Actually, he's out.
He's out.
Oh, my word, he's out.
He's out.
I can't believe this.
He's out. The handle, you see, he doesn't dive with the bat. He doesn't slide. The bat is upwards. The handle is the other side of the line. This will be given out.
I can't believe this. It's a good dive, but it's a bad dive.
Yeah, he's out.
And you can see how far he's in, but this is the thing. when you're trying to put your bat down on the grass, it's difficult. Zazai was good yesterday. He ran on the pitch and dived.
Yeah.
And then you can actually slide. But that's an extraordinary run out, really. And what a great effort from our production to get that just right. And so it won't be a run, and that makes it even better for Malta. It won't be a leg bye, it'll be run out.
Yeah.
And so it'll be 73 for 6. It makes it 12 off 3. New batter to come out and face. And guess who's coming out to face? It's Umar Tariq. No way.
Well, I mean, little things. I mean, if little things, basic things. I know you think I'm being critical, but I mean, when you're diving in, the bat's got to go down. You've got to put the bat down. He's diving. He's not got the bat sliding in. The bat hits the ground. He's in.
He wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
That would happen. All right.
Massive delivery.
Boundary or bust, really. Hit one. Well, I'll tell you what, if you had one guy to face up that had to whack 2 sixes to win your game, Zadran would be somewhere on my list. Hasn't looked like it so far. Yusuf, he's under pressure. And now you need 11 off 2. So a 6 and a 4 will be a golden ball. 2 sixes will win it. If this ball doesn't go to the boundary, Malta can't really lose. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. And Malta, as long as this is a legal delivery, they're going to stay in this series, and we're going to have 3-2 series going into the afternoon. What a defence.
What a defence. What a fight back. We've seen another low defence here at this Malta International Cricket Ground. Malta keeping their dream alive.
Oh, Tariq is going to face the last ball, and he's taken 2 hat-tricks. He's taken a 6-for, but he hasn't been able to take his team to victory as Malta fight their way back into this ECI. And they're going to do it. What a game that was. 84 to 76, 8 runs between them. And that means Austria have a 3-2 lead when this series returns after lunch. And I can't wait to see how this one ends up.
Absolutely sensational. I've got to admit, I never saw that coming. But Malta, they believe. It all started off like this. And when you get a start like this, it's a dream start for Malta. When you run out or break a partnership, that put 103 on the board last time. Well, they went for 0 this time. It was a calamity, really. And Kailash, he sacrificed his wicket. And, well, then you saw the captain come out. And, well, it was Razmal Das from Shigwell as he played some beautiful shots, did the captain, Razmal Shigwell. But look, he was in a hurry, played some nice shots, but you just got the feeling that he was going to give you a chance. Speaking of chances, this one goes up in the air, and, well, how important could that be? I said this at the time, you don't normally drop this many chances and end up winning. Well, Malta, the sun, the Maltese sun certainly shining on them today.
I say it sometimes, life doesn't always give you second chances, but they did. They got a few bites to the cherry, didn't they? And if they lost, it was their own fault, Malta. They did get those key wickets when they needed them. Mirza hasn't quite been on in this series. I mean, Shigwell looked good, but then found a way to get out. I think he thought this might have been out as well, but that might have helped him in the end because Chima couldn't really get going. He caught that, we thought Afi Khan might have a caught behind there. Gericke had a pretty important role. Randawa, you could see that he was just flat-footed. Yeah, I mean, we talked about some of the mistakes that Malta made, but also I think Austria had a few self-inflicted with the run-outs and a few things not going their way. I suppose that they gave chances, and you can make an argument that perhaps they could have been a bit more careful at times in this chase, but when it came down to it, we got an absolute doozy of a series on our hands. And Basil might have put some ice on that in the lunch break, but even though, this one jumps out, but it stays in the field of play, they just did enough. And really what that shows us is that these modest scores, they're still defendable if you bowl well, if you have a bit of luck as well. And, the runs don't make themselves, as Austria tried their hardest to get back into the game. Zazai, he certainly did his best, had a bit of luck early, but when these final wickets started coming, it was just a bridge too far for the Austrians.
Yeah, well, look, it is the day of tug of war, and, well, Malta, even though it looked like they were down and out, well, they kept fighting, they kept pulling, and they pulled themselves to victory. And Shrug makes a point there. He said there were a lot of non-believers out there, and he's saying thoughts Lee Tuck, as Lee Tuck thought Malta was in and finished. This one, I mean, there were so many opportunities that they didn't take, and they still end up on the winning side. But I mean, Austria will be wondering, how did they not win this? Once again, another run out. The running was not good.
Yeah, I think Zadran came back for the 2. I think I had my time over as I had faced that ball, and in the end, he didn't get the bat over the line. It was over the line, but it wasn't grounded. So, what a game. And this ECI cricket is something else. I mean, I know it hasn't been easy to organise this series, but still, it's so worth it from an entertainment point of view. 84-76 the final. Austria chasing 85 for victory. Didn't have the greatest start with Kailash run out without facing the ball. Radawa again got run out after using up a few deliveries. Shigawal looked good but got out after only 8 balls. Pair of 18s for Chima and Zazai, but they could not drag themselves over the line. Malta get out of jail, they stay alive in the series. And we didn't see the big D with the bat. Let's see if we see him in the next match. We will have the ECS match next, don't forget. And later on this afternoon, we'll have matches 6 and 7 in the ECI. And the players, I think they thoroughly deserve a break at the moment, which they're going to get. Looking at the bowling figures, you've got to hand it to the bowlers that came through at the 10th. Wazim Abbas, 2 for 11. Basil George, 1 for 11. They were my picks, but also Yusuf and Gereke, pretty good. Rahman, a little bit off. I think you should look at that, see where he went wrong. I think sometimes just giving a bit of length to these guys that are a bit more comfortable against his pace. Rico, unbelievable morning of cricket, and there's more to come this afternoon.
Absolutely sensational. This is what we were looking forward for. This is why we wanted to see international cricket, and we couldn't have seen a better 2 matches here today. So
unbelievable.
far.
So we've got the series very much alive, heading into Game 6. Right now, we're going to catch up on an ECS game, so that's what's coming up in only about 10 minutes' time. We'll have the first ball, and then we will have matches 6 and 7. So stay with us, plenty of cricket still to come. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full, and you're watching the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to a really exciting day of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Already we've seen 2 ECI matches. There'll be 2 more to follow, but first we're giving the international players a little bit of a break. We're going to catch up on one of the ECS matches that was washed out earlier in this tournament. So it's going to be match 82 coming up, and it's going to be Gozo CC taking on Marsa. Well, I do remember there was one time in last year's series where Gozo CC were able to rout Marsa for only 31. Will it be something like that again? Let's find out. Let's go to the coin toss. Stefan Gooch has the 2 captains in the middle of the pitch right now.
Answer the call. Tail. Tail's called. It's heads.
We're gonna bat.
Okay. Good luck, guys. Cheers.
So it is Gozo CC, Indica Pereira at the toss there. He wins the toss and he says he wants to have a bat. So they would have put Marsa under pressure. We saw Marsa kind of fall apart in a chase the other day. It was a ridiculous game where they went down to Marta Day, who were kind of short of personnel, but still Marsa just could not get that going. So I think they're keen to get the points. 2 teams potentially in the drop zone. It's going to be nice to have a bit of a change of pace and see some ECS cricket before the international players return. Let's get ready for the start of match 82 at the middle of the proceedings here on Sunday in Malta. Gozo CC winning the toss and batting. Over to Rico Full to get this one going.
Thank you to Mr. Maximo. As we see the umpires make their way out there, Umpire Joy and Umpire Joe Woodana. And the teams will follow shortly. And it will be the green of Marsa in the field. Look, these 2 teams have given us some interesting battles in the past. We remember back in 2022 where Marsa were bowled out for 30 by Gozo, and Gozo won that by 9 wickets. It was a huge shock, a huge surprise. Marsa did go on to win the series, but this time around they're having a few issues. You can see only just won 3 matches, and then they've, well, don't forget they were beaten in the Golden Ball as well. So things are not going their way. Captain Noel Kosler steps in for the absent Haroon Magal. They've got a few players for 1 or 2 other players that'll give them a bit of strength. But what about Gozo? Indica Pereira, he'll be key for them again, I think, with the bat. And I think the captain, Santil Raj, will have a big role to play in this. And somebody like Colour Garden, I think he's going to be key. But I think a lot of it is 2 men stand up for me here. Stevie Roy with the ball. He's just been sensational. And Hosman Paulson, if he can put a good display in with the bat, then they could maybe cause another upset. Loving the colours, and bringing a bit of bling bling maybe out there. And Indica Pereira, he's got his moo helmet on. He told me this the other day. He said it did start off white, but he said it's an old helmet. He lost it for a while, and it was his lucky helmet. He found it again. It looked bad. He said, but it gives me luck. Well, let's see if it brings him luck here. And it's going to be Venkash Palkapati to bowl the first. Palkapati, in he comes. And it's, well, he's looking where he wants the ball to go for the big shot. But he completely misses out on this. Palkapati, he's been a good addition to the Master side. I saw him for the first time last year, and he bowled really well. So having a break from the international fever that we created here in Malta, the Marsa International Cricket Ground, and well, those 2 teams did deserve a break. This is nicely played away. It'll be 4 runs, I think. Yes, it will. The fielder comes charging across. That's Wakas Khan. A great effort. Look, the business here from the man at looks like, I think he's at gully here. Yeah, he's diving. Can't get to it. 4 runs. Nice little shot. Use his soft hands to get that one away. He gets the boundary straight away. It's actually Osman Paulson. Oh, well, he swings and misses at this one again. But look at that helmet. That helmet is something else, isn't it? I know you all had a close look at it there. Looks quite unbelievable. Looks quite dashing. Oh, look at the lift on this. Getting signal to the wide. I mean, it's a very good take, very good delivery. I think probably, I mean, the umpires have been very consistent on this. It probably does catch a bit of the line through. We can't see anything because the bowler is in the way there. But no complaints really from Baklapati. Asking a question, wanting it. Don't see anything myself. And, well, after the appeal, it's a big smile on the face from Avinash Dilip, and he says, all right then. Well, he's pretty happy about it. Baklapati as well. They're all going up for it. But the umpire, Joy, not moved. Says, no, not out. Fair play. Umpire's in the best position to see that. Edge, this will be out, and it will be gobbled up. There you go. Well, he couldn't catch it when it was on the ground, but he takes a catch. Look, that for me is a really good position. We've seen so many catches lately being taken here, swinging hard, trying to send it to the moon, but the catch is taken, and I like in the pose as he gets down on his knees and says, yeah, that's mine. I'm taking it. I'm having it. And Faisal Morose does the job, and they get the breakthrough early on to Masa, and it will be Osman Paulson that will go. He'll go for 4. The 5 deliveries that he faces. A really good catch taken there by Morose. And Baklapati gets the wicket as well. Masa desperate to get the victory here and get themselves moving up the table. We'll have a chance to look at the table. It's coming up pretty soon. But first of all, let's have a look at the new batter that comes out. Taking guard. And I think this is now Gautam Datta. Had him listed to open up, and they made a late change to that. So Gautam Datta takes guard, ready to go. But the party will be eyeing up that offside corridor once more. It goes a little bit too wide this time. So not a good delivery first up to a new batter. Just takes a bit of the pressure that's building on the new batter off. Having a look round. Datta looking at the field, sees that square leg is back. And sort of very wide third man. Oh, edge gone. What an absolute cracking take this is. Avinash Dilip, what a catch. Sensationally done. Oh, this is class. He's flying in the air to take this grab. Oh, this is a beaut. What about this? Absolute blinder. Great catch. I'm loving this. And Baklapati does get it right. And it's going to be a duck for Gautam Datta. He'll go. And it's going to be a first baller as well, because don't forget, the first delivery was a wide. So Datta will go. Baklapati takes another. So cracking first over. 2 wickets in it. 6 for 2. Baklapati doing the business. And Indica Pereira with that unusual artistic helmet. Watches it all happening at the other end, and now, well, he's going to have Farhan Masi, who's it's been good for Masa over the years, coming into the attack. Masa will want to try and keep this score as low as possible, because they've had a lot of frailties with their own batting. Indica Pereira just putting out the bat to this and hoping. Well bowled, use soft hands, gets a single. Yeah, I mean, Pereira is not a big hit out the ball, but most of the runs that he will and does score are usually outside the offside. Cuts the ball pretty well. He'll play those sort of shots where he'll just play late and play towards the point and backward point area. Nice to see that the international players from Austria and Malta are taking a break while watching a bit of cricket. But the party just can't get hold of this. They'll take the single. Captain is out there now. Senthil Raj trying to repair the damage. There we go. That's a lovely picture there. And as you can see, the Malta boys, aren't they going to be up and about after that, pulling off that victory? You can see that Afi Khan has got both his knees bandaged up. Good shot. This will be 4 runs, and that's what we know Indika Pereira can do. And he sends that into the nets, and he says, there you go. Go fetch it. Have a practice. On your way back. Good hit. Gets right underneath this as he sends the bird scarpering away. Hello to Lily Panda. Hello, Lily. And she's like in a Moo helmet. The Moo helmet is the best thing ever, she says. Yeah. Maybe every time he hits the boundary, we should all go moo. Let's see. This time. There's utter nothing there. No run. End of the over. Not a bad over. This is what the bat versus ball was thinking about this one. Expecting Marsa to win. So expecting Gozo to be sort of around about the 70 score. But whatever the score, Marsa will have a wobble. They've wobbled a lot with the bat, haven't they? They've had issues. They've sometimes they've looked amazing. Of course, they haven't got Fine Magal playing for them. There's no Niraj Khan as well. They're on, of course, international duty, so they'll be having a bit of a rest. So a lot will depend, I think, on Kozla. And they've got Nitin Babu in the side. He could be key, and maybe the main one would be Mohammed Suleiman. We know what he can do. We saw the other day. It's umpire asking a question. Well, I don't know if the umpire is too busy catching his own hat here. Well, let's have a look at this. This is Joy Roy. What Joy Roy here is it? Oh, he keeps his head still though. But yeah, I think it's you can see Amanesh Dilip doesn't he like to go up? Thinks he gets another. Not to be. It's more of the short stuff and more appealing. But, maybe a little bit excessive. Umpire Joe Roy might just have a little chat and say, hey guys, come on, you're repeating all the time, you're not going to get nada. Shout out to the men in black, they've been brilliant all the way through this series. Joy Roy, Ranga Jayawardana and Jit Patel is the third umpire for this one, been well led by Stefan Gooch. Nicely played, and will be fielded on the boundary. Tanasi loses his cap, but fires in the throat towards Avanesh Dilip. Here we go. The man with the camouflaged, pretty well camouflaged as he was in Alaska. Oh, what happens here? It's almost like the ball dies. It's like somebody sucks out the air out of that rigger ball as it comes through. Let's watch this. He just, I think, yeah, look, slices it back into the ground. It's quite an amazing. Well bowled. They'll take the single. I think that's where you want to be. Oh, well, this one is darted right back at Senthil Raj. And Raj, well, he needs to does a bit of the limbo to get out of the way of this. Watch the throw coming in here. There we go. Says, whoopsie. Does well. And then thinks about taking a second. Not to be. Big swing. Trying to get it through the defences there. Loose over then from Makas Khan. End of the power play. Nice and tidy. Just the 3 runs come off the over. The score moves to 15. 15 for 2. Two sixes and a 3. And here we go. The man of the moment, David Atwell, is going to have a bowl. Just celebrated his 52nd birthday a few days ago. And he certainly can get the ball to swing around. Kosler sets the field, gets himself in that short cover position. Puck the party on the boundary, waits. And this is being put away, but there's a man just there, but he can't reach it. He's jumping Jack Flash, but not able to get it. It's a good hit. So almost gets a wicket of his first, but well waited for by the captain. And hits it too well. And despite the efforts of the fielder, it's going to be 6 runs. David Atwell could have started with a wicket, but it goes all the way over for 6. Raj just needs help with his laces, and Faisal Moreau's assist. You can see the keeper saying, "Hey David, keep it here, keep it this side. Look at that, keep it here, keep it here. This is where I want it." David doesn't listen and fires it down the leg side, and wicket-keeper will probably try again. So wide. There he goes. Here, I want it here. Give it to me here. Evan is the leap. Well, I tell you what, David Atwell, he's good at many things, but sign language or reading sign language or messages is not a good one. I want to see, I want to see them play charades. I want to see Evan is the leap. Playing charades with David Atwell, trying to say, okay, name this movie. David Atwell will never get it. Okay, he's going to try to round the wicket, see if he can get the ball the right place. It works a bit better, and it just played away. And they'll think about 2. Oh, they're taking it on. This could be close, but it'll get there. I think you needed a strong arm. So they get a couple, so it goes back on strike. Staying around the wicket is Atwell. I don't think this is, I mean, he's really bowling into the slot from around the wicket. This one, will take it, well, to get sent back. What's he got hanging out of his, Oh, it's his shades, look. I saw something, he's got his shades there as well, look at that. He says, nah, I'll just keep holding my shades, why not, no problem. Well, there'll be a problem if he has the dive, but wow, that's a unique look. Oh, it's a good delivery. I tell you what, if you're going to be bowling around the wicket, that's where you got to be. Nicely bowled. And just nipping away. That was the leap, not able to take that cleanly. Oh, this called a wide. And thinks about having a shot. Until Raj, and then in the end decides against it. So Atwell, now he comes round the wicket, still not able to get it outside the off. Gets a few on the money, and he goes down the. I mean, I'm not sure why he doesn't play at this. I think you just plant your foot down the line and give it a good old hoik. Hello to everyone that's tuning in from the United States, where it is National Tug of War Day, so get out the rope and have a tug of war. We certainly saw a bit of that in the international cricket between Malta and Austria. Just pushes this away, so we'll take the single here, and Indigo Pereira will get a ball to face from David Atwell. It's also World Whale Day, so appreciate these aquatic creatures that are important part of the ecosystem. Also draws to the attentions of some of the... Oh, he's got him! Oh, David Atwell. Well, he gets the man who's wearing the moo helmet. He's been moosed. He's all smiles. Well, he gets one right. He comes back over the wicket. That's where he needs to be. And Indica Pereira, not sure what he's doing there. So he gets done. And now he gets moosed by Kostler. There's no point talking to him now. It's the end of the over. And it's going to be 30 for 3. So a little bit expensive, 15, but finishes with a good one as he gets the wicket of Indica Pereira. Indica Pereira is not easy to get out, you know, he normally sticks around. But David Atwell gets his man. Pereira will have to depart. He doesn't play a good shot there, does he? Goes all the way back to it. Well bowled. Yeah, just talking about the World Wild Day, so it draws to the attention to the man-made challenges that have, well, erupted, making marine life difficult. This is due to dumping waste in the oceans and also, of course, climate change, amongst other things. So, World Whale Day today. So, do your bit to help. Of course, recycling is pretty important. This one gets pulled away. Well fielded by Nitin Babu. Looking forward to seeing Nitin. He's a useful all-rounder. Aslan Ashad, also pretty useful with bat and ball. Short, defensively played. And Rishba Joshi comes out to join the captain. Well bowled. Just keeping Joshi quiet. Joining up the dots. Lovely day here in Malta. Around 16 degrees, gentle breeze, the sun is out. Hope you've all enjoyed the action that we've had so far. 2 international matches, which were finished 1 apiece in the end. And a very, you have to say, a comfortable victory by Austria first time round, chasing 111 and doing it, winning by 9 wickets with 8 balls to go. But in the second time round, Malta only get to 84, and Austria, well, they were held back. And what a defence that was by Malta, keeping Austria to 76 for 6. And despite lapses in the field, they managed to win that one. And Wasim Abbas, 2 for the 11. And in that match, we saw not just 1, 2 hat-tricks from Umar Tariq. He finished with 6 for 22. That's right, 2 hat-tricks. And this one, they're all over the place here. Just can't get any runs from Aslan Ashad. And what a good over that was, just the one from it. And that's all it will be. And Gozo. The troubles continue. And David Atwell will hope that he can continue in the good line he bowled. 8 days to go to European Cricket League. It's absolutely sensational that's going to be at the superb, magnificent Karama Oval in Malaga in the province of Andalusia. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for this afternoon where international men's T10, 2 more matches. The deciders, if you like, coming up between Malta and Austria. And then tomorrow, well, Vinny, he will be starting the women's T10 internationals there in Gibraltar. So exciting stuff in February, and as you saw there, then we got the European Cricket League kicking off as well on the 27th of February. What a month February is. It certainly is. Well, a supersonic month for European cricket. As well continues, but unfortunately, so do the wides. Slightly short. Gets the pull shot in, but well fielded. No run. Well, 1 run, I should say. No boundary. Boundaries is what they need here now at the moment. Just had the 1, and that was the big 6 from Senthil Raj, who just managed to get it over the fielder. He will want as much strike as he can get. And this one is a bit of an umpire killer. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, that just shows how straight it was hit. Well, umpire Jawana, he was shaking in his boots. Look at this one. Well, he was doing the old shaking Stevens. He ducks under this one, and it's going to be 4 runs. So you can't hit it any straighter than that. And Jawana does well. Swing and a miss. Joshi gets a boundary after playing out a lot of dots. But once more. And slides up in the air. Should be taken. Tremendous effort, you got to say. He's diving forward as fires up Morose. Almost gets there. This one, well, first one I thought maybe he's going to bowl him. He manages to get a bit of bat onto it, and despite a tremendous effort there, well, that was a bit of a whale dive, wasn't it? It's World Whale Day. Well, that's a bit of whale action there. Talking about the dive, nothing more. And not able to get there. And Kitty saying she's going to miss the Moo helmet. Well, maybe somebody else may come out wearing the Moo helmet. This one's another wide from David. At least he's sticking over the wicket. And with this one, it's worse asking the question. And now there could be trouble with the run out, but Aswell couldn't hold the ball. Oh, it's all happening out there at the moment. He's saying, what do I do with it? What do I do with it? Let's have a look at this first. And it's not a bad shot, but I think it's the height. Then here we go. Does really well. Lip gets the throw to David Atwell. And he's saying he just couldn't hold on to it. Okay. And this is the next delivery that he saw. It's the dot. So the captain, you know that he wants to get going. That will be the end of the over as well. And a fine time to bring back into the commentary box to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be back, Rico. And enjoying this one from the sidelines. A lot of action. A lot of noise out there at the moment. Two teams that really need a win. We'll take a break from the internationals to look at these two teams. Pakalapati was good early, wasn't he? Bowled with a bit of fire, 2 for 6 for him. Able to get Masi away in his first over. He can still come back as well, that's the thing. But Athwal, a bit of everything from him, as you'd expect, to chip in with a wicket. Yeah, he got that ball on striker's end and looked down and looked pretty surprised. It stuck to his hands. Morose to bowl the 7th. It's going to be a wide to start us off. Hello to Kitty, nice to see you in the chat. Rico's just going to earn a bit of lunch. And we'll take you through the rest of this innings. Yeah, but Morose trying to keep Gozo on the ropes. Not a bad ball. It's a good channel, little bit of away movement. Joshi gets 1. Interesting to see the master lineup, isn't it? With a couple of Knights in there. Just reinforcing their troops as we head into the last bit of this tournament. Less than a week to go now. They're going to take on a bit of a dodgy 2, but they're going to get there. It's good running by Senthil Raj. And as far as goes, we're concerned, where are these runs going to come from? But I probably saw what happened to Master the other day. They're probably saying, well, we might not need that many. Master panic again. Slow ball. It's well bowled by Morose. Big swing across the line from Senthil Raj. And how's everyone's day going? Nice to see Lily in there as well. Hello, Lily. And yeah, the big shock for me is that the moo cow helmet isn't deliberately a moo cow helmet. This was the big news Oh, nice cutaway. This will run away for 4, just using the pace of the ball. I like this from Raj. Yeah, I think he actually watches this ball before he decides what he's going to do with it. Rather than just premeditate across the line, he sees it. It wasn't actually that wide. But he just hits down on the ball. Pretty safe shot as well. Good value. Well, there's the Austrians having a well-deserved break. Big couple of games coming up this afternoon. Austria, they were 3-1 up in the series, but Malta defended 84 to make it 3-2. It's another good slow ball, but also well struck. This will be 4. Very good shot by Senthil Raj this time. It's one thing to pick the slower ball, another thing to be able to hit it on the leg side. No margin for error on the timing. It would have been bolder LBW had he missed that. So that brings up the 50 for Gozo. Yeah, so the fact that the cow helmet is an accident, I think might make it even that much cooler. Last ball coming up. Nice well bowled. Up and in the block hole, into 7. Score is 51 for 3. Plenty of cricket coming your way, including tomorrow night, where we'll have the Women's FanCode European Cricket International starting in Gibraltar. I'll be there. In fact, I'm flying out of the island tonight. Quick stopover tonight in London before I head to Gibraltar tomorrow. And then by tomorrow evening, I'll be there with Joe Wegasani. Really looking forward to seeing those 4 international teams go together. First women's T10 cricket we've had on ECN. First women's T10 cricket ever at this level. Hassan Ashad is going to be edged away. I think the ball's winning this. It is. Gets there. It's Zohaib Malik that tries to chase that one all the way down. So Gozo getting a bit of a wriggle on here. They need to. In the 8th over, move up to 55. While we're in the chat, it's just you guys and me. Why don't we have a bit of a chat? What do you like so far this weekend? Are you enjoying the internationals? Would you like to see more of them? So logistically, it's quite challenging to get teams across borders and these kinds of things with these cricketers not being professional, of course, but obviously playing international cricket. Swing and a miss this time. Joshi doesn't get any of this. Yeah, I've got to say, I've really enjoyed the series. And I think for the overall complexion of the series, the fact that Malta keep the series alive with that excellent defence. Everyone's licking their lips for game 6. Joshi just whips across this and gets 1. And it's Nitin Babu who's doing the fielding. And I wonder what it's like playing for, I was going to say your arch rivals. I know that the Knights and Marsa have a very healthy rivalry. The Knights were undefeated in 2020 ECS before Marsa knocked them off in the final. And Marsa won the final last year, rain affected. This is just cut away, and this is going to be 4. So Raj coming good here. And I think he can learn something from this innings. I think that when he hasn't premeditated, he's been pretty good. Okay, he takes a little shuffle there, but he plays the line of the ball. Has really good hands to get that away to the boundary. Lily says you should frame the move helmet and stick it in the Louvre. Well, what do you think about if we went to France? I mean, France was off the calendar, but with some of the issues at the moment, is the chance that we might be able to get an ECS up in France for the first time. That'd be pretty exciting. Couple to come for Arshad. This time, it's a big swing and a miss. Senthil doesn't catch up with this one. Again, I'd like to see him going back to the cut here. I know they put the deep point back, but still as a man in the circle, slightly backward point if you beat him. I think it still runs away for 4. He's cut very well so far. Last ball of the over. Off the end of the bat, we'll get 1. Not a bad result, because Senthil Raj will take the strike as we head into the 9th. 61 for 3. Lily saying more T10 internationals. Definitely yes from me. I think it's the best format for emerging cricket nations. I have to agree with you there, Lily. I mean, I can understand everyone thinking maybe a couple of years ago, T20 is the way forward, but already, even on a franchise level and things like that, you see T10 taking off. I think 3.5 hours to 4 hours is still quite a long time for most people that aren't that familiar with cricket to sit and watch something that they might not understand a lot. So, yeah, I think they're knocking a game over within 2 hours is the way to go. It's the future. Well bowled as Masih comes back and he locks and loads and he sends the batter packing. Raj has to go for 29. It's a good Yorker, isn't it? We say it all happens in the ninth. Masih comes back. I don't care if you play in the internationals or domestically or whatever you like, but batters are going to have a hard time with this kind of ball. Look where it bounces here. Right between the feet of Senthil Raj. Okay, kind of Yorks himself to an extent by shuffling forward, but still really good start to the ninth over. 61 for 4. Yeah, so I just think that 45-minute halves, you look at the biggest sport in the world, football. How long does it go for? Now, I know they're not exactly the same, but how long does football go for? 45 minutes a half. And I think that we can learn a lot from that to break into emerging countries. 45-minute halves is basically what T10 is. It's a pretty good shot first up, as Kanadeo gets 1. That's all they'll get. Yeah, so, and I really hope that if cricket goes to the Olympics, they take their cricket hat off and put their, you know, non-cricket hat on. And what I mean by that is, look, think about what people that might have misconceptions about cricket, that might not know anything about cricket, try and see what the game looks like from their eyes. Nice looking drive. Costler will make the stop though, just a single. Yeah, so try and look at it through someone else's perspective. And I think that T10 with, you know, smaller fields, probably artificial surface opens it up as well, and it takes the pitch out of the equation. Okay, not going to replace Test cricket or anything like that, but as a format to get more people interested about cricket, see the beauty of it, I think it's the way to go. It just pops down the pitch for 1. So yeah, I'd love to see, you know, like a 24-team T10 Olympics or something like that. When you look at rugby sevens, it's done really well in the Olympics. Now, what is that? It's a snapshot of the best bits of rugby, the most exciting bits of rugby for a neutral observer, someone that doesn't have a rugby background. This is knocked away for 1. Costa does the fielding again. And I suppose I've got a bit of a perspective. I did kind of spend a bit of time out of the game when I stopped my playing career. And I did play baseball at a reasonable level. I kind of started seeing cricket from the outside in a little bit. And I don't think there's that many people involved in the game that have that perspective. Harshad comes in, tries to turn it into a catch. Don't think he's caught it. He almost does. But he spilled it at the last moment. Good effort, though, from Arslan at long off. This will be the end of the over, 66 for 4. I think he actually has it. It's just a last moment. Just pops out here. And he rolls on it. And scoops it up. And nice effort, but not quite making the catch. So it's 66 for 4 after 9. Yeah, so if you try, and I'm not saying I'm completely outside the game, because clearly I'm not, but I have spent some time away from the game to have a look at it. And I've come back to cricket after a few years. And I think we can learn a lot from other sports. We can learn a lot from what people are looking for these days in a sport and a sports viewing experience. And if we are genuinely trying to open the game up to people that don't have a background or an organic interest in cricket, I think it's got to be this format. It's just got to be. Or shorter. But probably 10 overs is about right. Here we go with the 10th, and Pakalapati's coming back. He's going to start with it up. So it goes up 66. Marsa, I'd say anything's defendable against them after seeing them the other day. You've got some good players coming into their lineup, but they haven't had a lot of cricket. Let's not forget that last year, Gozo bowled Marsa out for 31. Famous game. The men in green, though, they want to make a statement here. Haven't done too much wrong so far. Another dot ball. Kanateo can't deal with the in-slant from Pakalapati. But yeah, give us your thoughts in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We always love hearing what you've got to say. I know ECN Cricket's kind of on the fringes, but there's already quite a few examples of things that we've trialled going in the mainstream, such as the crossing back on a catch. Speaking of catches, this should be a catch and it will be a catch. So Kenneth Thiel goes dot out, and he just can't deal with this. Messi is the man who just cabs himself under that. Kenneth Thiel can't move the needle. He goes for 3. Score is 66 for 5. And well bowled by Pakalapati, keeping things quiet here at the death. Goes out, trying to drag themselves up into the 70s. In fact, that was Zoheb Malik, of course. Zoheb, AUM player, takes the catch. A little bit far away from me, but nice to see him out there. Haven't seen him with the ball. But, yeah, I think Lily's right. She's saying nothing will beat Test cricket for her, but the nations playing are established. T10 needs to be the format for emerging nations. T20 is too long for new watchers. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I don't think it's really on the radar of any emerging nations to play Test cricket anymore. It's tough. I mean, change is always difficult, but change is the only constant in life, isn't it? So I don't know if we'll ever see more Test playing countries. Who knows? And yeah, I'm obviously a huge fan of Test cricket. There's a lot of really good Test cricket going on right now, but tell that to somebody that's, I don't know, in an emerging African nation or something like that. They just want to hit the ball and have some fun. And this is fun for Pakalapati, who's bowling a real heater in this last over. And unless I'm mistaken, we haven't had a run off it. He's gone wicket, So Marsa putting up the stop sign in the 10th. And this is Rahman, who is going to have one more shot at trying to move the score. 66. Last ball coming up, seatbelts on, and it will be a wicket maiden. Well, hold on a second. How can you miss from there? Well, it's not going to cost him a run, but it will be a highlight. Dilip, who's taken a sensational catch earlier in this game. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone miss from closer. And he's not even saving a run. Look how close he is when he throws this. I reckon he'll be on screen here. He's got 3 stumps to aim at. And, yep, he misses a gutter ball. But let's not take the shine off Pakalapati's last over. A wicket maiden. Clickety-click, 66. Gozo, CC. Team that are just trailing Master on the standings and will really hope to grab the 2 points here. But they're going to have to defend a score in the 60s. Has been done before. In fact, Gozo, they have defended 65 before in the European Cricket Series, but they're going to have to do a really good job here. See early on, that catch nicely taken in the circle. Pakalapati bowled with fire. It was a great catch by Avinash Dilip, who sprung into action. The Mukau helmet was there for a while. Indica using the pace. Take that away, and then thought this was a chance for Athwal, but it just went over the fielder. Senthil Raj got a big responsibility, doesn't he, for Gozo. That was the end of the Mukau, and it was Athwal that does it again. And there's the little jig. It's the jiggy time from David Athwal. Umpires under attack. And these became rarer and rarer down the stretch. Raj really the only shining light. Although he had some support from Joshi at the other end, but Senthil with 29, the top scorer. Arshad came back and he went for a couple of boundaries, but then we saw the last 14 balls, no one was able to score a boundary. Raj disappeared off the first ball of the night, and from then there'd just be 5 more runs, and in fact, a wicket maiden to finish off. This is a good effort from Arslan down at mid-off, but when Zoheb Malik took this catch, that was actually going to be the end of the scoring. 66 for 4 off 9 became 66 for 5. And even though Dilip missed the unmissable, didn't cost them anything. And 66 Gozo. Certainly going to be pushing uphill if they're going to be able to get the points here. 29% to Raj off 23 balls. He was the only man to clear the rope in that innings. 3/4 to 6 for him. 13 for Joshi. As we saw a little bit of him, he got a couple of boundaries as well. I suppose Paulson not firing, Danta not firing. He was out first ball, that hurts. And some really good death bowling kept them grounded and in the 60s. 3 for 6, Pakalapati, including that wicket made in the last. Very good effort from him. Must see with a wicket. Also Atwal with 1. Wakas Khan bowled a very tight over. Never came back though, but I suppose they'll be fairly comfortable chasing this target of 67, but nothing can be taken for granted for Martha in this series. We'll take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes to see if the men in green can get the points or can Gozo pull off another miracle against the Master Machine. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full. Back with you shortly. I'll see you on the other side of this break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the beautiful island nation of Malta. Sun's out, time for some fun on a Sunday at the Malta International Cricket Ground. Do have ECI action today, but right now they're on a break and we've got ECS match 82, which is the domestic T10 here in Malta. It's been running for 3 weeks now. Heading into the last week of this competition, Masa and Gozo CC, two teams that badly need a win. And right now, in the first half of this game, it was Gozo CC that made 66 of their 10 overs. Just looking up some of the records, they do have some form in the past doing this against some pretty good opposition. But let's see if they can do it against Masa, who had a pretty shocking start to this series. Did get some points against the Victoria Lions. They were able to register their first victory. They've got 2 wins now. Got one against Malta-Austria as well. Also lost some pretty unlosable games. Stevie Roy is going to open the bowling for Gozo CC. Many sound to hear, Mr. Maximo. Joining me in the commentary box, Rico Full. And Rico, you're looking forward to seeing a bit more entertainment. Let's see if Master get the wobbles if they do this easily.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this and looking forward to watching Stevie Roy, of course, the man that's got the moustache that Corey fell in love with. Here he comes. Just nicely played away, and well, this is going to be a chase on. Going to have to get a flick back here. Oh,
wow.
Oh no, it's a flick forward. This is 4 runs. This is 4 runs.
I don't know if it is.
I think he's holding it when he's.
This is super weird.
He flicks. I'm saying he's looking to flick it forward, back. He flicks it forward. Oh no.
Look, he messes this up, and then he almost boots it across the line. But see here, I think he's okay there. He's not on the line, and then it hits his foot. I actually think he stopped it still. I think he stopped it.
Yeah, he doesn't. The foot is not down when he's made contact, so he's going to be all right.
Yeah, that is a boundary stop that, that is
I
more
suppose
luck
it was
than
always
design.
going to be 2. He just made it more entertaining.
Yeah, that's true.
And this one is left and wide is called.
So we had Stevie Roy, Corey, that was the love aspect of it.
Yeah.
But, you can also go a bit crazy with love, and Master were making Corey crazy the other day when they had 0 infielders to deal with. They couldn't knock the ball around to get the 80-odd they needed against Malta today. They needed, I think, 7 off 12, and they found a way to lose. The Magnificent 7, we're calling that game. This one's okay, I think. Well bowled.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, I mean, I know you watched the last 2 or 3 overs of that back, and it just shows you, pressure. It's an intangible, but it's very, very real.
Yeah, definitely. And look, that's one example. The other example is the match we just saw, the last international.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, classic scenario, you got Malta 84. You'd expect Austria to chase that down. They chased down 111 quite easily. The match before was in the beat, upish. But through the gap, fielder gets down, stops it, just a single.
So, yeah, Kostler can bat. He would be the first to admit it's probably not his favourite format. Probably likes to be a bit more technical, take his time, be a bit more selective about what he goes after. Suleiman is a hitter, though. I like him at the top of the order here. I think he can finish things pretty
look
quickly.
at that little shake he does. A little shaking it all about, waiting for the ball.
Might have learned that from David Athwell, a bit of the jiggy. Uh-oh. Gets a chase on here. And he costs him one. Probably doesn't cost him a run at all, but Dalta, not an easy man to get the ball around. The spin does him. It'll just be a single. So Suleiman's off the mark.
Yeah, Suleiman, he's been a little bit of a letdown, I think, for me lately. I mean, we know what he's capable of. He's a big hitting machine. So will he find some sort of form with this one? He gets the opportunity. I know last time round that he did manage to get into the runs and needed to for Masa after losing that golden ball. Risky shot, and well, the catch goes down. Big moment, and first of all, he puts himself right across the line, and a chance to be OBW. Flicks it to Indica Pereira, and Indica Pereira not able to hold on to the catch.
Yeah, a bit of the hot potato about this at the moment for Gozo CC. When you're defending something in the 60s, you need to take your opportunities, and you just mistimed the jump, I think, a little bit there, Indica. He does a lot of work, though, in the medical field. And I know he's probably not getting a lot of rest before these games as well, so it's cut him a break. But Roy could have had a wicket, he doesn't. He hasn't really been hurt this over.
decides to go around the wicket.
What I like about this from the umpire is it's always nice to check the bowler's coming. And he has a little look over his shoulder here. He says, all right, are we good to go? And he's like, it's been a while. Okay, yeah, you're going to come in. That's good. Anyway, hey, it takes us into the over. Yeah, I was talking about Gozo having some previous form in doing this. They are in the top 10 defences. They defended 65 against AUM back late last year, 25th October 2022. And you can see of those, there's quite a few there. 1, 2, 3 on that list that are from Malta. Best of 64 Crusaders versus Warriors. And there was one already, Bajima Blasters defended 65 earlier in this tournament. That was only a week ago. So, look, not going to be easy, but it is possible. Let's get back to the action now. Kanatheel's going to bowl over number 2.
Oh, well, this one really does creep up. It's good delivery. Hits the seam and pops up. And Kosler, happy to see that whiz past.
But to defend something in the 60s, you're going to have to play almost perfect cricket. That's the thing. I think we did see Master kind of lose it against Gozo CC last year when they got bowled out for 31. That was a huge collapse. Well, the bowler thinks about going after this and says, well, you know what? I like 10 fingers. I want to stay having 10 fingers. And the result is the ball racing to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, he's thinking, hang on a minute. I just had the manicure the other day. I'm not messing with the... I like the withdrawal there of the hand, saying, oh no, I don't want it.
There's a bit of the thriller about that from Michael Jackson. I know you like the woo, but this was, you know, when they're kind of sticking their hands up and pulling him back.
Exactly. 4 runs to Kosler. He gets drawn to the wide one. It gets called a wide.
Yeah, I'm not sold on this one, but probably umpire has a better look than I do. So you got to judge this when it goes past. Yeah, it's a wide. That's a good call.
Yeah.
Take back everything I said.
Up in the air, and he gets plenty off this. How far will it go? It will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And Captain Kosler, well, he wants to make sure that under his watch, that they're going to get a victory here, and he's started confidently.
Yeah, that is a good shot. It's a confidence-building shot as well. There's nothing sloggy about that. I still think the field's right. I think encouraging him to take on the fielder. Okay, now they're putting the long off back. I don't mind that, because now the gap is on the leg side, and you're trying to force Kosler into a mental error, maybe whipping across something that he shouldn't.
Yeah.
But, yeah, pressure relieved.
No single. No run. Hey, listen, when you're in this position here, with this bright yellow of Gozo, you nearly need the shades, don't you?
Yeah, it's very Australia at a certain time where they went super bright yellow.
Yeah, it's really bright. You know, when I close my eyes, I can just see, you know when you look at the sun sometimes? I know you shouldn't. This one whizzes through.
Well, you know what? I think that Gozo CC should be sponsored by, like, a laundry detergent. Because they are looking amazing. They are immaculate, these uniforms.
I wonder who's responsible for washing. I bet you somebody is. I bet you somebody is.
They are looking brilliant.
Well, what about...
Don't adjust your sets.
Have we seen the Gozo Derby? Has that happened yet?
Yeah, that was pretty bright.
Yeah, I was going to say, the orange and the yellow together. This is going to be 4 runs. And you see the dashing after it.
They'll take the runs, won't they? So handy over in the end. It's 15 come off it, and it's 21 without loss. Yeah, the Gozo Derby, I think, was Tuesday morning when I first left you to go to head office.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the Gozo Zalmi, yeah, it's just not quite as bright yellow. I'd still probably call it yellow. Orange is more sweety. They're an orange team. Anyway, say hello to us in the chat, ECI European Cricket Network. What are people thinking? This is what I want to ask people that are watching in the chat right now. Where we're at in the Malta-Austria series. It's Austria 3, Malta 2 with 2 games to play. Give us your final score. What do you think? Does anyone think Malta can do it?
You said 5-2 straight away, didn't you?
5-2 yesterday. That was my spider senses talking. Here's Stevie in over number 3.
And this has been really well hit, and it's Mohammed Solomon deciding he's not waiting around anymore, and that's a trademark shot from him. I think the thing is here, if you're attacking the stumps, you're giving him the opportunity to attack you. That's where he's at his best. I think Stevie wants to just go a little bit shorter length outside the off. So Mohammed Solomon hits his first boundary.
Yeah, felt comfortable with that kind of pace, didn't he? And power play, just 2 outfielders allowed. Stevie probably needs to pitch it up a little bit, try and force a mistake. Probably more likely to get one from Suleiman coming forward.
Yeah, that's better. That's the, oh, tight one this for me. But it must catch a little bit of it, and then umpires have been very consistent with this.
I have. Try and pick this one.
I think that looks all right to me.
Umpire's call. I mean, there might be one coat of varnish, which is hitting the very inside of the line. That was a tough one. Anyway, gets another opportunity here, Stevie.
Oh, you don't get any closer than that without knocking them over. Look, you said 5-2. I think, I honestly do think, with that last victory, I'm backing Malta to even it up a 3-piece, and then we're going to go to the thriller.
We're going to Game 7. Yeah. You don't have to wait till October in the World Series. we're going to Game 7. Well, we are anyway. But it would be pretty exciting if it was up for grabs in the last game.
Well bowled. Really well bowled.
Well, he deserves this, doesn't he?
He does.
If they're both 50-50 calls, you'd hate to get both of them against you.
Yeah, so right on cue, like I was saying, go back to just outside the off, and he's done that, Stevie. He's not bowling at the stumps. He's not giving Suleiman the opportunity.
I'd like to see you go moustache, no beard. I mean, we saw you go full beard last year, and your popularity was off the charts. I think
I got it.
Your beard had an Instagram account.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Oh, he's hit him right on the marbles. Oh, dear, that's going to hurt. I'm sure that's right in the cojones.
Well, I mean, that shouldn't hurt because it was so slow.
What's this?
It's like getting hit with a cushion, though. I mean, what is
that? Cross your legs.
Look.
Say a prayer.
If you got any constitution at all, you don't even have to rub that. That's the weirdest slow ball I've ever seen. I don't know if I've got time for this one more. I mean, this is... I probably don't have time to see it right now.
I suppose it's always worse when it...
That's a proper moon ball from Stevie. Where did that come from? There's slow balls, but now he's taking the mick. All right, they're going to scramble through for a single here. So when I was, I remember I was 9 years old and I was kind of playing my first season of competitive cricket, and I had a slower ball, right? You know what my slower ball was? I just run in really fast, and then at the last moment I just slow my arm off. Stevie Roy's just brought it out in the ECS. Wow. That one should have probably gone about 200 metres off the bat. Anyway, last ball of the power play.
Nicely played with soft hands. He's going to get 4 runs for this. It will just race away. This outfield is super quick. And you get it past the fielder, it will just keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Lovely soft hands. Not quite as good as the one we saw Fine Mughal play, of course, in the international, but that's good. That's up there.
The invisible cut. Yeah, interesting with Kostler. Probably bring up the long on, put the third man back, make him play a proper shot to get a boundary. Anyway, it's the end of 31 without loss. And at the moment, no signs of the infamous Massa wobble in the chase.
Yeah, no, so listen, going back to what you were saying about the moustache, I have to be honest. When I did eventually, it was in January, when I did eventually shave, I thought, wonder what it would look like. You know, you experiment.
Oh, yeah.
You take a little bit off first, the goatee look, this look. So I went all the way down to shaving all the beard and the tash, and it did.
No, that's the funny bit, though. I think if you're going to go to the effort of growing a full beard, then you owe it to yourself to take it off in stages. So I did this back when I was working, I was hosting events, and I was doing stuff every night, and I was hosting prize draws and a few different things. This is going back a long time ago now. So I went the full beard. Yeah. And then I went stage by stage, and I had the full Merv Hughes one night. Got down to that. And so I think that's the one you always see on the coverage. They always dig that one up, right?
Yeah. But you know what so I did this, and then I'm thinking, how do these people that always have these immaculate beards, you know, and it's sort of, shave's not the right word, styled in different ways. How did they keep it that way all the time? It's quite difficult to do, just a razor. There must have there must be other tools involved.
Practice, but probably the best one, after I did the Merv Hughes, I just went back to normal moustache, everyone was rolling around laughing because they reckon it looked like Eddie Murphy. Yeah, don't know about the Eddie Murphy comparison. But yeah, that's why I think we'd like to see it at some point, Rico. I think you owe it to everyone. Bring back the beard. Hashtag bring back the beard.
Colour Garden. He gets hit for a biggie. Bolle. In the zona, Shaka. Look, yeah, nice clean hit. I like the way he gets himself into position early. That little step across, he puts himself into the swing zone, and boom, over it goes. Big hit.
That's a good shot. It's not a bad bowler, Cullengarden, but it's just a challenge kind of a ball, and Suleiman up to the challenge.
This time, just ends up getting a bit of this onto his leg.
Pretty well bowled. Just trying to drag him to the leg side. I mean, a more percentage shot here is go over cover. There's no one back there. Can kind of go with the spin or perceived spin of Cullengarden, left armour.
Gary Wheeler, that earlier one, the moon ball, if you like, says, don't rub them, count them. I like that.
But I mean, if you do get hit in that region,
yeah,
the speed of the ball matters. And that ball was barely moving. It was like wasn't even like a hit. It was like a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Just like a little nudge.
Yeah, and it came from
just
upwards.
A friendly
it's
nudge.
Always easier when it's upwards. If it's coming bouncing and hitting you, and it's coming from downwards.
If anything, people would pay good money to be hit about that hard.
He wasn't able to release the throw quick enough, but single taken. Hey, listen, on that, there's been a lot of new things, like in terms of protecting devices coming out.
Yeah.
The box has never changed, does it?
Nah,
it's always the
it's
same.
hard to improve. You know that when I was at school, when people didn't know what they were, we used to tell them they were oxygen masks.
Yeah,
Did I tell you this?
That, yeah.
Oh, how could you improve the box? Well, hold on a second.
There's got to be there's got to be, I don't know.
Well, a couple of things.
Yeah, go on.
As we get to the end of the over, it's 38 without loss. Joe Wegasani has his, battery-heated jacket, right, in Gibraltar?
Yes.
What about a self-heating box? Or maybe you could turn the temperature up or down. So there's one thing you could do.
But why would you want that?
Ice box. Keep your drinks cold? I don't know. No, I think there's times I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at least being able to control the temperature. So that's one way you could improve it.
Yeah, but you could just have that in the garment that the box goes in.
I'm talking about have a fan in it or whatever.
Well, you think having them cool improves your performance?
Just like your air conditioning. And sometimes on a cold day, I'd want them warmed up.
And listen, since we're talking about that sort of talk, how was the jacuzzi last night?
I'll tell you that in a second. I'm giving more box improvements though first.
Okay, more box improvements.
Make one that vibrates.
Yeah. I mean, you could.
Hold on, you're not listening, are you? Listen to me.
Can't say that. You can't say we're not even.
I'm just
we're
saying,
not even on the last match.
If you go to
vibrate.
If you want to go to the science, Zaid gets a bowl, gets called for a wide first up.
What if you hit the wrong button and it starts vibrating when you don't want it to? Then you're going to be like.
All I'm saying is that, staying relaxed is a very important part of playing at your best. So the hot and cold box, whether you...
What, they're checking here, the
wide
or the height?
I think the bowl is in the way of the...
I think they're checking the height.
I don't think that's too high.
Yeah, I think it dips enough.
Probably not. Let's get on with it.
I think it's checking the height.
Just a wide. Yes, wide's called. Yeah. As we thought. Yeah, just checking for height, but I don't think it was too high. Meanwhile, Suleiman wants a piece of him. No, he doesn't. We can talk more about box improvements.
I mean, remember, were you a naughty kid? I mean, all the naughty kids have ideas. I mean, when you were going to the headmaster and you were going to get the cane, you just get all the magazines, whatever magazines, you could stuff them in your underpants.
My school still had the cane legal for a while. Well, that is no ball coming up.
Yeah, this one is called.
Yeah. Sometimes you remove all doubt. I think Suleiman's upset he doesn't whack this for 6, but he gets woken up. Whoosh. And so free hit coming up. I did get like a 30-centimetre ruler once when I was 6, but luckily kind of just bounced off my backside and had to pretend it hurt.
Yeah.
But no, I was mostly a good kid.
There were loads of when when you were naughty and you were being caught. Oh, this one. Well, where does this come from? It's been given a wide's called. I don't know. That must be for height. This one really does take
this
off.
one really takes off. You're not wrong there. I mean, is this Fazil Rahman bowling? And Suleiman, he doesn't know what to expect now. How high is this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good shot of it there.
Because he's on his toes as well.
It's probably borderline, but he's also got his legs spread.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it remains a free
umpire's
hit.
call. Yeah, umpire's call. Can't bowl another one of those, though.
And this one is going to be 4 runs. Doesn't quite get the middle of the bat, but finds the gap. 4 more. So Zaid Rahman goes for another.
Yeah. Lily Panda saying hot or cold, vibrating box merch. We'll work on it. We'll get the scientists in the ECN lab onto that. There's many ways you could improve it. Imagine if you could get like a custom fit, and you get like a mouth guard, and you get. Imagine. I mean, you'd have to have some flexibility in it. But imagine if we had like, cushions and things like that. I think we could do a lot. I mean, at the moment, you just, they're crushable with fast bowling.
Yeah, they are. That's
no
what I'm
good.
thinking. Maybe you could have them made like, like the old style chastity belt.
Yeah. Hold on. What do they make?
So you're wearing like the whole under garment is
when the
solid.
Pope travels, the glass that the Pope travels behind?
Yeah.
Or like the President of the USA's limousine?
Yeah.
Some of that stuff down there.
You could.
We want cricketers to continue for many generations.
You could get personalised ones, because you're talking about the old, very solid fiberglass. So personalised ones, they take a mould first and then it fits perfectly.
Yeah, the Maximo box coming soon to ECN. 50's up now. I think this game's on borrowed time.
And I like that, if it's a mould, right, then you don't have the problem where somebody wants to use your protector. You can say, sorry,
then you have to,
it's only made from me.
And then you have to compare and say, and you have to say, sorry.
Yeah, it's just...
You're going to have a bit of room to move.
Yeah.
Or
I think it's a good idea. Because you always hate that, don't you? When you've batted, you come out, and the next batter say, anyone got a guard I can use? And you're like, I'm not saying anything. Then they're looking at you, and you say, well, actually, I didn't wear one.
End of 5 overs.
I don't want anyone to wear your guard. Anyway,
I'm going to come back to this, because these are the big questions. Anyway, it's 53 for no loss after 5. Guess what? Exciting night in Gibraltar. Matches 61 and 62. It's finals night, and Entertainers versus Pirates will be the decider. But tune in for our last look at the Latin show. Rugby CC versus Sloggers. And Sloggers, they've won a few games along the way as well. They're very capable of springing a surprise, but Rugby CC have to be favourites in that. Entertainers had a long streak with the Pirates, hit some form last night. They did enough to get into the final, so join Joe Wigasani. It's pretty much straight after play here. So tune in for finals night in Gibraltar.
Well, this is just an opportunity and well taken. Really nice catch. He doesn't really get anything on this. No mistakes from the man who's wearing the jacket. A little bit sizes too big for him, but he takes the catch. Osman Paul, he's reaching for this. Doesn't get any power in the shot. Nicely done. And it's a wicket. So wicket coming with this match. Really well, it's done, really, isn't it? I mean, Marcel almost there. 52 will be as the first wicket goes down.
Maybe if there's one team that could lose from here, it's Marsa, going on what happened the other day. But no, I think it's a matter of time. That was a bit of a freakish performance. It's a bit awful in life. You do tend to get remembered for some follies more than your good moments. As a wicketkeeper, I know that all too many. I mean, I probably, in 10 years of high-level cricket, I probably only ever dropped maybe 2 or 3 catches, but I can remember them really well. And all the hundreds I took kind of blend in. Anyway, Ajish Anthony, here's a guy that can swing a cricket match. We saw that earlier in the series. It's a remarkable catch that actually bounced off the keeper and got caught by Gautam at short third man, left-handed. They need a bit of magic. Avinash Dilip gets a bat at number 3. First time I've seen him this series. Misses out first ball. He generally plays this cricket for the Knights. Now, I want to go back to this protection issue we're talking about. That was very interesting. I was going to say that one thing I learned, I ended up with 5 or 6 different boxes. I'd have him in every, because sometimes I have little bags for keeping, for batting, and I would just spray them all over the place because I didn't want to be with it. I didn't want to borrow anyone's. So when I put my hand in the box, all I could feel was were boxes in my cricket bag. Here's a Ajish.
Oh, well, talking about protection, this is where you need protection. This has clocked him right on the arm. And, well, that's another one that we've seen. Arm guard, but not where we want. This is, listen, a few times in this innings, we've really seen the ball just shoot off.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And it comes off. Yes. Forearm, I think. Almost glove. And sheesh, bring the heat.
This one.
And what they would have done for an average score here goes OCC. You know, something around 90. As it is, doesn't look like it'll be enough. Yeah, so that's the strategy I had. Is I didn't want to be, you know, quickly rushing, trying to get my pads on.
I bet you had a favourite one. I bet if you did well, then you'd always say, I'm going to wear that box again.
I was into coloured ones. Yeah, they make them in different colours now. I got blue, yellow, green, and red. And
what do you mean? No.
They make coloured boxes.
What do you mean now?
Like
Maybe now. You're talking about when you used
even
You're
recently,
just taking the colours off your shirt and calling them.
Even recently, 2019 Indoor World Cup.
Where did you get them from? I remember the silly. I remember pink and white.
No,
I don't know why
pink's old school.
Yeah,
a bit wide.
ball.
The pink is proper old school.
Yeah, see, why pink? They're supposed to be for men. Why did they do pink?
They were pretty smashable, those pink ones as well. I don't know what they were made of. It wasn't a very
You're talking about
plastic.
the pink ones with the holes in as well, aren't they? Yeah, those were no good.
That was 55 off 5.5, all the fives, but it's been ruined now. With that wide, goes 56. Yeah, you can get the coloured ones. And the other thing is, I had another tactic, because in indoor cricket, when you bowl, you take out your box and it's outside the court, right?
Yeah.
That's the only, and the rest of the time when you're fielding, obviously I was wicket-keeping, I had it in the whole time.
Yeah.
I had a bit of a tactic as well. It's controversial as we get to the end of the 6th over. It's 57 for 1. I would get a Sharpie and I'd write XXL on the box, so that when the whole crowd could see it, you put the box out just outside the field of play. I just think confidence is key. Anyway.
I mean, you were talking about heated. I mean, why can't they make them where they're like fleecy material inside?
That'd
be comfy.
Then you have to dry clean them. Anyway, this game looks like it's rapidly drawing to its conclusion. Here we go with over number 7, and it's going to be Kalanganan who's going to bowl it. 10 to win.
Kalanganan floats it up there. It's been hit well. Fielder's got work to do. Not going to stop it. Beautiful placement from Kozla. I'm liking this knock here from Kozla. I mean, it seems to be, doesn't he look so much more relaxed here?
Yeah.
I mean, Marsa, sometimes we've seen him before when the bat, they look shaky, they look like they're going to bottle it, but he's gone out there and he's taken the role of being the captain here seriously, and he's batted really well.
Yeah, absence of pressure really as well. He's unhurried in this innings. See there, keep out a good ball. He says, okay, I think I'm going to get enough opportunities to put away bad balls. I don't need to go looking for trouble. I think they've learned a bit from the other day, and it was Kozla that kind of started the house of cards falling against Mudder Day on Friday morning.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here, though, from Kozla is, I mean, I've said this a number of times when he's gone out there, he's not a hitter, he's not a slogger, he's a proper cricketer, plays proper shot. And I suppose here, with this kind of run chase, he's been able to play his natural game without any issues, and that's why he's relishing this and making it look easy.
Yeah, modest target in the first place. And ironically, he's actually scoring way quicker. You know, he's 29 off 18.
Because he's playing his normal game. He's playing relaxed. Just trying to work this away.
Delete looks a bit rusty. You can understand that. I think he kept pretty well. Took a very good catch diving to his right. Avinash Delete. Still no Johnny Grimmer. He's not back on the island yet. He had his birthday, I think, on Thursday. He turned 64. Expect him back in week 4.
Up in the air, chance. And Stevie says, it's mine. No mistakes with the man with the lovely tash. And nicely done from him. Never looked in danger despite the efforts of the fielder trying to put him off. That was Wasim Shaki running his way. And Stevie says, I don't know what you're doing there. This is mine.
I like that from Shaq, though, because you expect the unexpected. If that bounces off the palms of Stevie, and he was in potential rebound territory. They did get one awesome rebound catch we already talked about. Bounced off the keeper to Gautam Datta earlier in the season. Anyway, right now, this is Nitin Babu, who's getting about at number 4 with just 5 to win.
Babu, we've seen him plenty of times before. He doesn't normally play again for Marsa, but as his team's not playing this series, he's been signed up. And I'm sure he's looking forward to his opportunity. Work this away and chases on for the keeper. I don't think he'll get there, and he won't. That's 4 more. And that ties the scores.
Yeah, so this one is going to be over any second. And we will get a little bit of an extended break as the score is 66 for 2 off 7. So coming up, we're about 40 minutes away from the first ball of Game 6. And have a look at that. Malta 2 and 3, Austria 3 and 2. If Malta win, we go to a Game 7 that's very much alive. If Austria win, they'll take the first ever ECI trophy, which is an absolute brick. We already had it in the commentary box. And Malta 4-run favourites, but you can see not too much between those teams. And really looking forward to seeing how that goes. Do not miss it. Come back in about 35 minutes. We'll take you into the afternoon of international action.
The next match is going to be an absolute corker because Malta, they know, got to win it. Otherwise, it goes to Austria, the series. Austria know if they don't win it, it goes to the wire. And this will be the end of the match. Another lovely shot played. And it will be Kosler who finishes it off. So we're in the captain's band in the absence of Harun Magal, and also in the absence, got to say, in the absence of the likes of Faim Magal and the Niraj Khanna, who are playing for the Malta national team. The captain there does a really good job. A good victory for Marsa. And still, I mean, they're not at their best, but they're getting the vital points they need to at least make it through to, well, probably will be that Friday. What are we going to call that Friday? Is there a name for it? Qualification Friday?
Yeah, well, it's Elimination Day. Elimination Day coming up this Friday. But yeah, I mean, both these teams a little bit short of some key personnel. I think that Marsa probably just covered them a little bit better than Gozo were able to. Yeah, because Gozo CC, they're missing Wazi Mabas, they're missing the tank, Dasha Patanka, because of those national commitments. So, look, when it came down to it, Gozo CC, I think they would have been competitive if they'd at least put a competitive score on the board. Yeah. I don't think you can criticise their bowling too much. I mean, that one was a really interesting one. It actually came down with a bit of cumulus on it and then thrashed into the inner thigh of Suleiman. But really, the openers, they did the job, didn't they? And yeah, Costa was very composed. Suleiman broke out with 1 Maximo in his 19. But really, Gozo, no miracles for them today, unfortunately. They weren't able to score enough runs, and it's Marsa that do it. They do it with 17 balls to spare. Yeah, well done, Marsa. Well done to their captain, Kosler. A comfortable victory for them. And no, both teams had a few selection issues. It was Marsa, the team in green, that do the job over the team in the dashing yellow. Not before we had a highlight of GB Roy taking another cat. So a good victory here, but just to remind you all, we do have more international cricket coming your way. 2 matches, 2 more. Malta taking Austria, and I think everybody was probably hoping that the bat versus ball computer is correct, that Malta get this victory and we go to the decider at the last one. That would be something. Yeah, and you see one key difference between the international game and the club game with 12 wides and 7 overs. Just, I think extras are such a big factor in any form of cricket. You've got to get them under control. Kostler, acting captain, 33, steered the chase in the right direction, made sure there were no embarrassments for Marsa today. Suleiman with 19 also batted pretty well. Anthony with a wicket, and Kalangarden, the left-arm spinner, I think bowled pretty tidy spell. 1 for 16 of his 2. Also, I think that Stevie didn't do too much wrong. Also showed us a brand new slower ball that had a bit of the David Athwal about it. Anyway, Gozo CC, they'll be fighting hard to get out of the elimination zone. They've gotten close to finals before. They've never quite made it. Will this be their year? They need to get some results. And I think they still have a couple of games against Victoria Lions. So they'll still have some hopes that they can get the wins that get them into Elimination Day. We are going to take a break. We'll be back in around about half an hour as we will take you into Game 6. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, Mariko Full with me. ECI Cricket will be back. Malta and Austria battling it out in the last 2 games of the day. Vinny Sandhu ready for action, and so are the players. When we return for more action right here on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. We've seen so much action so far on what's been a super Sunday, and don't forget it's going to keep coming. Tonight is finals night in Gibraltar, but before that we have to finish the business here, and that is the ECI, the bilateral series best of 7. We head into game 6 now. Malta and Austria, the current state of play. Austria have won 3 matches, Malta have won 2 matches, and that makes this a huge match. If Austria, if they win it, they've won the series, and the last one will be a dead rubber. But if Malta can win, it'll be 3-3 going into game 7. Coin toss is so important, I can tell you right now. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with the 2 captains.
Malta to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads.
We'll take a bet.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck, guys. Cheers.
So it is Malta that win the big coin toss here in game 6, and they've elected to bat. No surprises there. Well, here's the thing with Malta. I mean, they won that last game, game 5, just before the ECS break, and they actually didn't even play that well. I think I look at their fielding, it wasn't great. I think Rahman, bowling was a little bit off, and you know, they certainly can improve, Malta. That's the scary thing. But Austria, they certainly were below their best, not chasing down that score of 85. They just lost wickets at key times. I think their bowling and fielding pressure was really good, but they let themselves down with the bat. They'll have to chase again. How many? We'll have to see, as this really exciting series will continue into match 6. Malta winning the toss and batting here in the middle of the Master International Cricket Ground. Let's go over to Rico Ford as we get ready for the start of play.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, as we see the umpires leading the teams out, and Abhishek Prajapati and Nilkaj Patel are the men in black, and a good toss to win by Heinrich Cherokee, and no mistakes from him. He wants to have a bat first, of course he does. He'll be hoping that they get more than the 84. That was enough for victory in match number 5 between these international teams. Let's have a look at the 2 teams. Razman Shigwal, he'll be hoping that he can continue from where he left off. He's starting to find good form from himself, but he'll be very disappointed that they weren't able to pick up that victory last time. The Big D not in the side this time round, so it's a chance for some of the other players to shine. On the Malta side, Ryan Bastians, he's been key with the bat, though I do see that Basil George is going out to open, so they're going with Basil as the left-hander to support Dashida Petanka in this one. But no change there in the side at all from Malta. But what a big match this is. This is all about Malta. If they want to stay in this, if they want to have a chance to be victorious in this series, 7 matches they'll play at the moment, you know that it's 3-2 to Austria. Malta want to not just make it 3-all, but then they want to do the business in the last one. Austria know they can seal the series if they can get a result here. I mean, out of the 2 teams right now, Malta will be feeling the better. Austria will be, I think they'll be really disappointed that they weren't able to get to the 85 required for victory. They finished 8 runs short last time, but it was their own doing. I mean, you have to say, Malta weren't at their best, but even though they made some clangers in the field and not catches, they still won it. But Austria didn't help themselves with some crazy run-outs themselves. Here we go. Bat versus ball. In comes a key big ball. And this gets worked away. And Basil gets off the mark. I think he is, I mean, this is now a personal battle. It's not just about playing for Malta. It is about Basil wanting to show the world who haven't seen him play, see what he can do. I think this is why he wants to go out there. He's probably pleaded to Gericke to say, look, I know I'm not in form, but look, I want to open. Send me out there. Let me do the business. Petanka will get on strike for the Basil. Clips one away and gets a single. Iqbal bowled very well on the last one. Was wicketless, but only conceded 9 runs in his spell. And this one is a little bit too wide. Chased that by Petanka. Fortunately for him, he doesn't get anything on it. Third man is pushed back. That's something that Austria have learnt from straight away, having back there, because they conceded quite a few runs there, and it was Petanka who played the ball, guided it and edged it down there a few times, and also a backward point in place. So very much the case of keeping the ball in that area, and that's what he does well. That's the plan here. And I talk about plans, it's all about executing them. And Austria, to their credit, when they were out there with the ball last time in match number 5, they did that really well. The ball motor out the very last ball. And don't forget, I mean, folks, if you haven't seen it, you're going to see a lot of it. Umar Tariq took not just 1, but 2 hat-tricks in that innings. He finished with 6 for 22. Beautiful delivery. Draws the tank into the shot. So Iqbal is getting that ball to move around and move away. A warm welcome back to everybody on the chat. Michael Darwin's in there. Michael, how are you? Good to see you on the chat. James Stewart as well, saying good afternoon. And saying, yes, I have returned. We're good. I hope you're all returning back, because we're going to have 2 cracking international matches to finish the day. And that, of course, is finished the day here. And then we do it again night time. It's finals day in Gibraltar, the bronze final and the final. The big one coming up there. And good luck to the crew in Gibraltar. They're getting ready for that. And I hope you have a fantastic finals day. Joe Weggs is there, of course, in the commentary box. Mars Baiji, along with Manav, Ashwin. Swing and a miss. Shub Navjot Singh is there as well. And Tyrone Peters, who, of course, was here for the start of Malta. So have a great evening, guys. And good luck to all the teams involved there. But of course, the final will be between the Entertainers and the Pirates. Before that, Rugby CC and Sloggers will battle it out for the bronze final. Edge, man, is back there, and that's what he's back there for. Tidies up a very good first over. Just 3 runs from it. One of those coming in wides. As we have a look at bat versus ball once again in favour of Malta, and it's a similar scores that they're picking all the time. 103 to 99 this time. Last time round it was 103 to 102. Malta were victorious, but they didn't get to those sort of scores, but they were able to defend 84. And that will really, I mean, whatever happens here, that's the one thing that Malta will take into this match and into the last one as well, that they have shown that they can defend a low score. So the batters will be feeling here, look, if they can get them to that 100 mark, they'll fancy themselves. Basir Khan starts, but doesn't feel right. Pulls away. Michael. I'm very well. Number more the merrier here in Malta, watching international cricket being played. It's good Yorker delivery, just going down the leg side. Good length. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, a slight mix of international and European Cricket Series cricket. We just saw an easy victory for Marsa against Gozo, and of course tomorrow here we'll continue with the final week of the European Cricket Series here in Malta. The finals day will be on Saturday, and Vinny, he'll be coming to us from Gibraltar, where it's T10 style women's cricket starting. Really, it's a fabulous month, February. So much happening, and of course, if that's not enough for you, we'll then have the European Cricket League, the Champions League of Cricket, starting on the 27th of February. Oh, well, the umpire, they've been very tight on these, and judging this, just catching the line. Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Just needs to get that Fuller up there, doesn't he? Let's say he's my kind of what I call the Bombay mix bowler. You don't know what's coming out next. He does vary it around. And this one, you see, a lot fuller. Chance if he gets him. Oh, well. I think he definitely would have been close. I mean, he's not slow. He's a big man, is the Tank, but he's not slow. And let's see. Keep an eye on him. He goes straight away. That's the key here. Goes straight away. And, well, not guilty of not trying to slide the bat in. That's the basics not happening there. We've seen that a few times. Austria were guilty of that in the last match. And their running between the wickets is what cost them the match. That's been worked away. See, it's those sort of shots there, as we see them taking the two. Asking the question. I'm going to go upstairs and have a look at this. So, it's not a huge appeal. I'm guessing that he's okay here. But still having a look. I think this is more the case of Nilkesh Patel. I wanted to be sure. First of all, George doesn't really try and hit this aggressively, which is not like him. Just watch here. Is he guilty of not putting the bat down again? It plugs, you know. It's not the bat, the foot. I think he's out. I think he's out because the bat, I think, is short of the line. The foot is in the air. Bells are coming off the next caption. I think he's gone. I think he's gone. You know, I just mentioned earlier the basics. Well, this is, again, look, he's looking at the ball rather than looking at what he should be doing. That picture tells it all. Let's have a look at the next frame. And the next frame, there, bails are off, foot is in the air. He's out. Excellent work once again from Spring Productions. Arthurs does really well. Look, give a shout out to Arthurs, Martins, and Valentine's. They've been absolutely brilliant all the way through here. Superb work from them, and superb work in the field from Austria. A really good bit of teamwork there from them, but again, poor running. We saw that earlier from the Tank, and now we see it again. He's looking at the ball rather than concentrating getting his bat down. Needs to slide it in. All right, I know the bat does plug there, but he should be reaching, he should be sliding, and he, being that they are the home side, should know that you're really better off running on the edge of the strip there and sliding the bat in. So the wicket goes down a little bit like in the first match. I mean, not quite as devastating as what we saw from Austria when they had to run out the very first ball of the innings. But a little bit like that, an unnecessary wicket. And it is the Tank that will have to go. George back on strike. See that it is Niraj Khanna has come out. Yeah, you can see it. I'm not saying it's the approach from George that I like. He's being cautious. He's not normally he's whipping these away, but he's trying to say to himself, time, take my time. But sometimes you see by doing that, you end up playing not your normal game. You end up getting yourself in a bit of trouble. Khanna. Oh, what a good delivery that is. Had to be dug out. Another chance here. Oh, well, if this one is a direct hit, this one could have been out as well. It's a good pick up and throw from Radhawa. Let's have a look at this. And yeah, see, look at the running there. I mean, to try and avoid the ball, he's running all over the place, and he puts himself in a position where if this hits, he's out. Just have a look at the wide berth he takes. First of all, look, he's going wider, wider, wider. Bat in the air. He's more concentrated on where the ball is going than getting himself in. Would have been out. This is what we're talking about. 3-2 in favour of Austria. 2 more to play. Malta have to win it to make it even. And we go into the last, the decider. They lose this one. You're really not playing for anything but pride in the last. This one's just been clipped away. It's the better start at the moment from Austria. Just 1 for 1 at the end of 2. Keeping back, as he's done all the way through. On to finish his spell. It's been tidy, though. Not picking up wickets, but he's bowled a very good line. How would he fare against the left-hander? George goes for it, in the air. Fielder comes in, and almost pulls off what would have been a sensational catch. And that's as if Zazai, well, have a look at this. I mean, it doesn't really get it. He's coming a long way, gets a slide in. It's a chance. It will go down as a chance. A tremendous effort, though. George gets lucky. Is this the luck he's been waiting for? This will be called a wide. Yeah, he's been unlucky with the... I mean, he's been sensational in the field. He's been sensational with the ball. Hasn't been able to do it with the bat. Maybe... just that chance, half a chance, but a chance being dropped on 3 is what is needed. Niraj Khanna. Oh, he goes upstairs. This is too short. Well, it's 1 for the over. So a judge not to have gone over the batter's head. Remember, over the head is a wide. And you can see that Niraj is saying, surely it is over. I tend to agree with him. And... I have a better idea if we see that side. So Akib, he knows he can't bowl the short one again. Oh, well, he says, I didn't get you with the bouncer. I'll try with the full toss. Well, Akib, he's getting nasty here. Ooh, well, a bit of body wars. He tried with the short one, but this one is a Gandhi one. I think this is the attempted slower delivery that goes wrong. And all he's succeeding in doing is giving Niraj Khanna now the license to go big, the license to go the full Monty. Free hit. Khanna will take him on for sure. Edge, but doesn't carry anyway, so gets away with it, Akib. But the question is the extra delivery. What happens? See, sometimes people forget it's not bowling the extra. So people say, oh, you know, he's got away with it. It's the extra ball, is what happens the last ball off the over, which normally wouldn't be bowled, but will be as a result of the extra. Firmly struck, and this is going to be 4 runs. Good hit, clean hit. There's nobody out there mid-wicket. They got long on, was pretty wide. This one was just a little bit too short, and Khanna is onto it pretty quickly. Decides he wants it, is in the slot, in the swing zone. 4 runs. So this is the ball I'm talking about now. So having to bowl this one because of the wide. So this is where that no ball can hurt you. 17 for 1, last ball of the power play. And he gets away with it. It's the dot ball to finish. So recovers well. And once again, despite the issues, it's only conceded 10. And 17 for 1 is the score. Look at the power play, so 3, 6 and 8. Overs, of course, the first and the third bowled by Iqbal, and Basir Khan. He bowled the second, but he's not going to bowl the third. They're going to go for the man we know as the wild thing, Jaweed Zadran, and he's another one that can certainly vary the pace around a little bit. Welcome once again to everybody that's joined us again on the chat, enjoying the international battle between Malta and Austria here at the Marseille International Cricket Ground. Remember, Malta, the home side, desperate to win this one to level it 3 apiece. This is really nicely played. Lovely shot from Basil George. It's full, it's right up there, but it's a little leg side-ish. And this is more like it. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. Look, gets the bat in place. Look at the way he uses the wrist. A nice shot. And maybe he's starting to get himself into form. He's had a life, don't forget. A difficult opportunity to Zazai, who made excellent ground to try and get to that catch, but wasn't able to take it. 4 off the first from Zadran. Just looking at this field here. Square leg back, mid-wicket, and long on. Quicker delivery. Nicely played, nicely timed. 4 runs. Well, it's just a push, but it's a push for 4. Basil George, he's starting to get going. Look at that, nicely played. And I said in the last one, I'd just rather they just stuck with him at the top of the order and say, look, we're not going to move you down the order, we're going to keep you up there. We know you'll come good. They've gone back to that philosophy, and that, so far, it's working for them. Short, chance. Oh, he's going to get a second chance. Twice he's been dropped. And this time it's Itibar Didar. So George being dropped on 3 and now here on 12. And he just tries to clip this away. And if he got out to that, he would have been really disappointed with himself. He's one that he likes to hit. And that's the thing, Basil, that I'm talking about. He's just being a little bit cautious. Play your shots and play the way you normally do. Normally he's hooking that to the boundary big time. Gets another life. Oh, good delivery, Yorker length. And then Niraj Khanna. This time he keeps his head still. Niraj has also been a bit guilty of playing for the big shots and going right across the line. He's got time this time to build an innings. He doesn't have to play that sort of style just yet. Zadran will feel that he's been very unlucky. Goes for the short one again to Basil. This time Basil, seeing it's at his body, just fends it down. A battle developing between the Wild Thing and Boom Boom George. No real boom booms at the moment. George is patiently building. 13 is on, 2 4s. Played away, wants a single, in comes a throw. And shy at the stumps, misses them, but no extra. Let's see how close this was. Niraj is very quick to go, but once again, I think it would have been out. I'm certain this would have been out. He's running again. He's a long way short, and I don't think the bat, he's not trying to slide the bat in as well. Have a look at this. Yeah, long way short. So, taking on the fielders, Malta. And, well, so far, they had the tanker run out. The others have been lucky so far. 28 for 1 after 4. As we welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, interesting start to this one, isn't it? As Basil, it's the longest he's batted in the whole series. Yeah, the tank, it wasn't an all-terrain tank, was it? Had a bit of trouble with the surface. Let's go then as Pasir comes in, he gets blasted for 4. Well, boom, boom, Basil warming up, and that could spell trouble for Austria. He got lucky, didn't he? Got so lucky. Dida put him down last over, had a couple of chances, but now this one races off the bat to the boundary.
That, folks, is Basil George. That's more like it. Full flow of the bat, positioning, head still, lovely shot, 4 runs. No chance for the fielder.
Pasir comes back. And now, surely he's out of luck now. Dida can't drop this, and he doesn't. So Basil, 18, and that's all. Just a clever change of pace, wasn't it, from Basir? Basil, where does he go wrong here? He says his shot hasn't been working for him, trying to heave over the leg side. Look, credit to Dida. He would have had his heart in his mouth there, but he does hold on this time. Big wicket, 32 for 2.
Yeah, and they get him. I mean, there was half a chance for Zazai to catch him on 3, then Dida, as we, dropped him on 12, but catches him second time round when he gets the second chance. Basil will go And he goes for 18. But I think, again, there, a bit of a plan there. We saw in the last over that Zadran tried the short stuff into the body to him. Basir Khan the same. And, well, this is a change. Didn't pick this up on the fantasy. It is Varun Prasad. He is playing, so he's obviously decided that a little bit of rest that he's given his hand that is worth having a chance. But just keep an eye on that. Let's see how much it affects him. But look, he's somebody that if he can get going can make a huge difference to the match.
Well, it is, and he's carrying an injury, but they just must feel, all right, we need your experience, we need you in there. I mean, he was struggling this morning to hold his bat properly. You know, he's got this injury, and it's quite unselfish, but where's he going to be at mentally here? I mean, we've got a little injury, starting out can't be easy. Varun deals with this. And, he's knocked down in the infield. I mean, one thing is, though, he is a match winner, isn't he?
Yeah, but look at him. As soon as he's played that, look what he's doing with his hand. As soon as he's hit that, even when he's running, that's hurt him. Because he's had to dig it out. That's hurt him. Watch this. Watch. Watch the hand. He's feeling the pain here. What? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, let's keep an eye on him. Right now, Kana needs to heat up.
Oh,
that's going to be a no ball, and it's clever because he pokes it, tries to get extra runs, and he'll get a couple. They'll have to hustle. Gets there in the end. This has got to be a no ball.
Yeah, it's been called.
+2.
Yeah, that's 2. I mean, we saw Aqib Iqbal do this in his second over. Now we're seeing this from Basir Khan. And the extras, I mean,
we've seen a remarkable amount of these high no balls for an international match, or international series. I just think they're trying their variations early in the season. You know, probably slightly cool conditions, a few getting away, but they can be costly. And Kana now gets a free hit.
Yeah, missed out on the one to Aqib Iqbal, which went through the dot. I'd like to see him come down the wicket, come down and try and hit straight.
Wants to go over the leg side, but he doesn't get it off terra firma. This will just be a single. I want to say hello to James and hello to Michael in the chat as well. Nice to have you with us. You've come at a great time, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Game 6. Well, it's got the feel the World Series about this. We're into Game 6 and the series is on the line. Malta have to win to keep their chances of holding the trophy alive. Gone, and he plays all round a fairly straight Yorker, and well, injured or not, this is always a bit of an Achilles heel. The full straight one, Prasad early in his innings can be susceptible, and so it's unhappy in a short stay for Varun. He goes for just one. The score is 37 for 3.
Yeah, what a good delivery this is. What I want you to focus on, look how wide he goes, the bowler. Basir Khan goes really wide and angles this in, and that's what beats Varun Prasad. Look, he goes wide, and it's the angle, and Varun Prasad is playing down the wrong line.
The thing about Prasad is he does not move his feet. He does not move his feet, and I think the Austrians, they've done their homework. They would have been expecting to face Varun.
Yeah.
And I think that Basir gets it right straight away. So you talked about it earlier, didn't we, that these players now, there's so much footage of their opponents. You can use the footage to improve your own game, but you see, they went around the wicket to Prasad, and he's one guy I think you can go around the wicket to, and he just missed that one. Couldn't make any contact.
Yeah, you make a very good point there about using the footage for your own benefit, and that's one thing I think the European Cricket Network has done. When it started live streaming these matches, players are going back and looking at their performances, because quite often when I'm seeing them the next day, they're saying to me, I had a look at this, I'm doing this, I'm not doing that right. So what a tool it is for them as well.
And sometimes you can hear something a million times, as we see another left-hander out there. That looks like Bastians, who's coming out at 5 this time. Yeah, you can be told a million times by coaches, but you often don't know. You don't understand until you see it for yourself and you see it with your own eyes. And so I just think the fact that little things are highlighted, and Prasad, I know that's a habit, but it's a habit that I think at international level it's hard to get away with that because when you're just relying on your hands all the time,
it's not going to work. But here's a question for you, okay? We're into here now, what, the 6th match?
Yeah.
Okay, we've seen that on 3 occasions, Bastians has got 30-plus scores opening. Why change what's worked?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'll come back to that in a second. I think I'm surprised to see him batting 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they wanted to get Basil back up there. He's a match winner. You have him up there. The tank, they're probably thinking, well, you know, we want to get him up the top in the power play and see if we can make something happen. Now, it doesn't work. He gets run out for 2 off 7. But where I probably, if you want to do that, I probably then would have had Bastians at 3. I think you still got to get him out there early. He has looked confident against the faster bowlers. It's a wild thing coming on to bowl over 6. And this one's dug out for 1.
Yeah, they've got their lines right here now. I mean, okay, they've let themselves down sometimes with variations going for that slower ball. It's ended up being a full toss. We've seen that a few times. But in general, the length of the bowling from Austria has been good all the way through.
One guy we haven't seen yet, which I think batted well last time. Oh, beat for pace there. Wild thing.
Wild
stuff,
thing. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, is Heinrich Gericke. You know, I think Heinrich Gericke played some good shots. He handled it. He certainly stood up last time. I think it's just below the shoulder, so it's a really good ball. I don't actually think it's a bouncer for the over either. Not sure whether they counted that or not. Wow, well bowled, isn't it? A few little kicks from Bastians. Yeah, but it's hard because it's like no one's dominating selection at the top of the order, but you've got a few guys that might come good for you. That's what it feels like. I mean, Kana is one as well. I mean, I think maybe they feel like they have to bat him high, otherwise where does he bat? But he's struggled to kind of go at the pace required in the last couple of games. Prasath is a bit of a wild card that didn't work out. Okay, doesn't waste too many balls. He backs away, but he's rushed again, isn't he? Bastians and preserves himself, getting this one away for 1. Yeah, but you got Gericke, who was listed at 4 in this game. We haven't seen him yet. Afikana knows he's probably got some issues with fitness and things at the moment, so I can understand him dropping down a little bit. But whoever it is, they better get a move on, because right now they're just on 70 pace. Here's Zadran, last ball of his spell. Edged, dropped. And yeah, just a little bit of a technical thing here for Chima. And you'll see he's wrong-footed. And okay, it comes quickly, but he's heading the wrong way. Just have a look at him here. Gets a good look at it. See how he's moving to his left. And I guess my little tip for him here, is try and put yourself in a position where you won't have to move left. Even if you start further left, and that way you're not wrong-footed. Just look at all his weight going to the left, and then he just has to throw a hand and it doesn't stick. So that's one thing I think wicketkeepers talk a lot about, how far back or forward. That's quite an obvious one. But what we don't talk about too much is where you start sideways. So to a quick bowler, you want to reduce the chances that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not the first time either. We saw that in the earlier match as well, where he's going one way and not able to recover quick enough. So just keep an eye on that. Kana dropped on 10.
Yeah, Dida is back. And he starts a big filthy full toss. Swung and missed, so 7th over beginning. A bit lucky to get away with that wild swing there. But yes, looking pretty grim at the moment. Okay, they've only lost 3 wickets, but no one is really able to break out of the shackles. I mean, George looked like he might, but he's gone. We haven't had a single Maximo through the first 6.1 overs. And Austria, they've shown us, when you get it right, what it should look like, with some good variations, with some good block hole bowling. I mean, you've got someone like Nimet Tariq, who took 6 wickets earlier, but I mean, they've hit the stumps a lot, haven't they?
Yeah,
and they've forced the batters to rush their shots on occasion as well. Bastians, it's now or never really. He steps away, and again, I don't think this is necessarily a good tactic.
Yeah. See that square leg umpire signalling something, saying that's one for the over. Yeah, so it's not over there. This is a good delivery. Bastians is looking to make space. Watch this.
Yeah.
And he says, well, fine, you want to do that? I'm going to follow you.
It's just giving the bowler a bit more margin for error. Medina might follow up with the Yorker here. He does, and he executes it really well. This might have been close, They're going to come for 2. No, they're not, because only one batter is standing up. Yeah, I reckon this is a pretty close call.
Yeah, good work behind the stump. The only thing he doesn't do, Chima, is actually hit him, but he's onto it pretty quickly.
Bastians is giving Dida a really good look at the stumps. You see, so he chops it out. I just got my spider senses saying that if this hits, yeah, that would have been gone. A real close range miss from Chima.
Pace off again.
Yeah, look, if I had one bit of batting advice that would cover every ECN match that I watch, one thing that I would say more often than anything, it would be, don't back away. Just the odds aren't there. I know occasionally it looks $1 million when when it comes off, but you give up the leg side wide, you're getting away from the line of the ball, you're not getting weight into the shot. Yeah, don't give the bowler an extra chance. See, once again, even that little movement back, it's not helping. You're now having to work against yourself. So what you're hoping for here is the Damien Martin like lofted cover drive, which is a millionaire's shot, but it's just not the percentages, I don't think.
What a good over.
As we get, yeah, great over from Dida. He's been good. 7 overs down, 44 for 3. Now, I know a few people have been asking for this. This is to do with the ECS. And the top 8 teams will play in finals this weekend. You'll be here. I'll be watching. Don't worry about that. So we have Elimination Day on Friday, Finals Day on Saturday. And you can see there, first and second, they're straight through to Finals Day. Third and fourth, they get through to the second half of Elimination Day. The other teams have to fight for it. So take a little screenshot of that if you need to. But what that really means is the higher you finish up, the easier it will be to reach the final and essentially win the trophy. So that's a nice little snapshot of the finals format there in the ECS Malta. Let's go for over number 8.
Tariq. And they're asking a question. I think it just goes all the way through. Bastian has a little nervy look at the umpire. But a quick shake of the head from Nilkesh Patel. Hasn't been able to get going, has he, this time around? And you have to say, he's had a lot of deliveries in the slot where normally we've seen him put the ball away, but he hasn't been able to do it this time around.
So hard to predict who'll fire and who won't,
Yeah.
even game to game. And Bastian's one of the more comfortable batters for Malta in the series, but right now he's looking like he's late on everything.
Yeah, but
I don't think anything's hit the middle of the bat.
But one thing I'll say, and I know, and you'll know this as well, and batters are very much this pedigree. He'll be saying, "You changed me order. I'm better at the top. Now I'm in here as a different ball." I mean, I can understand him. He's coming in differently. Wickets are down. He's trying to force the issue. Whereas when he's opening, he can play a bit more his own game. So I can understand it a bit. I also understand George coming in. So it was a straight swap for him and left-hander up in the air. This will go all the way, I believe. And
I like this. I like this.
The thing is that he's already starting from the wrong side of the rope.
The rule's already so dumb. Why don't you just start allowing this? Because it actually comes from like 5 metres over the boundary. And he thinks if I get it in the air, maybe this will count. But no, this isn't the rule because the first point of contact has to be from when you're taking off inside the field.
Yeah, it was never going to happen.
Don't get me started on that. That's one of the dumbest rules in cricket.
And look who's bowling. There's a man who could do no wrong. And look, he went for a couple. In fact, the first 3 deliveries, I think there was 2 boundaries in it in the last match. And then the next 3, you know what happened. He took a hat-trick. And then he repeated the same feat again the next time he bowled in the same match. He took 2 hat-tricks in the last match. He took 6 wickets for 22. Ended up on the losing side, though. That doesn't happen often. 50 is up now for Malta. It's nicely played, and the chase is on. I don't think they're going to get here. This is just very, very good placement from Kana. So he's chewed up 16. Well, that's ball number 17. He was on 12, and he moves to 16. So he's still around about run the ball, but yeah, he knows he's got to get going here now.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. But how many can they get? I mean, Tariq, he's having an absolute dream day. 2 hat-tricks in an innings, the first person in almost 3,000 matches to ever do that. And now, how does this miss?
What does this hit? If this hits pad, does this hit pad? If this hits pad, for me...
this is out or wide, isn't it?
If it hits pad, he's out here, surely. I got it. If this hits the pad, watch this. And... Oh, that's...
Well, it's a wide. Unless it's hit the stumps.
Wow.
Unless it literally hits the stumps and does not the bail off, it has to be a wide.
That hits the pad. I'm sure that doesn't that hit the roll of the pad?
I don't think so.
Well, if it doesn't hit the pad, if it doesn't hit the pad, it's hitting the stumps. Look, it's
to
hitting
me, that's wide
wow.
or LBW. Because that's crazy.
Well, there was
weird.
a very polite inquiry from the bowler, and the umpire said not out. Anyway, it wasn't a bad over. 55 for 3, 12 balls to go in the innings.
Well, it doesn't matter too much. Bastians gets rushed by a full toss. And so be a single. Yeah, that was weird. I mean, yeah, I'm going to tell you, the only way that is anything but LBW or wide is if that actually just hit the base of the stumps, in which case it hasn't missed leg stump, but it hasn't knocked the bail off. Well, that was a really weird one. I mean, I know people would say, well, how's that a wide? But it's black and white, isn't it, in ECN cricket? If it misses leg stump, it's wide. Anyway,
Kana, he's got to go. He's got to rock and roll here now.
Yeah.
18 delivery, 16.
I'm even considering giving him the hook, you know. Yeah, if I'm
Hook him,
Garricky,
hook him.
I'm hooking him with 10 balls to go, because Garricky came and he whacked 22 off nothing before, right?
Garricky's
So
there,
I just
Khan
think
is
that-
there,
yeah.
Happy Khan. Yeah, this is hurting you.
With the series on the line as well. And look, nothing against Niraj, it's just not happening for him. Probably the same
Would you
with
do a double
Bastian's.
pull? Double pull?
Yeah,
Yeah, Bastian goes.
why not?
Bring in, captain comes in, and
I know
also I
it's
think
crazy,
Happy
but
Khan.
some crazy situation you're in right now. You don't want to die wondering with resources on the bench. Unless Bastians can come good here. Yeah, it's just dragged. He's very capable, but he's just going through a phase where he's not timing the ball very well. He looks fairly late on this bowling. I think the Austrians also, they're heating up a bit now. You know, we're late into the afternoon. They've had a bit of a break.
Yeah.
They're fiery at the moment.
Yeah, like I was saying, that last defeat in match 5 would hurt them. Couldn't chase 85.
Yeah. 9 to come, that's it. Full toss, hits it, and gets it past the fielder. So breaks the shackles, Kana. Gets a bit of a gift. A rare error from the bowler. And he is able to place it. Looks very deep in his crease. 2 feet in the crease.
But did you notice the difference? The shuffle the other way.
Yeah.
Shuffles outside the off, gets him closer to the ball. So this time when he swings, he's making contact.
That'll help. He was helped by a bad ball there. What you really want is when Dita misses this Yorker, maybe to be able to drive out of the ground, but ball's been a bit too quick for that so far. There's the slow ball. Kana hits it and runs. If he hits, he's gone. If he doesn't hit, so they'll get the single.
Yeah, how many times? I mean, look, on another day, if Austria had hit the stumps every time they tried, Malta, well, we wouldn't see anybody out there now. They'd be done.
Yeah. Oh, look, the other thing, I mean, it's almost too late to then make the switch now, because whoever's going to come in is going to swing like a rusty gate no matter what. So it's go time now. You got 7 wickets in hand, 7 balls to go. Where can they get 80? Maybe they can defend 80. They'd have to repeat history from early this morning. Oh, see, this would have been a wide. Instead, this will be out of your hits. Misses.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, this is a wide that Bastian spoils by getting in the road. So it'll be the end of the over. The score is 64 for 3, and Austria, for me, with this performance, they are looking very, very good here in Game 6, the crucial match of this series.
Yeah, they're looking good, but, you know, just to remind you, remember that defence from Malta. They'll believe whatever the score is, they can defend it. They've already defended a low one once more. I mean, they came together, these two, at the score of 37. That was around about the 5th over when that wicket fell. So you just get the feeling, we look at the score here now, 63. So it just hasn't happened. I mean, in that time, they've only put 26 on together. That's really hurt them. So 26 runs, they haven't lost a wicket, but chewed up a lot of overs.
Well, here we go. A guy just has 2 hat-tricks in his morning's work. Yeah, this is classic what we're talking. Bastians can't reach this. Just look at the footwork. He backs away.
Yeah.
That looks like a wide, but it isn't. If you just looked at the shot. Tariq, he's a very mild-mannered kind of a guy, but he's one of my favourites to
You
watch.
had a chat with him, did you?
Always trying. 100%. Yeah, well, just say he didn't say much, but but I love having a chat with him. And,
we need to try and get hold of him. I mean, come on, we've seen history today.
We'll see him
We've
again,
seen
though.
it is a first, right? First time.
First time we've ever had
2
someone
hat-tricks.
take 2 hat-tricks in one match. We had, I'll tell you, Abdullah Akbarjan in Austria, actually. He took 2 hat-tricks in a series.
Yeah.
In a series back in 2021. We've also had 2 hat-tricks in an innings, but with different bowlers. This is wide, I think. And that was, I think, Asad Mahmood and Walter Bear for Germany in the ECC last year. But we've never seen one guy take 2 hat-tricks in one spell. Imagine that. You bowl 2 overs, you get 2 hat-tricks. Unbelievable. The day will come, we'll see 6 in a row, I'm sure. At the moment, we've got 4 in a row as the best.
Yeah.
We've seen 5 in an over as well.
Well bowled.
Yeah, really good bowling. Yeah, just going nowhere at the moment, aren't they? Yeah. Feet and treacle, Malta. Yeah, so back Dish Beneka in Switzerland in 2020. We'll be back in Switzerland this year. He took 5 wickets in an over. a quintuple wicket maiden, which included a hat-trick, but it wasn't 5 in a row. There was like a dot in the middle there. Not a bad effort. All right, there's a bit of the gozos about this last over at the moment, because if you're a fan of history repeating, you'll know that Gozo were on 66 and their last over was a maiden in the ECS game before the break. Right now, okay, they started on 64, but this 66 is staring them in the face, and you'd say there's no chance that'll be enough. Tariq just keeps on delivering.
Yeah, been very impressed with him. No wickets in this one as yet, but it's been good. And I think also, I talked about learning and applying things. For Austria, they're doing that. I mean, one good example is a third man. I think they would have made note of how many runs they lost in that zone in the matches they played. So now they're keeping the third man back all the time.
All right, last ball. Strap yourselves in, everybody. And it's going to be chopped out. And I don't even think they've got any chance to go for a 2. So they're going to get 68 here. They're going to have to do something very, very special if they're going to stay alive in this series. Malta underwhelming with the bat. That partnership, okay, lasts a while, but they just never get on top of the bowling. 68 the final score in the first innings of match 6.
Yeah, and that means that in my calculations is 30 runs in the last 6 overs. And that's the same batters together for that time. And I just think, I know it doesn't sound nice, it sounds cruel, but I think sometimes you just got to be ruthless enough to say, hey guys, nothing against you, but it ain't working. That was a chance to remove George early, as I had half a chance put him down, and then George looked like he was starting to get going. A little paddle there off his legs for 4. And this one, the timing was absolutely beautiful. Well, and then we saw this blistering one that came up as well, but this was after he got dropped the second time, so Didar dropped him. And then we saw this. This was the proper, classy Basil George shot. And then, once again, he gets himself out. He played this shot, as you said, Vinny, too many times. Loses his head goes in the air. Mistimed shot, loses his wicket. Varun Prasad, he came out and was done by an absolute corker from Basil Khan. And really, then after that, nothing really could get going. Ryan Bastians, he was able to pull this one over to the boundary, but that was about it. When you have a look at the number of boundaries that these two hit between them, there weren't too many. And it was Ryan Bastian hit just that 1-6 that we saw. Niraj Khan at 3 4s, but it just wasn't enough. They weren't able to get going. There was too much tiki-taka and not enough boom-boom. But that was a gift, and that was the last boundary that we saw from the bat of Niraj Khan. So once again, I mean, I was saying this in match number 5 that I didn't think it was enough runs, but they proved me wrong. Surely this time they're not going to be able to defend 68. If they are, well, they're going to be on the board for one of the best defenses, that's for sure. But that's the most frustrating thing for me. They haven't only lost 3 wickets. So, and look, count the number of balls that Kana and also Bastian's faced there together. It's too many for too few. Bowling figures, well, what can you say? The captain, I think, is going to be very, very happy, Rasmus Shigwal, with the way he's bowled to bowl. 2 wickets there from Basir Khan. I think he was outstanding. Then, of course, you had the run out earlier as well of Harshit Patanka. So Austria, once again, they've done it in the field. They'll be very happy with what they've managed to achieve. The question is, will they be able to finish the job off this time, or are they going to bottle it again? Malta, they had to be good last time. They're going to have to be even better this time. And of course, that innings will come up in about 10 minutes time. So Malta 68, you got to believe it's below par for them, and only losing 3 wickets. They're going to be disappointed with that opportunity for Austria in match number 6 to go out there, knock these runs off. 69 they need, and if they're able to do it, then they will be victorious in this series. And the last match that will be coming up after this one will really nothing to play for apart from a bit of pride for Malta. Is that what we're going to see here? Well, join me and Mr. Maximo when we come back in 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 6 here at the magnificent Malta International Cricket Ground. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to a very crucial match this international in this series between Malta and Austria. And it's, well, evenly poised with 3-2 in terms of victories in favour of Austria. Well, this one could be the decider here if Austria can win it. And the chances are, well, you'd expect them to go on and do it because Malta in the first innings only managed to get 68. So Austria, no, get to 69, and not only do they win this match and make it 4-2, but it means that they can't be beaten in the series, and they'll claim victory and also get the very first T10 international bit of silverware that they'll take back with them to Austria. So everything to play for. Malta haven't done themselves any favours with the bat once again, but, and there's a, you know, you got to say there's every possibility. Stranger things have happened. Nobody gave them a chance when they got to 84 all out in match number 5. They defended it. They restricted Austria to 76. But they've got to do even better than that this time. And look, they did that by not even holding all their chances. They dropped about 4 catches. There was some lapses in the field as well. But they still managed to win. If they can do everything right in this, every opportunity that comes their way, take it, then there should be no issues. The 2 batters, they've had issues as well. The last time we saw them together, Ranhawa, well, he ran out Kailash of the very first delivery, and then they never recovered from it. He ran himself out for just 3 runs as well, and that's what helped Malta no end. Can they give Austria a better start this time? In comes Roman. And that's a nicely placed shot, and he's going to get through Ryan Bastians. He's a big unit. It's a long way to go down, but he goes down, but the ball goes through him. It's 4 off the first delivery. And that's not the start that Malta wanted, but it's the perfect start for Austria. Ranhawa is up and running. Roman once more. Better delivery, and he wants the shot and then stops himself, and now he's sort of questioning himself about it. So he gets there, wants to play it, and decides against it. Watch this. Yeah, and then he's having a little conversation. You know, that's like the good and the bad having to talk to each other in the head. One saying, you should have. The other saying, you shouldn't have. Plays it out in the off. Lovely pickup. In comes the throw. Nicely done by the captain. Once again, welcome to everybody in the chat. Michael Tarb, lovely to have you with us. James Stewart is there as well. A lot of conversation, liking it. Chris Smith, hello to you too. Well, this one is called a wide. And I'd like to see it again. And it doesn't pitch. And what do you think? I think that's okay. I think he's okay. He feels a bit hard done by. I can understand it. Come on. Kailash hits it up in the air. It's a sweeper out there. And it's Basil George. That's his territory. For club and for country, it would seem. You can hear the Malta guys trying to encourage each other. Boys, come on, boys. Come on, come on. Got a lot of support. That's watching them as well. Oh, good delivery. And gets acknowledged also by Ranhawa. So watch this. It gets done and says, yeah, you did me there. That's a nice one. Maximo just mingling with some of the spectators. No Kosler, he's a happy man. He led Marsa to a victory in the ECS match earlier. Oh, wild swing, and he's going to get lucky. The chase is on, but not going to be able to get there. Varun Prasad, he's quick, he's got long legs. He's not going to catch this one. As the ball goes to the boundary, and a bit of good fortune for Ranhawa. So 4 off the last delivery. And Austria 11 off the first over. 16 matches now since the golden ball. Haven't had one in Gibraltar yet. Last 2 matches in that night series tonight, the bronze final and the final. I've been saying all along, I was confident we're going to get one. Will I be right? Will there be one tonight? As Mr. Maximo comes back into our commentary position here. Welcome back.
Malta going to need a truck full of luck. They didn't get one last ball, last over. And Little Edge went for 4 this time. Little Edge gets away from Affy behind the stumps. Yeah, you mentioned no golden balls in Gibraltar. Well, you know why? I'm going to take them there.
You're going to take
them in the golden ball case. I think we might see a lot of close games in the women's. I mean...
Yeah, what we got? Gibraltar, Italy first up, is that right?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The hosts, maybe a bit of a home ground advantage there. Yusuf gets whacked, top of the bounce. Bastians knocks it down, but they'll get 2 here if they're paying attention. They're not paying attention, so it'll just be a single.
These two have already had running issues.
Yeah.
And they're saying, hey, let's just take the one.
You know what they need to do?
Good stop from Bastians.
Randawa and Kailash need to go to one of those retreats in the middle of the forest where they have trust exercises. Now, where one of them, they say, okay, now just fall backwards and your partner will catch you. You know, you can understand why Kailash wasn't exactly rushing to take on an extra run. Anyway, still a solid start this, isn't it, for the Austrians? Can win the series if they achieve this 69. Affy up to the stumps. Yeah, it's pretty good keeping. I like the way he actually kind of shuffles across, but yeah, it's a bit of a wake-up call for Affy as well. I think if he wants to play more international cricket, he has to be able to handle the physical demands of it as a keeper. Nothing wrong with that technique, though. Yeah, little inducker. Yusuf's been pretty good here, I think, for Malta. He hasn't been overwrought by the situation, but it's a really good yardstick of where you're at, I think. When you've got a country like Malta, where obviously teams have to travel across waters to see them. As we see this uppercut, this is going to go for 4, I think, and yeah, just a bit of width there from Yusuf, and the batter ready to cash in. That's good cricket. Again, but he gave him the width to work with. And what I was going to say is, you know, with teams having to travel significant amounts of distance, and obviously normally they fly here, the Austrians probably are able to be a bit more mobile, playing opponents nearby and things like that. So Malta just get the experience of playing against, I think, slightly better bowling than they'd have in their domestic competition. And yeah, some people can handle that and some people can't. So the only way you find out is by playing them. There's another uppercut, and there's nobody back here. In fact, that one's gone even further. Maximo! We saw in the first innings that Malta just were not able to break the shackles. Just the 1-6 in their innings that came late in the piece from Bastians. But, yeah, right now, I think we're seeing the Austrians cantering to the trophy. But this is ECN and anything can happen.
Yeah, Kailash making amends of the last match where he was run out without facing a ball.
Ooh, there we go. Good little comeback from Yusuf, who goes upstairs. It's the end of the second over, 24 without loss. So you can see what we're talking about in this best-of-7 series. First to 4 wins will raise the trophy. We still will have Game 7 regardless, but Austria 3, Malta 2. It's been a really, really fascinating series watching it play out, and pretty much every game's been contested closely. I think just Malta, their issue has been they have had lapses in some of those 3 losses, and they've been competitive or even ahead for most of those games even, or at least a couple of those games that they lost, but they've just been outgunned at the critical moment.
Yeah, batting's been the issue. They've only put the 100, got the 100 on the board just the once, and that was in the match this morning. Here's the frailty.
You don't want to die wondering, and that first innings, they just had batters there that could not lift the scoring rate, no matter what they tried. As Abbas comes back into the action here. His first bowl in this game. Stop ball. Yeah, so I often think you'd rather try something and fail than just accept what's happening out there. And Kana and Bastians, again, they've had their moments in the series where they've been okay, but...
I like Rahman here.
Yeah.
He's got anger issues. He fires this one in.
Yeah, I like
and why
it.
not? Look, there's people backing up. That's what I like to see at this level.
Yeah, but to me, I look at who didn't bat in that innings, despite them only getting 68.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, they only lost 3 wickets, right?
Yep.
In the first
Only
innings.
3 wickets. Yeah.
So you didn't bat Garricky, who was looking really good last time around. You didn't bat Fanyan Magar. You didn't bat Afi Khan. They didn't even get a hit. And it's not that I don't think it's that the guys out there weren't trying hard enough, but it just wasn't happening. And I think that the next level, you know, for Malta, almost though, get a leg by. The next level is kind of making the hard calls, and the hard call there was 6 overs in. You say, sorry, probably one or both of you. We need to try someone else, because what's happened now is you've passively got to 68. You'll never know whether any one of those guys might have whacked a quick 40, gotten you up to a score like 85, 90, that then you might defend. Okay, you're still going to have to field really well, but they defended 84 in the last game.
Yeah. It's a bit like, you know, he decides not to have a show. It's a bit like when you're watching a game of football, right? When you know that you need goals, you make a change, don't you? You put your strikers on. You make the change for the good, and you don't see the defenders coming out moping and thing, because they, you know, it's same with here with this stuff. Your batters, you need to score runs quickly. The guys out there not doing it, you make a change. And I think, well, this one is going to go all the way. Bolle, inna zona, shaka, and if you make the change, that can happen. I mean, we were talking at the time, I mean, me and you, we were talking about Afi Khan coming in. We were talking about the captain, Gurki. I totally forgot about Fanyan.
Yeah, Fanyan didn't get a bat.
And he's been sensational. He normally comes in at number 3, so they got it wrong.
It's an interesting parallel that you drew there with football and some of those tactics. Just wait for this last ball from Abbas. He won't bowl it yet. But what I was going to say is, what makes this a bit different is it's not really like pulling a defender. It's like basically taking an attacker off for another attacker. That's what makes it a bit awkward, I suppose, in cricket. To actually give up a wicket and say, look, actually, we don't want you batting. We want someone else batting. Ouch. Mandawa wears it. It's the end of the power play. It's 32 without loss. So, yeah, this is the tough thing, and it's almost like you have to put egos aside. You have to make those expectations really clear. I know Corey tried to do that with Spain before the ECC, and I don't know if the kind of coaching staff have had that conversation with some of the guys to say, look, if it's not happening and we've got wickets in hand, don't take it personally.
Yeah.
You know, don't take it personally. We saw Bastian's batting really well in this series, even today, last night as well. But you could just tell there that it wasn't happening for him. And I guess what you're hoping if you keep them out there is it'll just magically come together. And they say, well, there's a risk to giving up a wicket or two to get new batters out there. But there's also risks to keeping them there. And that's what you think. There are risks to not acting as well. And I think, it's criminal that you only score 68 for 3. I take nothing away from the Austrian bowling, though. I mean, they executed really well. They didn't really give the batters a chance to settle. Yeah.
You got, you know, all of those things are correct. But the other thing that I would draw on, and when I say they get it wrong, they get it wrong about not maybe making a change earlier. But I think also they get it wrong by making too many changes. Why change your batting lineup? That works for you.
Yeah, I can understand you wanting to get Basil George at the top of the order, but I don't know how Kana holds his spot based on what we've seen today. And he's a guy we know can produce, but I think, you know, you got Garricky in there as a skipper. I think we'd like to see him maybe thrown up the top. But, you know, that's the way it goes, and they're having a look at a few players in the series. And, they've been competitive, but can't see them pulling this off at the moment. As Basil George comes into the attack in over number 4.
Well, this one man is not going to stop trying his Basil George. It's the man. That's a Rahman. I said he's got anger issues. And you can see every time he gets the ball, he just wants to fire it in and attack and saying, hey, why is nobody backing me up? Yeah, fair point. There's enough players over there that should be backing up.
So now, assuming that this goes the way it's going and Austria win this, well, then you've essentially the series decided, so then you probably have a bit more of a license in Game 7, both teams to try a few things. Yeah. Maybe give a couple of guys a game. Maybe I'd like to see Rashmika get another go for Malta. He only bowled the 1 over that got absolutely pounded yesterday. I'd like to see See a few changes then. Now this is in the air and it's a chance. And look who it is. It's Rahman. Gets fingertips to it, but he can't hold on. And well, if he was already steaming, that's not going to help Rico.
Yeah, now there's going to be fire coming out of those ears. I mean, he should get there. Look, he starts and he stops, has a little stutter, and then gets it wrong. What he needed to do is keep going and get the dive in and take the catch. Doesn't get there. Another opportunity. And that's what I'm talking about. They got lucky last time. They didn't take all the catches came their way. Dropped 4, but still won the game. This one's down the leg side.
Sometimes I talk about having to plan a dive or organise a dive. And I guess if you just jump, that's not a dive. It's you got to plan it 3 or 4 steps out. And you could see he just was a little bit late and be able to get down to that level. Couldn't organise himself to take the catch. Still pretty good over from Basil. Probably get a dot here. These two running between the wickets. Still, just say it's not completely settled yet. But last ball coming up. Try the only way you can do this. Got to push the runs above the balls again. It's hard to see that happening. And then you just need to hope for an epic collapse. But there has been a few unprecedented things happening in Malta over the last couple of weeks. You see, this is what you can do. You can just play the ball on its merits. Probably just one. Be the end of the over. Pretty good one from George. He goes for 5, and after 4 overs, it's 37 without loss.
Yeah, good over from him. Asked a few questions, got the ball in the right areas, kept it pretty tidy, bowling to his field. Two batters having a chat there in the middle. They'll be quite happy with the start that they've made here so far. Plenty of batting, of course, still to come.
That's the thing, isn't it? You just couldn't see Austria making the same mistakes. Again, I think it's probably, once you watch a lot of these games, these things are obvious, like retiring batters out that are not firing, making the tough calls, something to think about. And that's another benefit of having these internationals outside an ECC. So if you had that situation at ECC, said, you know what, I think maybe tactically we have to make a change here.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Corey. It's something that Corey starts talking about. Remember the match he did it? I mean, you'll know the details more than me. Made the change. Hamza came in, blasted it all over the place. As a result of that, they won the game.
Yeah, and I even think at times Corey chickened out when he said he was going to do it. And Mohammed Kamran, Friday morning, just saying. Here's Gericke, does get into the game now in the 5th over with the ball. Slides this one in, just be a single. Yeah, so it's a funny one because it is a risk. We're kind of saying, okay, it's worth taking the risk. The risk is you do give up a wicket, and it means that the batter that you thought might be able to get things moving, they might get out as well. It might spark a collapse.
Yep.
But I think you'd rather have a collapse and make 68 than make 68 with only 3 wickets down, right? At least that way you know. You never know what you don't know.
Austria here, I mean, these two, I mean, okay, it's easy at the moment. It's less than run a ball, but they're not taking these singles, are they?
Yeah, I told you. Still got some trust issues, these two. Now up, and oh, unbelievable. I think it's 6, but that's a really good effort. I don't even know if he takes off from the field of play here. Now, this is Fanyan Magal out there in the deep square boundary. Let's get a good slow-mo of this. He goes. Where does he take off from? Oh, actually, I think he gets it in time. And then what? And throws it down. But yeah, it doesn't come out of his hand right. So look, roll it forward again. See, it's 6. Nice little in swinger from Gericke again. That was a brilliant bit of fielding. In fact, it would have been fine, except, yeah, I think as he goes to throw it, it kind of gets stuck in his fingers and it just goes straight down. So
it's one of those where your automatic reaction is especially if you're playing the match long enough, that you want to catch it, your fingers wrap around it, and he didn't want that to happen. He wanted to be able to deflate
I think he
back.
was fine catching it, but he thought he could throw it away, but that relies on you catching it in the middle of your hand. I think it was stuck in his fingers, so when he kind of went to throw it, it didn't come out straight away. It's easier said than done to kind of like tennis bat it back in, because that ball's coming quick.
Yeah.
And most of the time, if you try and do that, unless it's right in the middle of your hand, it's
going to do damage.
Yeah, you can do damage, or it'll like slew off your fingers. Gericke gets cut away for 4. And Kailash having a party at the moment, end of 5, and the 50's up now as well for Austria, who do seem to have one hand on the trophy now. 50 without loss after 5.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. I mean, it's uppish, there's a chance of a catch. Fielder can't stop it, but Housey says, leave it to me. This is the way to do it. Good work there by Andy House, part of the
Exciting
ECN crew.
night. You know, we're only 2 hours and about 15 minutes away from a start in Gibraltar, starting with the bronze final Rugby CC versus the Sloggers. And Entertainers Pirates, the big showdown tonight. See who wins the first FanCode ECI T10 trophy of the year from Gibraltar. And, well, I'll be there soon enough. Basil coming back to bowl his second in over number 6. Hit down the ground, but fairly straight man to handle it. That's Kana. Yeah, so that's a bit sad actually for me because I'll have my last game in Malta until maybe later on this year. I'll have my last game in Malta coming up in Game 7. There's still a chance to reflect on the week, and maybe we'll get a few random questions as well. And also, I think it'll be pretty entertaining to see what the teams do in that match.
It's very well
it
played.
just leans on this. This is a class shot from Kailash.
Yeah, it's beautifully played, Vinny. I mean, he's looking the part. I mean, I think that him being run out the way he was without scoring the very first ball of last match, that was really the key wicket. And then, of course, Chigwell, when he came out attacking, got out, and that's how Malta got back into it. But some of the shots that he's playing, I mean, he's looking the business, isn't he?
Well, I'm glad he's here because I think we are going to send him the bill now. We're going to give him the bill for the camera that he broke last year. When he broke the main camera, like the one you're watching right now, he hit it with a straight hit. Oh, there's no pad in this. That's pretty close, you know.
Yeah,
Almost a run out as well. I reckon this is close because I actually think it straightens down the line.
No, I think he's going down, Vin.
Just have a look at what happens here. It's not far away.
Go on. It's not far away, but yeah.
That definitely straightened. Maybe not enough,
If you give it out on that, you'll be gutted.
I don't think you can give it out. I didn't say it was out. I said it was close. Closer than anyone realised. But yeah, Basil. What I like about Basil, he's kind of bustled in. He's attacked the stumps for the most part. I mean, he's not the out-and-out quickest bowler, but kind of knows what he's doing, doesn't he? And you look at the Austrians, I think one reason their bowling's been hard to handle is they've been more accurate than what Malta have. They've been more consistent than what Malta have in the series.
They bowled a better length.
But they've been more consistent, and they've erred on the side of full rather than short. See, I think you can get carried away domestically if you're one of the faster bowlers. You get carried away with the short stuff and scaring people and hitting people. But then you go a level up, you need to make some adjustments for guys that can handle it. We love ECI cricket, though. I think we need to see more of it. Wow, I think this is wide, but not really necessary from Randhawa.
He likes to do it, doesn't he? He likes to do it. He tries it every time he's out there. Hasn't only executed it once, and then as a result of it, got himself run out.
Yeah. Just 10 to win now. George with his last ball of match 6. And it's not going too far. Doesn't leave the infield. In fact, it does leave the infield. Bastian's looking like a guy that's played 6 matches in a couple of days. Can't get down to that. It's the end of the over. 60 without loss after 6. And don't forget, we have more cricket coming up. We have match 7 on the way. And we do have some teams for you. You can see Malta, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat. Let's see what kind of a lineup they go with then. The Rashmika does come back in. What have we got there? Prasath holds his spot. Interesting, they kept Afrikaan behind the stumps. For Austria, see the Austrian lineup. Chima holds his place behind the stumps. Fairly similar lineup. What I do notice is that Kailash has taken a break. Zishan Arif comes in as opener. And so that game is coming up. 3:55 local. That is 35 minutes. And looks like we've got a double retired out here.
Yeah, interesting. We're talking about this. I mean, this has been done for completely different reasons, of course. But yeah, double retire out.
Wow. Pretty handy timing for Shigawal.
So yeah, I mean, 9 required.
It's interesting. I mean, what do you get out of it? I suppose you get a bit more batting. True. So we got a double retired out after 6. So the scorers, well, they're saying they're putting up the do not disturb for a while they sort this out. And so, I suppose that's nice. It's unselfish. I think, everyone's itchy to get time in the middle very early in the season, pretty much the start of the season. So that'll be 60 for 2. And I've never seen a
double,
50-plus partnership broken that way.
And,
we did see it in the HCL software VIP experience match where we had, I think, 8 people retired out of innings every 2 overs. So, all right, your turn. Because the chances of a catch being held in that match, the celebrity match, was very, very slim. So now they're just sorting it out. It's going to be Razwal Shigawal, who is going to replace, it'll be Kailash that he'll replace.
Yeah, Kailash is probably thinking, hey, you could leave me out there. I'm not playing the next game.
Or actually, it might be Rundhawa that he replaces. Whoever's on strike. Because, yeah, it gets awkward at who replaces who, right? Because you've got to
it would have been right. It would have been Rundhawa on strike. So there you go. That you can work it out that way. So who's taken over from Rundhawa? Is it Shigwell?
Yeah, Shigawal's out there and Mirza Ahsan. So Shigawal's facing up.
Yep.
And I think Rundhawa was meant to face. So that means that it's little things like Razmal's batting 3 and Mirza's 4. But if they were replacing,
yeah, because Rundhawa was the one.
It's unusual,
runs the single.
Yeah, there we go.
But anyway, looks like we're going to need a little bit. See what happens? If you
had
everybody to score, you're absolutely right.
I tell you who's not happy right now. Everyone that had a bet on less than 1.5 wickets. They're reassessing their life choices right now.
Yeah.
While we do that, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo here with Rico 4.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because we were talking about this and we were seriously saying, look, double change with Malta out there because, you know, we saw that in the last 6 overs, only 30 runs, the same 2 batters out there, couldn't get things going. And yet, for completely different reasons, we see a double change here.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
so it can be done.
It's unselfish. It's a bit of an average killer, I've got to say. One thing I would do, if I could, wait for Garricky, and Shigwal swings and misses. I know it's out for the scorecard, and it is out, right?
Yeah.
But I think for averages, I'd like for it not to be considered a dismissal for a batter's averages, because I think that's one reason that they genuinely don't want to do it. Because right now, I mean, so Rundhawa was out for 24, Kailash is out for 30. So, not that it happens that often if you play a lot of matches, but it's a bit of an average killer. and really, they weren't out.
You know, they're having a conversation tonight. So, how did you get on? I got 30, not out. I said, no, but you're out. No, I was not out, but you're out.
Oh, there's a whole book that's been written on this about exactly how much you can embellish your score. So, like, if you get between 14 and 19, you're allowed to say 20-something.
But isn't it... Doesn't it come down to the opposition captain as well? I seem to remember you could.
In what sense?
In the sense that you could politely ask the opposition captain.
I keep batting?
No, that I'm gonna go off, but can I come back? And he could say yes.
I've seen that done as well. Yeah. That's a bit more. Captains can kind of agree on anything, right? In social matches. But I mean, I've seen some pretty ruthless people as well. I'll tell you about a guy right now I did a bit of commentary with. These two getting a bit of batting practice here.
Before you tell me that, what I like to see is, you know, when they ran, so I'm talking about the 2 openers that were out there, when they ran that single, both of them pull up with hamstrings. They both retire.
I mean,
you can retire out hurt.
Well, Lee Rimmer, he hit 114 against this side, who had, honestly, I think they'd come straight from the pub on this Sunday morning. And I realised, I think I made 50, and I kind of, I don't think I retired out, but I really kind of thought, this is getting out of hand. Yeah. You know, as we get to the end of 7th over, 61 for 2. And then, you know, everyone kind of got out, and we've already got about 320 in this 40-over game, and there's still 7 overs to go. And Lee's got his pads on, and he's ready to go back out there. He said it wasn't. I said, Lee, and he's like, no, and then there's this whole thing. I said, Lee, I think, you know,
you're done.
Probably enough. He couldn't believe it. He just loves batting. And so I mean, theoretically, you could say to the captain, look, I'd like to retire not out. Will you allow that? If he says yes, that's fine. Yeah. If he says no, then you have to make a decision whether you retire out or not. Anyway, almost done here, I think. And look, it's been a pretty intense series. A bit of a lull in this game, and this isn't going to help as this flies to the boundary. A little bit of length from the bowler, Wazim Abbas, and nicely pulled away for 4. So just 4 more for victory.
Can you imagine Mirza Ahsan? He comes out there because the batter's just retired out for him. Yeah. He's at the non-strikers and he hasn't scored a run yet. Yeah. That ain't worked to plan, is it?
Yeah, but then you retire him out. You could do it as a lark, actually, if you wanted to. If you had like fines for if you get a duck, it's a good way to manufacture a duck for somebody.
So any boundary does it here. And this will do it. So Ahsan has come out there. He'll be not out 0, the 2 balls he faced. And the captain, Shigwell, finishes it in style with a Maximo. Boom. Czechoslovakia and Austria. Well, congratulations to them. Not only do they win this match with plenty of balls to go, but, well, they will be picking up the trophy. They're the
Yeah,
winners.
they will at the end of the day. Look, I want to say Razmal Shigawa, I'd like to see him opening in the last game for Austria. I'd really like to see him open, get an extended amount of time at the crease and really show what he can do. But congratulations to Austria. They are the inaugural ECI champions in this bilateral series. They take an unassailable 4-2 lead, but we will have Game 7 coming your way in about half an hour. Let's go back to the highlights. Randawa continues to hit the ball hard, but for me, Kailash showed a bit more of what he can do in this innings. And really, Malta couldn't find the breakthrough. And bottom line, they just didn't have enough runs to defend.
No, they didn't. That's what it comes down to. But a better start from Austria. And once again, I think the two openers, they've shown that if they stick around, they can hurt you. And yeah, Kailash, 30 of 17, looked classy. And Ranhawa, 24 of 19. Both of those guys, even though they were a bit reluctant to take on the dicey singles after what happened in the first match, when they hit the ball well, they really did show their class. And it wasn't just hard hitting. This one was a close one. You see Fire Mughal almost pulls his back. Would have been quite incredible. But some of the stroke play was absolutely epic.
Yeah, it was a real good display, wasn't it? Look, George tried hard again. I mean, it's funny, he's basically become a bowler who bats in this series, hasn't he? Hasn't been able to fire with the bat, just scoring 18 in this game. That's his top score of the series, but they made the double change. It took a few people by surprise, mostly the scoring staff, but when it came down to it, it was not going to last long. And Razmal, I'd like to see him go to the top. I think, especially with no Kailash in the lineup next game, I think it really gives him an opportunity to go up there. He'll probably be too unselfish to do that, but let's see what happens in Game 7. Coming your way in 30 minutes. Looking at the scorecard, the openers, 24 for Randawa, 30 for Kailash, and well, they were able to clear the boundaries a few times, something that Malta struggled to do throughout the innings. They were tired out at the same time. Shigawa finished things off with 11 runs, including a 4 and a Maximo to finish things off. No wickets to the bowlers then, although George bowled a pretty good spell. Garricky was pretty effective as a fifth bowling option as well. The Rahman, just a little bit wild and woolly as the weekend went on. A few things for him to work on. Yusuf, I've been pretty impressed with him. And well, Malta, they'll try and bring some pride to the series. Well, I called it 5-2. At the moment, it's 4-2. Can Malta bounce back and get the consolation win in match 7? We'll be back in half an hour with the first ball. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back shortly with more FanCode, ECI, Malta-Austria.
Hello, welcome back to the Master International Cricket Ground. Well, I've had a really great time in Malta. It's my last game here. Of course, Rico will take you through the final week of the ECS, but I'll be heading to Gibraltar for that ECIW tomorrow. I've got these wonderful trophies, brand new design, thanks to Sanjay and all the team at Loka Lifestyle. These things are incredible, and well, I'll tell you what, if someone breaks into my house, I hope that someone has one of these nearby so I can handle myself. This is the MVP trophy. This is the trophy which I think we'll know exactly where that is going at the end of the day. Let's get ready for match 7, and these two teams will have one last bout. Let's go out to the middle where the two captains are with Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Austria's called.
Head.
Heads is called. Tails.
You want to bat first?
Thank you. Can't catch a trick for that, mate.
So the news from the toss is that Heinrich Gericke of Malta, he's won the toss. They're going to bat first. And look, I think they've got to change a few things around. I think you saw their innings just dawdling. They can't be afraid, I think, to hook batters that aren't really performing. But still, we've seen a lot of close contests. Hopefully, we finish the series with one. Well, guys, behind me, I know you guys are enjoying it. Who do you think's going to win this one? Well, there you go, a bit of a mixed one. I'm going to keep working on my muscles. Let's go back to Rico forwards, get ready for the start of match 7. Malta winning the toss and batting.
Keep working on those muscles, Mr. Maximo. Keep working. You'll get there one day. Keep working, don't give up. Well, nice to see plenty of supporters around the ground here as well. And certainly looking forward to the final match between Malta and Austria. And of course, what we do know now is that Austria, having won the last one, have actually won the series. So those trophies, well, one of those trophies, we know for sure will be going to Austria. But MVP, well, we don't know about that one. I'll have to wait and see. And leg spinner, Marcelin comes back in the side for Austria. So watch out for him. And on the side of with Malta, we see the Vidusha Ramishka, the Shusha, comes in the side. Last time he played, he went supersonic because he was hit for 30 or 1 over. He's looking to make a change of that. So there's no Wasim Abbas in this side for Malta this time round. So straight swap, one bowler for another. Malta here, look, they'll be desperate to get a win here and finish on a high on home soil. The players have made their way out in the middle, and let's see how this goes. But it's been, first of all, congrats to both sides. I think it's been 2 scintillating days of international action. And credit to the teams for putting themselves out there. And it's been a vigorous battle between the two sides. Plenty of cricket being played. And of course, Austria had that nightmare journey getting here. They actually turned up yesterday, came straight to the ground and had to play. And that's after spending 13 hours in the night in the airport. So they came out fresh today, and they've shown that as well, haven't they? And they've a lot of practicing been going on behind the scenes. I was speaking to Akib Iqbal about that, about the coaching that they've had and the coaches that have been involved in getting them prepared, and those preparations are showing. And also, I think the new players that have been given an opportunity as well have come through as well. And they're looking to finish on a high. Let's see how it goes. But once again, you heard there in the coin toss, Stefan Gooch, that Razma Shigwal can't catch a trick as he lost the coin toss once more. And Malta, no hesitation as Afi Khan was out there this time around saying, yep, we will have a bat. And they are having a bat. Basil George is at the top of the order. And he's on strike now. It's the tank. It's himself off the mark. George. Spends this away. That seems to be the attack to the left-handers here. Just get this ball up there in that uncomfortable area. George plays it away. And he will get the first ones. Very warm welcome to everybody that's tuning in for the final match here in Malta. International style, but remember that more or less straight after we finish here, the final stage starts in Gibraltar as well, with the bronze final and the final. Akib Iqbal just losing his run-up. He's done this a few times today, but I think as a bowler, you do that. If you don't feel right, you stop yourself and go back. Patanka. We'll hope that he can give his team a good start. Iqbal. Gets some width, carves away. Third man does very well. This is a difficult one for Didar, but keeps his eye on it as it's bubbling away to him. And it's little things, learning little things and making little improvements and adjustments all the time. And that's, I think, what Austria have done here. And that's a good example of having the third man back. They would normally keep him up to the right-handers, but stay up to the lefty because they've got this little area check. That's a nice shot. This will be a chase for the field. He's not going to get there. And Basil George gets a boundary. This is what I like to see. This is more like Basil George you're talking about. The last few times he hasn't played this shot. He's been happy just to try and tickle it around the corner where he's been getting singles. But he's got to go back to his boom boom style. And that's a nice shot. First boundary of the innings comes to Basil George. And now he goes up in the air, and he's got enough of this. It will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona shaka lagya. Basil. Well, this is it. Maybe we're finally going to see Basil shows what he can do. He's been off the boil, so to speak, in these international matches. Maybe no pressure this time round. It's all about just a good finish here now for Malta. Just tries to work this away, but that's why that field is set as it is to the left-hander. They've literally got man on the backward point, and also the third man that's in, just for that little nurdle. End of the over. It will be 12 without loss, and this time, well, there's a change. It's Austria are favoured by the bat versus ball wall, 100 to 98. You can see there the difference that runs for and against. Well, looking not so bad for Austria, 101 to 92, but runs for 92, runs against on average 101 for Malta, and that's where the problems lie. As Basir Khan will come into bowl the second. And it's right up there in the block hole, but this is a good shot. Nice shot to play in the power play. And again, the key here is not to try and hit it too hard. It's all about the timing and technique. Gets right back, gets right under this, gets the timing and the bat. It's not going across the line. He's hitting through the ball. It's a nice shot there, nicely played, as Patanka now gets his first boundary. Now he goes for a second. It's 2-2. And finally, some of the Maltese supporters around the ground are starting to enjoy and appreciate a bit of fight from the Maltese batters, as the tank is starting to fire as well. 2-2. Basir drops this one slightly shorter. Buda makes the stop and ends up catching a little bit of George. George seems to be okay. Says that I'm fine, no worries. Sulaiman Saeed is the umpire at the bowler's end. He's out there with Yash Singh. Jit Patel, pardon me, third umpire. Round the wicket to George. It's going to be too wide. The wide is signalled. Lovely to see plenty of people staying back and watching. The Marsa boys have stayed back, and some of the Goza guys as well around the ground. Little clusters of people enjoying the cricket. Changing length and the angle from Basir Khan. Getting a bit wider and darting it right across to George. Just waiting patiently for one that strays down the leg side he can latch onto. Square leg is in the circle, and he got long off and mid-wicket back on the boundary. Has a big swing, tries to make something happen with this one. This is the sort of shot that he's got wrong, and he's ended up skying up in the air. Gets away with that one. Once again, just a little bit shorter. He knows what Basil's trying to do here, and it's almost like Basil knows, okay, I know what you're going to try and do. This is where I'm pitching it. And George there, one criticism sometimes I have about George, he moves too early and he moves about too much in his crease. Sometimes it's far better just to stay where you are. You stay where you are, that's short, you rock back, you cut it or you uppercut it, and you get your shot in. But by coming down as he does, he takes himself away from the ball, and it makes it easier for a good bowler to put the ball in an area where you can't get to it. End of the over, 10 come off it, 22 without loss. A much better start from Malta in this one. Iqbal comes back, and he's going to get pulled to the boundary. There's 4 more. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to keep finding those boundaries. It's what they weren't able to do in that the last contest. So much better. Remember, at this point, they were at the end of 2 overs, it was 9 for 1. 2 overs in this match finished at 22, and with that boundary, we're at 26 here now. Iqbal. Oh, he's very unlucky here not to shatter the stumps. A good comeback, good reply. And, says, okay, I'm not going out the stumps again, just outside, gets his to nip back. It was a little bit too spicy for the keeper to handle as well, Meher Chima. Now, once again, in that corridor outside the off stump. Ball. Oh, this is well bowled. I like this. He's saying, well, okay, you want to walk down to me? Well, you might be the tank, but, well, you're not indestructible. He fires in the bouncer. Good bit of cricket, this. See the tank saying, okay, I want another boundary. I want to go after you. So watch him come here, and, well, he says, well, okay, have this. Have a bit of chin music. Wow, well, yeah, check of the head from Basil there. Once again, it's just moving too early. Just watch this. Watch where the line of this ball is. If he just stays put in his crease, he's whipping it away. But just there, that little bit of movement, and he doesn't end up getting there. And you see the way he plays that as well. If he does get bad onto that, it's just going straight up in the air. I want to tie his laces together. Tie his laces together and say, right, stay there. See if he gets this right. No, he doesn't. And it's a good finish from Iqbal. He finishes for 17. So there he was under attack. A couple of boundaries early on, but he always finishes well. And I like the way he just stays calm, cool. 27, the end of the power play. So Iqbal bowls himself out. And, well, of course, this is the standing. The important one is the wins column, 4-2 with just 1 to play. So Austria are already the winners of this T10 International. And Malta, the best that they can do is try to finish on a high and make it 4-3. Let's see how they do here. Made a good positive start, wickets in hand, 27 on the board. But they've been in this situation before. Thing is about keeping it going. Zadran comes in. This is well struck, and this one will go all the way. Lovely shot again from the tank. And he does stand and deliver. Botata shot. Timing achi. Power achi. Shaka lagya. That's what we're talking about. So we see the earlier deliveries being put away. This one's high up in the air. And this is going, and it's gone. 6 more. Shaba, shaka time. And maybe Malta are going to turn on the style. This one was a little bit short. And see the difference? He stands still. He stands. He waits. He delivers. Hits it hard. Hits it high. Hits it long. Hits it for 6. And Wild Thing then replies with a feisty, wild delivery. Banging it in. The Tank is disappointed he's missed out on it. That's caught him on the shoulder. Going on his leg bars, I'm pretty sure. And, a good reply here. And it's one for the over signal. Basil gets a good one. The fielder, rear misfield. Will they take the 2? No. No harm done by the fielder. A good delivery to the left-hander. See the change in the line from the bowlers, very good as well. No real issues for any of the bowlers to change their line to the left and right. And that again is just the standards. It's just what you'd expect at international level. Jaweed Zadran gets ready to resume his battle with the Tank. The Wild Thing against the Tank. It's a slower delivery. Well bowled, slow and short, and he plays far too early. Let's watch this, just holds this right back in the Tank. How early he plays this. And beats him once again. So very much seems to be the pattern. Bowlers, they get carted the first 1 or 2 deliveries, and then they come back and finish with a few dots. That's what keeps this pretty even. 41 at the end of 4. Let's see if they can get the acceleration in. I mean, that's the thing, keep wickets in hand and the acceleration should come. Try and post a sort of 120 score. They're on for that at the moment, the way that they're going. Get one good over in, of course. Looks like it's going to be Didar to bowl here now. They have got the leg spinner. Messelin is in the side this time, so he certainly will be introduced at some point. You've also got, of course, the history-making Umair Tariq. There's plenty of bowlers. Didar goes with that slower, loopy delivery. It's one of those that comes out of the hand, you think it's going to be like a full toss, but then it dips. Because there's no pace on it, dips quite quickly. We want to keep the momentum going here, though, Malta. They don't want to fall into a rut. Want to keep playing these shots. Up in the air, head goes up. This could be a chance. It should be a chance. And it's such a good catch. Well, I'm a little bit concerned here because he's taken the catch, but he does twist. He slides. He's holding his ankle. What a good catch this is. I mean, it's not easy by any means. He has to come round, keeps his eye on it, and just watch the fielder. Watch the foot there. Look at that slide. Oh, he lands badly. He really does twist that foot. And a lot of concern about him at the moment. Well, the Tank will go. So he's been derailed. He goes with 27 of 14 deliveries. Of course, the question there is about the fielder. He seems okay. But, yeah, it was nasty. Let's watch this again. I mean, it's a very, very good catch. And when you think, I mean, it's the right leg. You see a slip with the left, but the slide with the left. But watch the right leg here. Watch here. Oh, that's nasty. And he holds on to the catch. That's a well done. And he's staying on the field of play as well. The first wicket goes down. It is 42 for 1. The Tank will go 27. Courtesy of a great catch. Man out there in the field. Hit hard, and it's 2-2. What a good catch that is. Didar gets another, and there he goes. There's showing off his skills. Akib Iqbal, we've seen him do this before. Hi, Ginna Sona. Ginna Sona, the Munda, no wonder he's smiling. And that's his party trick. Well, it's absolutely laced by Fayam Mughal. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Muy bien. Así me gusta. And Fayam Mughal finds the safe hands of Iqbal, and we could see another hat-trick here. Maybe Didar is going to get it. It was first a great catch from Zazai, who got the wicket of Patanka, and then we see that one. What a catch this is. This has been absolutely hit like a rocket, and no luck for Mughal. He thinks he's hitting the first ball for 6. The people around the ground all go, yay, when he hits it, and then it's, ooh, when the catch is taken. And then the skills, the foot skills of Akib Iqbal. Hat-trick coming up. So Didar is on a hat-trick. And who comes out to face it? It looks like it's the captain, Gereke. Gereke on a hat-trick. And what a fine time for Mr. Maximo to come in. Another hat-trick on the offering.
Surely not. We're not getting 3 hat-tricks today, or are we?
It's in the air. Oh, wow. I think this is fingertips. There's definitely something on this. What a save. Well, look at it. It's all happening. It's like the circus. We're at the circus now. They're juggling each other. They're jumping each other. Oh, well, this is stronger together or what?
I'm loving this in Game 7. I mean, this is about as close as you get to a 3rd hat-trick in the day. Just over Shigawal. And have a look. It's like a whole choreographed routine that's going on here. And then there's a proper hurdle job from Zishan Arif there. Well, get that man in the Olympics. That was a proper 110-metre hurdle job. No one was hurt in that bit of fielding.
Gone! And it was another. He's going to go. Well, he survived the hat-trick ball, but what a good catch this is. Chima takes the catch behind the stumps. The captain of Malta, Gereke, has to go. It's all happening there in the middle at the moment. What a good catch this is. What a good delivery. What a catch.
Yeah, there was a similar one that he dropped earlier where he was too wrong-footed. This time, you'll actually see the way Chima sets up here. He has a little skip to his left, but it's nothing that puts him off enough. So it tells me he's better positioned here. Have a look at this. It'll be a great angle of it. He's actually got some power to actually go back and make the dive. And disappointment for Malta. Isn't one they wanted to lose, as Gereke faces 2 balls, has 2 close calls. The second one is snaffled by Mahachima. And what an over for Dida. It wasn't a hat-trick, but it was 3 in 4. And he is having a very good series. Finally getting some rewards. I think bowled pretty well without taking a wicket earlier today.
Yeah, if he can't, comes out probably thinking, what's going on here?
Well, these are the 3 that we didn't see earlier. Last ball the over. When you think about Fanyam Mughal and Gereke and Afrikaan, we were calling for them really, weren't we, in the previous game? And right now, Fanyam Mughal and Gereke are come and gone. Hey, coming up in only an hour and 15 minutes, we have Rugby CC versus Sloggers, the bronze final from Gibraltar, and then the final, Entertainers and Pirates going head-to-head. There's a bit of shade being thrown in the chat. No, James Stewart's going for Pirates. Louis Bruce had an issue with that in the chat. And, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the conclusion of that series, and it will start 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. 2 matches. Joe Wegasani standing by at the Rock. Let's go to over number 6 with the Wild Things. Zadran.
Well bowled right up there, and oh wow! Have a look at it. I think he just gets his bat down in time here, and Basil George.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
That was funny there. I mean, George had his bat down, but then he thought it was down. He had a really nervous look, where he puts it there, and then he's like, oh, I'm glad it was just in, a couple of blades of grass in. Sadran, though, he's bringing the heat.
Oh, not a good shot this from Afi. Doesn't get himself in the right position. He plays his well, but this time gets it all wrong. He's got to be a little bit more sensible here. Look, they've lost quick wickets after a good start. The scores on the board are not so bad, but they've got to keep it going here now. The last thing you need is to lose some more wickets, and they're gonna. This is a straightforward catch. It's been dropped. Well, after taking an absolute beaut, and then he throws it away and he gives them a single.
Oh, I wish I was able to get runs like this in my cricket career.
Oh,
He'll get a
wow.
single for this. Hachima after taking a pretty good one. Yeah, let's see what he does wrong here. Oh, I just think he's a bit jumpy. Something happens when the ball hits the edge. You got to train yourself to just kind of keep your heart rate cool. Jumps on him a little bit. Yeah, really should have taken that one. Specialist keeper like Chima, he'll be really upset, but everyone makes mistakes.
Oh,
Well, he's having a shocker at the moment. It's not his fault that time, but it's another teaser. This time he does have to go to his right. This time it is makes sense he gets wrong-footed because an inside edge. And well, Basil, I won't say this is boom boom, but it's effective. It's a boundary.
yeah, I mean, that time round is a good effort. He gets glove on it, but he can't slow it down for the 4 runs. Basil is still there. The others have come and gone. The tank made it 27, but then we saw the collapse, mini collapse. And this one is played away nicely. Be Iqbal, man who's got all. What about Iqbal's footballing skills then, eh?
Yeah, I
now
know
we've seen it in Carlton, haven't we?
He muffed it earlier, so I'm glad he got another opportunity. He had a little what do you call that? Little circle over the ball in one stage.
Yeah,
Yes, step over.
Yeah, I'm liking that.
Iqbal.
Showing off his
And his
skills.
hair never moves. You know, that's the thing. I don't know. In a cyclone, I think his hair wouldn't move.
It's up in the air, and he gets away with it, and they're not afraid to fire in the short stuff, are they? And it seems to be that when they want to get a retaliation ball in, that's what they go to. And Zadran's, he's got a very quick one.
You can see the transition in European cricket as we get to the end of the over. Score is 52 for 3 after 6. The transition in European cricket where, you know, the guys are now playing for their country. It's ICC recognised cricket, has been for about 3.5 years now. They're having to become athletes. I think that's what you're seeing here. If you want to go to the next level, it's cricket talent only gets you so far. There's things you can control, like your diet, like your fitness, like just your general well-being. That when you put all of this together, like you look at Austria out there.
Yeah.
These guys are throwing themselves around the field. We're deep into Game 7 now.
Yeah.
So I mean, these are things I think all countries are looking at.
Firmly
And,
struck.
you know, there's not probably resources to have, you know, fitness coaches and these kind of things. It's up to the players, I think, at this level to take responsibility for that.
Yeah.
I think the ones that do, they're going to have longer careers. They're going to have more successful careers because you are going to come up against people that are treating themselves like athletes.
Yeah,
I had a little saying that I did because, you know, into cricket, playing that for Australia was great, but it wasn't a professional endeavour. And it was, you don't have to make a lot of money to act professional. So that's the way that I kind of tried to approach it when I was really having a serious crack at it. It meant, you know, doing extra physical work, doing things I didn't always enjoy. And now the fruits of it, I get to commentate and do what I want.
Yeah, you can eat the carbonara.
But I think it is important, seriously, it's an important point.
He's played away. Look, you're talking about that while I was having a chat with the likes of Adil Iqbal and Umar, who's bowling now, was there, and Mirza, and that's what they were saying. They were saying, look, this is now serious stuff. Remember, they've qualified in the next round of the ICC. They'll be playing teams like, I think they're playing Scotland and Ireland.
Yeah.
It's huge. So they've got a number of coaches involved, a fielding coach, bowling coach. They've got the fitness regime, and that's why Misha was saying he's lost. Mirza Ashani, he's lost a lot of weight. He's becoming fit.
Yeah.
But they're all having a laugh. They're saying, we're all losing weight. We're trying to get this guy to put on weight because Umar Tariq, he said, and in the words of Ashani, he said, he's all bone. What about, you think he needs to put on a bit more weight? And you know what I said? I said, yeah, only one way to do it. I'll put on.
You say that. It's had a good series, though.
This one is going to go all the way. It's not the first time that we've seen Afi can't play this shot. He plays it well when he gets it right, and he hits it big. This is a monster strike, 6 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. It's just a kind of improvised sweep. He picked the off-speed delivery and sent it out of the ground. Maximo time, they need plenty more of those, Malta.
Yes, things is. I'll have a look at the ball, please. Make sure there's no chunk out of it. It's okay. Hits the soft net that's there. It's important that is there because otherwise it will be the people that are in the archery range that will be the targets. As these balls make their way over there. Okay. Umar looking to finish the over well. And he probably will. And the wicketkeeper say, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Well, I was just talking about Mizan Shan. Well, the fielding coach will have a word with you about that one. I think he calls the keeper off this. This is what I'm thinking. Because Chima looks like he's getting set for it. He's there, and there. And then he just holds back. Because I think he said, it's mine. And now they look at each other there. They don't see eyeballs because they're both sporting a nice pair of shades. Well, that is a real let-off. Now, if he can't get the chance, I tell you who's not going to be happy about it. It's Umar Tariq.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Well, I'm sad to be leaving the island, but I will leave you behind. And I'm sure you're looking forward to the morning where we'll see Sweet United taking the Victoria Lions. Well, Lions being thrown to the Lions a little bit there. Team without a win versus the team that haven't lost yet. Yeah. And then Gozo Zalmi Royal Strikers in the afternoon. Now, I think this will be an interesting match as well. A couple of matches. Push Parajan versus someone like Fazil Rahman. You got Lala there as well. So, yeah, tune in. I know that I will be trying to tune in. I think I'll maybe on the plane for the first match or two. But it starts at 8 a.m. GMT. It's 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 1:30 p.m. in India. Just the 4 matches tomorrow. And so, getting back on schedule slowly but surely.
Nafi, he's had 2 chances, still there. Well, let's see how long it lasts because in comes, it's a great effort from Iqbal. You almost want him to take it because you want him to show off his footballing, juggling skills once more, but he doesn't get there. But tremendous effort diving at this. And this is what it's all about. Look, I mean, the chances are he's not going to get there, but he doesn't give it up, still throws himself at it, and throws himself at the ball to make sure it doesn't get past him.
Dida. Here comes another Yorker. Well, not quite. Just ties him up. Yeah, so Basil, even when he's gotten going, if you want to call this getting going, this is his highest score in the series now, 19 not out. But yeah, he's just struggled a little bit with the bowling going up a level. I think he's quite capable of lifting himself, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, the thing is 19 not out. He's faced now, what's that, 17 deliveries?
Yeah. Yeah,
and only scored off 3 of them. He scored boundaries of 3 of them. 14 have come off 3 of them. This will be all right. So
Dida has to do a few things though. Just technically, you see his release point wasn't right then. He ran straight in the middle of the pitch. I think international level, there's really no excuse for that. He's not going to help himself. I think at some point this year, I'm going to call it now. I'm not really in charge of this, but if you cross the middle stump in your follow through, you're going to get no balled. All right? I think that's where we're going to end up going with it.
Yeah, once you've had a warning or 2 at least. Like here. Now he's done it twice there.
Yeah,
he shouldn't be doing. The thing is about this, though, I will say this. I think the Italian stallion who's umpiring, I'm pretty sure he will have a word. I mean, he's a very knowledgeable umpire.
Yeah, see here. So I actually think that we thought about this. We actually had a long conversation with Corey about this a couple of weeks ago when we saw some real ridiculous ones. And that, no warnings, because the problem is that ball, something can happen that the umpire can't make a call on. And you're not allowing him to do his job.
Yeah, but you just go against the fielding side. It's just a perfect Yorker
but easier
delivered.
said than done. When you're calling a wide that's then like let's say this far, like a foot inside, you look stupid to the whole world. And it's not the umpire's fault. It's easy to say, oh, just give it against the bowler. But I think it's not discouraging the behaviour.
Yeah, I think something needs to be done. I'm all for it, but I think you got to go back to the way the law exists already.
It's a problem with the
Give
law.
a warning.
It's not designed.
Do it again, you're off.
It's not designed. Well, then there's like first warning, and then there's final warning.
There's just 2 warnings. Just 2 warnings. I think that works. I think you've just got to be brave enough to apply it. I think the umpires that are out there have to say, hey. And if the bowler says, yeah, but it's artificial, so it doesn't matter.
I would
the law
say,
applies to cricket.
Well, this system has been in place technically all the time, but it's never been applied. So maybe it's a matter of applying it. But I just think with only 60 balls in an innings, you need to do something immediate. And a black and white solution for me. Whatever it is, don't leave it to interpretation. Leave it to something quite concrete. Basil doesn't get this too far away from the point of impact. It'll be the end of the over, and Malta, once again, just struggling to accelerate through these middle overs. Austria, kind of like we predicted at the start of the series, they've got some really good middle over bowlers that don't give you any room to breathe. Dida takes 3 for 9 off his spell, and it is 66 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, and the thing with it is you've seen 4 overs now where they've only just scored 25 runs. And they got to a good start. Remember, they were 27 to power play, 41 without loss, and then Didar, of course, did the damage when he took those 3 wickets in that one over. And after that, they just haven't recovered. This one's a full toss. This has got to be called for me. Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely pegged. It goes to the boundary. Manos arriba. But I reckon this is a no ball. Let's see this again side on. I'm pretty sure this is too high.
Yeah.
It's not been called as yet.
Well, let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Yeah, that's high.
That's miles too high.
That's got to be called.
Yeah, it will be called as well.
Yeah, it will be now.
Good shot, though. Well, Afi might want to take up baseball. Umair's been pretty good. I was going to ask you something in a second.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask you here.
I'm going to ask you something as well because you've avoided it earlier, but you go first.
All right. Free hit.
And trying to get it in the gap, and he will.
What a shot. He's basically swept the Yorker. When he went for this shot, I actually thought his best chance of getting runs was for the ball to bounce off the off stump and go to the boundary because this is a really difficult shot. Yeah, he really gets down and fetches it. Good batting.
Yeah, go on. What's the question?
Who's your player of the tournament? We had an MVP. MVP. We're still in game 7, so could still be influenced, I suppose.
Okay. He's got only balls left. If he gets a wicket or two here, this is my man. I think think of the bowling he's done. I mean, I'm not just basing it on the fact that he took 6 in one.
Oh, Afi. Oh, dear. How many hamstrings were damaged in this too? Let's just have a look. And we know it's a long weekend. Now we're into game 7. Have a look. It's like he's coming to the stadium at the end of the Olympic marathon here. Oh, well. We'll see if he's all right. Hopefully everything's in order there.
He'll go through this. He'll be okay. Yeah, I think Umar Tariq certainly is going to be my pick.
Even though they didn't win that
2
game.
hat-tricks. It's not just the 2 hat-tricks.
Yeah.
He took a twofer. He's taken 3 in other. This is gone. Bolle. And Afi Khan is saying the one way I can ensure I don't run anymore is just to hit the ball big and hit it out of the ground, and that's exactly what he does.
I think this is all about endorphins. I think, when you go for a jog, you normally feel good afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, Afi, he went for a jog at last ball, and he's absolutely smashed that one. Tariq just gets the length slightly wrong. Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think the hat-trick steal the limelight, but if you look around that, you look at his fielding, you look at his the execution of his skills, and he's been a real key to shutting down this Maltese batting lineup. And so, yeah, good young player, good attitude. I like what he does. I think played really well for ACT last year when we saw him on the network. And I think for me, no batter, I think consistently has kind of warranted too much consideration. I know you can talk about Randhawa maybe in the conversation, but yeah, for me, it's got to be Tariq.
Yeah, I think so. This one gets played away. Well, he's running into trouble. Somebody's got to be out here, surely. Well, let's see. It will be.
Well, what's happened here?
This is just, well,
Well, number one, if this ball's fielded, then it's going to be an easy out, but then it's fumbled, and Basil, I don't think he grounds his bat here. Let's have a look. Comes in, and my suspicion is he's just jogging in. And yeah, it's just a clanger from Basil. Have a look at this here. If he reaches, he's going to be in. And Basil, he's actually moonwalking off the ground right now because he's just embarrassed that in an international match he hasn't put in a better effort. He knows he's gone here. And well, that pretty much sums it up with the stick for Basil this weekend. He's run out for 20. And it's 85 for 4. But yeah, basics.
How many times have we seen that from Malta, not doing the basics with the running? Yeah, look, I'm going to go back to Umar Tariq. Match number, when was it? Match number 2.
Yeah.
He took a 4 for 17, right? He also took a superb catch in match number 3, and he took 2 wickets there. Then, of course, today, well, we know what he's done today. He took 6, and that was 2 hat-tricks in a match. I think that's going to take some beating. Even though in this one, he hasn't been at his best. He's gone for a few, but still, look, overall, he's my man.
I only have one concern about potentially giving the trophy to Tariq.
He won't be able to carry him?
Yeah, that's my concern, that it's too heavy. It's the end of the over. It's 85 for 4. Well, nice to see that Joe Wegasani's in the chat. Hello, Joe Wegs. How are you? He said,
that he's looking forward to the final tonight. And, of course, the trophy ceremony that follows. We'll also have a trophy ceremony after this match as well. And Louis Bruce with a bit of inside info saying there's seaweed everywhere on the ground at the moment. Joe saying, no worries, Louis. We have the D seaweeder going.
Get the rake out.
He said the rock is heating up. Well, it's going to be hot tonight. And, yeah, some people also mentioning Javid Zadran. I think he's also been very, very good. But I think you throw in the whole package of Tariq. You mentioned the 4-for, the 6-for, the fielding. I think that Zadran, okay, his batting's a bonus, but he hasn't really clicked with the bat in the way they might have wanted him to. Tariq's probably not really in to make any runs, but...
Interesting last over, going to spin.
Yeah, so yeah, Masal, this is nice for him, because remember he bowled a magical over earlier, but 18 runs were dropped over the boundary.
Yeah.
So I think it's good that he gets another over before he leaves the island. Here we go.
Afi will get the single. I think he wanted to stay on strike. He'll be disappointed. You can see he's hurting here. I want to know how he's going to get behind the stumps.
Yeah, well...
He might just have to sit down and do it.
I think we might see a late change there. I've got a feeling. All right, so Bastians is going to try and smash this onto the roof of the pavilion to the left of screen. Tries.
It's a chance, and it gets dropped down. Well, you would not have... You wouldn't have banked on this being put down, and that's Zishan Arif. He's not only such a good catcher, he has time. Gets it, he mucks it up.
Well, he stays hat on this time, doesn't he? Yesterday threw the hat off and always tripped over it trying to take a catch. But yeah, Zishan will be disappointed with that. That's a regulation chance. And Messal just cannot take a trick.
This one gets punched in the air, one bounce. And now Iqbal runs past it. Now, this is when you know they certainly got something against the leg spinner. What is the problem here?
I don't know what Summergold's done. I don't know if he leaves his dirty laundry out in the hotel room or something, but he cannot buy a wicket here. He's had 4 catches dropped. That was a ball that pretty much had stopped and still got misfielded. All right, I'm on him now. Come on, Summergold. Get your first wicket. Nope. Might get a run out. Oh, that's so good.
Brilliant. This is just superb. I mean, it wasn't an easy throw to deal with from the captain, Rasmo Shigawa, but how well he deals with this. I mean, we'll give it to him. He'll get the fantasy points for it, but we'll give him the wicket.
Well, he was in the negatives, unfortunately, after that over earlier. This is brilliant. I tell you what, if he doesn't want to be a leg spinner anymore, give him the gloves. Like that's like a wicket keeper take with no gloves. It was brilliant hands from Summergold.
That's brilliant.
What do you think? Is he going to take the keeping gloves in the second half?
Well, he's using his bat as a walking stick at the moment to go off. So
well, here's the man that might take them if he doesn't. Yeah. Otherwise, they might go for Patanka if Afi can't keep. But Kana's had a pretty sore finger after doing the job a bit yesterday.
That's not a bad effort though from Afi. 34-20. He hit a few big sixes as well. So this one just gets played away for, and that Corey would be saying here, we're in the last over. Where's the intent there? 2 balls to go, and Bastian, no intent, just strokes it and takes a single.
You've got to throw caution to the wind now.
You've got to be. All right, my question to you, I haven't forgotten. You were going to tell us, you were going to give me jacuzzi information. You said tell me later.
Coming in the second half of this game.
This
is the last ball, 90 plus this.
Cuts it away. Bit of a Harley Davidson behind us or something.
That's my right, actually. Put a run out last ball. So 1+ run out as Malta ride off into the sunset. They do a bit better than last time, but still Austria, I think they'll fancy their chances of chasing down the target, which will be 92. Kana, don't know where he's running. He's running a long way wide. And it's just a simple bounce throw back. So stay tuned for Jacuzzi update. And Shrug says the Austrian manager should be MVP for sorting out the logistics to get them to Malta. Very good point, Shrug. Let's have a look at the highlights. Akib Iqbal, well, he does like the spectacular, doesn't he? He hasn't always had it his way in this series. Probably a little bit of a kick into gear for Akib, but he's also done some pretty good things. We saw Basil out there trying to move the needle. Again, there were signs that Basil was breaking out of the funk, but ultimately he'd be his own undoing. Meanwhile, at the other end, they open with the tank, and you know, it's nice to see him getting going as well, but really it's a case of just too little and for too few kind of overs that their batters have been going in this series, Malta. They were hanging there for a while, but then things kind of fell apart in the second half of this innings.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, he played some nice shots, but it took a really good catch to get him out. I mean, this one just got over Umar Tariq, but I think this is the catch coming up. It was an awkward one. Watch this. Really, really good catch. You can see that hurt him, but luckily he was okay. Then this first ball by Mughal, and well, look at the skills. The footworking skills were pretty good as well. Keeb Iqbal was all smiles at that point, but didn't always have the highlights. This was brilliant. Look, how about this? Jump, jump. And he does. Well, the wild thing. And that was Zishan Arif. Smiles on his face. This was a tremendous take from behind the stars from Chima. But even Chima, though there was brilliance, there was also ones he wasn't able to hold on to. And that was the one. That one was straightforward. Afi, he had a few lines and he could have gone there for one. He was also dropped on 10 a little bit later as well. But played some good shots though once he got his eye in. And that's his trademark, and he goes down on one knee. Knees that only are just working for him. This one was an absolute clanger from Mirza Ushan. Afi gets the life. This was an amazing shot.
It's a really good shot to pretty much Yorker, maybe low full toss, but yeah, he's got a good eye. He's got the elements there, doesn't he? And that was a powerful strike. Yeah, Tariq, he's had a good weekend. Got a bit of tap in this game, but it's going to happen occasionally. This is a weird one. Basil gets out, and look, he knows straight away. Puts his hand and says, "I've made a big boo-boo there." I mean, the fielder fumbled in the first place. He should be able to walk it in. Mesal, I said eventually, if someone has to finish the dismissal, I guess it'll be me. Poor Samagol. I hope they give him another crack at some point this year, Austria, because I do like the kind of natural loop that he gets on the ball. And Kana, I don't know where he was running the tennis courts, and he was out by a couple of steps at the end, going for an impossible 2. There we go. Where you going, Niraj? Turns blind. Get the coaching manual onto this, but anyway, look, they're in the game when it comes down to it with a score of 91. Malta.
They defended 84 before,
yeah.
So they have done it.
They have to do it the hard way though, won't they? Patanka, he opened up and made 27 of 14, was looking good. Jord, 20 before he imploded. Afi Khan, the top scorer with 34 of 21, but he was looking a little bit sore. We're expecting any moment to see that he might not take his place behind the stumps. Let's find out. Deed-up, well, he finally gets some reward in the wickets column. 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. Nobody else able to break through, but some pretty economical bowling from Mesal, who only conceded 6 off the last over, but couldn't get that crucial wicket. And also Iqbal, all okay. He took none for 17 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break. We'll be back for the final innings of this ECI. Just after this, Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu with Rico Full. Plenty of cricket still to come today on ECN. You're watching the FanCode ECI, Malta-Austria.
Hello and welcome back. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network as we get ready for the final innings of the day. It's been a little bit of international cricket for you here today. We've had 4 international matches, 7 in total over 2 days. This is the final innings. It's the final match between Malta and Austria. Malta have had a bat first. They've done slightly better than they did last time around. 91 on the board, 91 for 6. Now, they have been able to defend 84 earlier today in match number 5 between these two teams. But is this enough this time for the defend? Or Austria are going to go on to make it a 5-2 victory for them in this series. They've already won the series, but who is going to get the final victory here today? It's going to start with a wide from Rahman. Doesn't seem to be bowling off his normal run-up. Just notice there, it just seems to be a couple of paces in bowling. So he's not running in as hard. I know that he hasn't quite got that run-up right. There's been a few times when he's running in and he's like sort of gone to a bit of a shuffle. Change in the batting though, we've seen here. You see that it's Mirza Ashan that comes out there, and with him is Zazai. Goes for it, and it's another finger tipper. And Ryan Bastians, who has taken some really good catches in this area, just not able to get off the ground enough. And I'm just wondering if this is a little bit of fatigue. You've seen him take these. I know it's not easy, but it doesn't time the jump right. And Mirza Ashan, he gets the boundary. Rahman, once again, just a couple of steps. This one is down the leg side. It will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, 4 más. And you know what the big man likes to do, hit hard. And he wants to make the most of his opportunity. Look, yeah, just notice that with Rahman, just a few steps and then bowling it. Of course, no Wasim Abbas in this one. So they're going to be relying on somebody like Vidusha Rishmika, whose first bowl in international cricket was not a good one. He went supersonic. 30 came off the 1 over he's bowled so far. Firmly struck, and this is going to be 4 more. They chased hard, but it's not going to happen. And that's fine, Mughal. Chases that. Actually, that's not fine, Mughal. That is Niraj Khanna chasing it hard. Fine, Mughal is probably warming up somewhere. Surely he'll bowl the second over. So boundaries galore at the moment from Mirza Ashan. And this is another one. This will go all the way. Balle, balle. And that is a maximum. Speaking of maximums, there's a maximum in the commentary hut as well. Welcome back. It's a little bit of carnage going on there at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit, say the least. Yeah, this is what we'd expect from big Mirza. But he's still big. I don't care what you say. He's a powerful striker of the ball. Really doing a number on Rahman, who just seems to have lost some rhythm at the moment, hasn't he? You saw him almost coming to a stop in his run-up earlier.
Yes.
Still going through with it. Anyway, 4 balls, 18 off the bat of Hassan.
Yeah, he's not coming from his normal run-up at all.
It's better. Gets a bit of late outswing there. I think this is a better length for him to bowl. It's going to have a heavier length. We've seen that when he bangs it in. Batters at this level, these batters at least, seem to have been able to handle it more often than not.
Hey, hasn't it been wonderful to be watching international cricket today? It's been a massive day, 2 days actually, but today 4 matches, and seen so many people come to the ground watching. Hasn't it been great?
It's brilliant. It's a step in the right direction, that's for sure. It's been wide. Mirza did his best to turn it into something hittable. Yeah, I want to say a big thanks to everyone that's helped out, and logistically, and the office guys as well, that have worked so hard in the behind the scenes areas to make sure that we could still have this ECI. I know it's disappointing that Spain weren't able to join. That would have been even better, but I think it's been a real showcase of what's to come. All right, good luck. Who wants this?
Look at Rahman go. He's up for it. Oh, that's a tremendous catch. Oh, well held. And that is Zishan Yusuf. What a catch this is. Fantastic. The over goes magical, but it finishes with a piece of magic as well. A magical catch.
Yeah, and this was, I thought it was like a Bermuda square. I saw 4 fielders, but yes, Zishan Yusuf takes an amazing catch. And I talked about earlier about planning your dive. You know, he gets it just right and holds on to it, protects the ball. 17 matches without a golden ball, and right now we're 20 for 1 off 1. So Rahman does get the wicket, but the over goes magical. And that's the only thing we haven't had this weekend. We haven't had a golden ball, and it's that kind of a score, isn't it? In the Goldilocks zone. But first, you're going to have to get through some pretty good batters. Mirza goes after a really entertaining knock. It brings Shigawal to the crease. I actually wouldn't have minded seeing him opening, but effectively he is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Both these guys haven't faced the ball yet. Zazai, he gets his chance at the top of the order.
Yeah, what a good catch. Still drooling over that catch, and the man who takes the catch is now, after winding himself, taking it, says, okay, come on, get yourself sorted, bowl.
I just scanned the field to see if Afi's got the gloves on. He does. This is where I think you need to try and keep up to the stumps as much as you can so you don't have to move. Edged and gone. Well, doesn't matter if you've got injured legs when you don't have to move. And, wow, got a couple of minutes for Zishan Yusuf, who comes around the wicket, and he gets Zazai first ball. So Malta, they believe they can peg a game back there. Regulation edge, just the natural angle from around the wicket. Zazai knows he's gone. And 2 wickets in 2 balls. It's 20 for 2.
Yep. That's an international one as he has to depart. And Yusuf, I'm so happy for Zishan Yusuf because he's been so unlucky. He's deserved wickets. The fielders have let him down, drop catches, and now we've seen 2 bits of magic from him. The catch was sensational. Then he gets given the ball from the captain and he takes a wicket straight away and he gets a very dangerous Zazai out early. So well, maybe, like I said, they defended 84 and they're looking to defend 91 here now. They've got 2 wickets.
Here's Chima coming out at number 4. He likes to give it a thump too. Yeah, I'm not picking on Afi because, you know, he's one of my favourites to watch. But he did shuffle to his position at the end of that over. You look like he had big sandbags around his feet. But then, as luck would have it, he didn't really have to move for that edge. Straight to him. Yusuf gets the first ball past Chima.
Goes up in the air. This is another opportunity, and it will get taken. And Zishan Yusuf takes another. It's another. And it's Mehal Chima that gets a duck here now. Oh, yeah, they believe all right. They do believe.
Game on. Game on now. I mean, Chima gets an opportunity. Yeah, these guys, credit to them. They're playing their shots straight away. They're being attacking, but they've got to know that they probably won't get that many opportunities up the order in national team shirt. But, yeah, Chima goes after it. Can't get it over Prasath, who we know he's carrying a bit of a hand injury. But he takes the catch. He judges it well. Gets in the drop zone. So 20 for 3, and we've had 3 wickets in the last 4 balls.
Yeah, quite amazing. I mean, 20 was the score at the end of the first over. Just remind you that. So there's been no runs here so far. 2 wickets, no runs. Zishan Yusuf once again. And, oh, this is such a good delivery. And Zishan, it's a battle of the Zishans. Zishan Yusuf to Zishan Arif. And, well, this one just, oh, what a good delivery that is. An absolute seed. Listen to the noise now. Malta boys are making.
Yeah. Making their voices heard.
Places away and makes the stop.
Thing is, here's where you're playing from behind, is that those 20 runs peel 20 off the target. And so it's almost like you're trying to defend something in the 70s now. Well, you are, essentially. 72 to go. But, yeah, those 20 came really quick. But, well, gets Shigawal. This gets interesting.
Yeah, but just remember, there's no Kailash in the side. So, okay, this is going to be, surely, it's going to be another. Call it. Somebody call it. They do take it. And it's going to be Shigawal that is going to go for a duck. So, remember, he's a man. He's already made 2 golden ducks. He goes for another. Oh, my word. What is going on here?
3 golden ducks. You've got to be kidding. It's a David Marks. If you've been following the ECS Malta. And Shigawal, oh, he'll probably look back at this and laugh when we sing at the ECC.
You reckon?
He's not laughing right now. And he leaves his team in a bit of a mess, to be honest. What an over. There's 3 wickets in that over, 21 for 4. How about that? Zishan Yusuf takes the catch and takes 3 wickets. And right now, Malta have to be ahead.
Well, would you believe that? Just the 1 run comes off the over, 3 wickets, and the man who took the catch, it's the old Zishan Yusuf show at the moment.
Sure is. Looking at this series, 4-2 to Austria at the moment. But you can see that not too much. I mean, if you look at the net run rates there, there's about, what would that be? About 12 runs average difference. The Austria 12-run favourites, according to that. Which shows there's not too much in between these teams. If you look over 10 overs, it's like a couple of hits either way.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, how do Austria get back in this? Because both those openers not playing.
They've got plenty of batting though. Zishan Arif gets an opportunity, and would like some runs. He can be so destructive. I mean, most of these guys can. I think Austria, they're going to keep playing their shots. That's the way they play. A lot of these guys we've seen have success with their club sides by still attacking despite losing wickets. I'm not saying be silly, but still be positive. You don't want that run rate required climbing too much. It's still only about 9 and over required.
This is out into the off. They'll take the single. So Akib Iqbal, who comes out at number 6. I don't think he was expecting to be out so early. Not even the power play's done yet. Gets off the mark. So
yeah.
Well, after those 3 ducks on the spin, 2 of them golden. 2 batters off the mark. Well, this one should have been put away. It was there for the hitting. And
trouble.
Trouble. It's a bit of a wild throw. Well backed up.
You know, to give you an idea, Austria are a team that made the top 6 in Europe back in 2021 at the ECC. They made the championship week.
Yeah.
Malta, okay, they finished 5th in their group, but they probably played better than that. But they would be one of the lower ranked teams probably in the ECC. No disrespect to them. But look, there's hardly anything between them here. Malta win this 4-3.
Out. Plum. Adios. And Fire Mughal picks up another, and it's going to be Zishan Arif that will have to go. And it's just too late. He literally walks into this, and this is hitting him. This is knocking him over.
Yeah. Just plays down the wrong line, doesn't he? It's a good decision. It pitches on. It hits him in line. It's going on to hit the stumps. It's 3 reds. And adios, Zishan. He watches on as Akib goes cheaply once again. Goes for 1 this time. 24 for 5. I still think Austria have a path back into this, considering the rate required isn't too high. Just remember someone like Dida come out, whacking him around. They've still got plenty of batting to come, but someone needs to stand up.
Someone needs to stand up. But remember, the key thing here is, remember, there's no Randhawa, there's no Kailash. So the 2 guys that have scored runs for them, both the openers not here. So obviously they've using this as an opportunity to give the other guys a go, but it's just not working.
Randhawa was a late withdrawal. Was originally planning to play in this game. They brought Massan in for him. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, I'm just saying that this format's the real evener. If you look at where these teams are on the rankings, like ICC rankings, I think also they're teams that have played a fair bit of the format. So, yeah, 4-3 is no disgrace for Malta. I mean, it is 5-2. They've taken 2 games off Austria, but yeah, I think that each team will be better for this experience. I think that's the main thing. 24 for 5. Basir Khan comes out. Let's see if he can turn this around.
This is the way they'll take the single, but Malta, look, I know they're not going to be victorious in the competition between the 2 in the contest. They're going to go down, but how many they're going to go down by? Well, they're fighting. They're fighting. They want their own highlight here.
Louis saying Malta are a different beast at home. That's probably true. Louis played some very good international cricket for Gibraltar. He's at the start of his international journey.
Miscue, chance taken, and it's another one that goes. It's a full toss, and he puts it high up in the air. Afan Mughal takes his second. Niraj Khanna, his teammate, not in club level, but also international level, takes a catch. And, well, this time, Zishan Arif has to depart as well. They're falling, and they're collapsing here big time.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good catch by Khanna, who he judges it perfectly. And I'm losing faith now. I would think they're the kind of team that can come back from this situation. Will they? Not so sure. At 25 for 6. This innings has been wrecked. Has 6 wickets fall in the power play. It's 25 for 6 after 3.
It's 6 wickets, 4 for 5 runs as well. They were 20 without loss at the end of the first over. Well, 20 for 1, wasn't it? Wicket came off right at the last.
Yeah, but you're right. It's 13 balls, and they've lost 6 for 5.
Goodness me.
What cricket? And look, guess who's coming back? You'd forgotten about it about 5 minutes ago. Zishan Yusuf took 3 wickets in an over, and now he's back to bowl the 4th. All right, giddy up. Who we got now? Well, we got Umar Tariq, he's there. He's yet to face a ball. We've got Basir facing up. He's faced 1 ball. I'm not going to count him out yet because the rate isn't out of hand. It's 9.5. They just need a partnership.
You're mad.
You know, you were in Austria with me. You see what these guys do? These guys hit 6s for fun.
Yeah, but there's a slightly different situation. 20.
Basir's going to go large in a minute. That's the one he has to look at.
Zishan.
Keep swinging. They've already won the series as well, so you know won't be happy about the situation, but they won't be fearful.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like you're playing. If you were playing and it was 3-3 right now, and you had this, then you'd really be needing a change of underwear. But no, I think they'll back themselves.
It's a nice shot, and that's going to be 4 of them, I think. Just checking, I think here the umpires are not sure. I mean, it's the other thing here. I wonder how much of an impact do you think that sun coming down, and look at it.
It's not easy batting second.
Cross. Does it go all the way? It's difficult to tell there.
Be whatever the umpire's call is. I mean, even you look at that.
I'm saying 4 because you can still
on the way up
see
there.
you see the ball before the rope.
I think it's 4. But anyway, you're starting to believe a little bit now.
No.
Here goes whack. Uh-oh. Well, he's hit a non-zero amount of boundaries this over.
What I will say is good things happen to nice guys, and Zishan Yusuf is a nice guy. He's had no luck at all in all of these matches so far. They've been dropping catches of him and everything else, but he has kept trying. And you know, I'm going to take you back to something he told me right at the beginning before the start of the day, that this is a bit unlucky. He's going to get 4 runs here as the bird scarper as the ball comes their way. But talking to him earlier today when he was helping him set the ground up, the ropes, whatever, and he just said to me, you know what, Rico said, at the stage of my career, to be playing international cricket is fantastic.
Yeah.
He said, I don't care if I bowl, I don't care if I get a bat, it's all about being out there. And he's shown that today. And that catch he took has changed this match. And then he comes on and takes the 3 for as well.
Yeah.
He ain't done yet. Yeah, this one's going the distance as well. Well, you got a big smile on your face because you're saying, do I believe now?
They know what they need to do. They're not going to sit on their hands here. They don't care if they're bowled out for 40. They're going to go after this. So, yeah, don't turn off your TVs just yet. Maximo time. Basir, is he the one that can be a hero? Last ball of the over.
Plays this down, they'll take the single. And Afi is probably saying, throw it at me, not away from me. Afi is, well, I'll tell you what, he's talking about the walking wounded. That's the end of the over. And the score moves to 40. Or 4 overs.
Shrug's already packed it in. He said he's off. He'll see us for the Gibraltar final later. I'm saying don't turn off. That's an order.
An order.
Just look at that. This 91 doesn't stand up if this pair can get going. And look who's next. You got the wild thing. You got Dida that was on a 6-inning bonanza earlier. I mean, it's definitely worth watching. You got those ducks in the top order. Anyway, to get this, they're going to have to conquer Basel. The required rate is 8.66 and over. I know they're 6 down, but
the rate's not the issue.
These guys are, I'm just saying, if they get a partnership, they'll be going quite fast enough.
There's a lot of people around
I'm going to make a prediction. Ready?
Go on. You've made it already. I know what you're going to say. Go on, make it now.
Good after that. if Austria don't get bowled out, they're going to win.
Okay.
If Austria somehow get to the end of the 10 overs, they'll win. They'll get bowled out. Trying to get the target, or they'll get the target. That's my prediction. Basir on strike to Basil George. Uh-oh.
Oh,
There's a bite. Probably not a bad call to get Bazir off strike if you could walk somebody. Because he's the one, okay, he's missed a couple, but he's been the one with the hot hand.
Basil not amused. He's walking back to his mark.
Don't you turn your back on me. How dare you? Anyway.
But you're right, it's not a bad ploy. Work on the other batters. Tariq hasn't got off the mark yet.
Yeah, all right.
Help him up, somebody.
Can we edit this bit of the broadcast out if I'm wrong?
Hey, listen, there's a lot of nervous Maltese supporters. They're biting the nails and all sorts. They're not moving from the spot they're at. No, we're going to stay here.
They're not the sort of team you want the tail fearlessly swinging away. It's a dangerous place to be. Well, he's done it again. Here we go. There's a proper teapot from Basil at the end.
How wide was this?
Yeah, I reckon it was
was
probably
pretty
over
close,
the line.
wasn't it?
Oh, no, it's okay. It passes inside. And then look, Basil just saying, what are you doing? And Affy's saying, why don't you watch?
He was doing the YMCA there.
I'm paying you to catch, not to throw. Oh, you're going to love it, though.
Basil George, he's doing the bowling. But
I love that there's double blame going on
Yeah.
because keepers hate buys and Affy's literally thrown away a buy. And that always looks bad on the scorecard.
gone. And that's another one. And that's Bazir Khan. And Affy, he doesn't throw this one away. He keeps it in his gloves. So the two will reunite and give each other a cuddle. They've shared a few heated exchanges.
Yeah.
And there's George. Yeah, he pumps the skies as he takes another. He's been good with the ball.
This is where I'd like to hear the players mic'd up just to hear what this conversation is when they finally come together. Probably I hate you, but I love you kind of stuff. 42 for 7. Wouldn't necessarily say I have the same amount of faith. Looks terrible with the 7 wickets. But look who's, it's a wild thing, batting 9. If he can stick around for more than 5 minutes, this could be close. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow on ECN. Sweet United and the Lions going head-to-head in the morning session. Then Gozo's Army and the Royal Strikers. Tune in for more ECS action with Rico Full starting tomorrow morning. Garricky starts with a wide. 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. You'll get 6 matches on ECN tomorrow, 4 in the ECS, and then the first 2 of the ECIW. It will be showtime, the first ever women's T10 internationals right here on ECN. Here's Garricky.
It's going to be another wide this time. It goes down the leg side. So you're still sticking to what you're saying, then, aren't you?
They'll get bowled out or they'll get the target. Umair is probably the one guy that I don't think is an out-and-out 6-hitter, but Zadran is. He's only going to look for one here.
Swing and a miss. Tariq, that we're talking about some of his exploits with the bat as well. Scored important runs to get them victories. So he can bat, of course. One of the things is his lack of practice. Haven't played too much cricket. Plays this away, nicely timed. We'll get a single.
Okay, so he's only used up 2 balls in the over. All right, so here's what Zadran's going to do. Heinrich's going to rock up and he's going to bowl a little in swinger. It's going to angle a little bit into Zadran. And Zadran's going to try and hit this ball probably into the sea. That's what's going to happen. Whether he does or not, let's find out. Doesn't really get any length to work with, but hits it hard, gets off the mark. Check out the required rate, 10 and over.
Okay, jacuzzi talk, come on.
Okay. There's
So
not much to
last
say,
night.
except that I did show the Austrian players the jacuzzi.
Okay.
Showed them all the hotel. Wow, Garricky gets there pretty quickly, but they'll get through for a called a run in the end, so maybe a little bit of glove in this. But you know what they said to me?
What?
They said, how do you know this hotel so well? And I said, well, when it was flooded, we were pretty much locked in here for 3 days because I knew all these secret exits. You know, that hotel's got all these lifts, these secret lifts everywhere.
Yeah.
Showed them the steam room, the spa. Tariq will get one here. Yeah, so, I mean, there's not much to report. I didn't end up watching Gibraltar from the jacuzzi. I did it while I was packing because, of course, I had to check out of my room at 7 o'clock this morning to get here. And I'm going straight to the airport in around about an hour's time.
Good bit of shape on that one. And oh, this bit of a mix-up, not just from the batters, but also from the fielder. It's Ryan Bastians. He's had a long day. I think he's feeling it. You can see it as well. He's having trouble getting this ball, and the two batters. So he's saying, hey, what are you doing over there, Ja?
Yeah, your eyes aren't painted on use them. Look at your partner. So, really good over from Garricky, who only goes for 6. That helps. And the score, 48 for 7. As we head into the 7th over, so that has pushed the rate up to 11. I still stand by what I said. They're getting bowled out or they're getting this.
Okay. Well,
what
that
they need,
looks the more
you know,
likely.
I know where this game is going.
Okay, where's it going?
Rashmika coming on in the 9th.
Yeah.
Here's Basil. It's a slower ball there. Notice with Malta, they've got the long off, which is kind of really straight. Almost right behind the bowler, not quite, but they're trying to cut off that straight hit. In fact, he's really straight now because he was taking his time to get back to his position. He was in the way.
Gives his apologies. Yeah, he can't move. If he's staying there,
Can I tell you something really crazy, which I would consider?
What?
This is going to be really crazy. I'd consider, if you just want to be nuts, retiring out Tariq because Dita's a better hitter as the game's. I know you've only got your 7 out.
What are you talking about?
You 7 Tariq's, it ain't happening. Dita's hit 6s today. He's hit a few 6s. You need a miracle. You've got nothing to lose here. You've got no net run rate or anything to play with.
Oh, how does he land here? Well, the catch, goes down, one-hand attempt, comes out of his right mitt, and then I think he almost lands on the ball afterwards. Watch this.
Well, he loves to snack, Affy, and he decides to snack on the Malta International Cricket Ground. How did that one taste? Yeah, I'd be annoyed that didn't stick, though. It would have been a specky.
Oh, this one doesn't take the stumps. Basil, for all of the issues he's had with his batting, with the ball, he's been decent, hasn't he?
Imagine being retired when you're 7 down. Probably, yeah, Tariq. Maybe should bat it below Dita anyway, but they didn't. They weren't in run rate pressure when he first came in.
This one will carry, and it's that ice cream jobby. Nice catch, but he can't get. He's got dizzy. He's dizzy. He's falling all over the place. He's Varun Prasad, but he takes a really, really good catch. He has to get there. And remember, he's got issues with his fingers anyway. But this is a good catch. He says, there you go. There's the 99. Put a flake in that. And then he can't get up. He says, I'm too dizzy. And, well, good catch.
Yeah, it's 8 out.
50 gets... They get the 50, but they also lose another wicket. 8 down now.
8 down. So, ball to go in the over. And so, interestingly, they're not going to Dita. They're going to Messal at number 10. Don't know if I'd be brave enough to retire him out. If you retire both of them out, you're bowled out. Let's go. Basil, 2 for 3. What a spell of bowling. Oh, Basil, if your batting doesn't work out, you can always bat 11 and bowl because you've been brilliant in this series. And yeah, he's kept his team in this game.
Yeah.
And this is what's coming up tomorrow night. So this is our first ever ECIW. So, yeah, tomorrow night we'll have Gibraltar versus Italy in the opener, then Netherlands versus Sweden. 4-way women's action, and it will start tomorrow night in Gibraltar. I'll be there with Joe Wegasani, but first things first, we do have the finals for the men's ECI T10 pretty shortly. This is up, and this is out of the ground. Maximo! Sounds no slouch with the bat, as you can see right there. He picks this up and hits it out of the ground. This game is still on. I'm telling you that right now. I do believe it's Austria ball, baby. And yeah.
What are you on? When you're on that plane tonight, will you make sure you sleep?
To tell you what, if I'm right, come on. I need 2 a ball here. Affy's coming up to the stumps. So now you've probably got a 5 wides coming up if it in swings down the leg side. I don't know how nimble Affy's feeling at the moment. Goes after it. Does he get enough? He sure does. Maximo! There's half a dozen more. And do not count out these Austrians. You don't sleep in an airport for 13 hours without thinking about being a hero. And right now, Massoud has gone bang, bang.
Well, the captain, Gericke, is probably thinking, hang on a minute, what's going on here? The idea for me to come on the bowl was to take these wickets and wrap this up. And this guy, he's hitting big. Well,
Go big or die trying, baby. This is ECI cricket. Can it last?
oh, he can. This is going to be another. Boom! Shaka! Volley! 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 Brrr. What about this? This is just crazy. This is just absolutely crazy. What hitting this is.
Ring, ring. I phoned, but you obviously didn't get my message. This game is very much alive. It's not fading into the sunset.
What is this guy doing coming in at number 10?
Yeah, because they can all do this.
Well, we haven't seen them
These
all
guys are
do it.
machines.
All right.
Who's next?
Yorker length delivery.
Oh, it could be
It's
four.
hard into ground. It should be stopped. It will be stopped. And they'll take 2. Good work from Niraj Khan. He gets a nice round of applause. That's what I like to see. That's what's missing sometimes in the cricket. A bit of crowd reaction.
Yeah, I like it.
Getting the
crowd's gathered
applause.
here. Great fielding by Kana, and that's a Game 7 stop. And it's getting a bit sore, I'm sure. He's played a lot of cricket lately. Look, 21 of 14. Told you.
This is just
I
nuts.
saw this coming a mile away. Going big again here.
Ooh.
Good bowling. Wide Yorker. Couldn't catch up with it. I think now, Massoud, is he looking for one?
Nah.
I'd consider it. Unless it's really there to hit, take the one, control the strike. Last ball for Gericke. Oh, I can't get one. It's well bowled, brought it back, took the drive away. 8 overs down, 71 for 8. We got a game on. It's 21 required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when you look at the runs per over here, the first over went for 20, but then the wicket came off the very last ball. What an important wicket that was. Then after that, that one went for 20. That over just went for 20.
Yeah.
That's 40 runs has been scored of 2 overs.
So yeah, they scored well over half the runs in those 2 overs. And if you look at the other overs, not a lot happening. There was one of 15. So if you want to add that on, that's 55 of the 71 in 3 overs. And the other 5 have only gone for 16.
Malta have gone very quiet.
Oh, this will be interesting because Vanya Magal's a handful. He's an awkward kind of a bowler. I don't think these guys would have faced him too much. I think Tariq's just pushing and running here. Massoud's come out and he's bossed it with 3 sixes. Here we go. It all happens in the 9th and it starts right now.
Good delivery.
Bounce. Yeah, good bounce. Just beating him. Balls are precious. I mean, what if I told you they're only 4 hits away from winning this game?
Yeah, you wouldn't
Austria.
believe it. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, I think what Tariq has to do here, and he's have a look at the field. If he gets a similar delivery, rock back and try and put it in that gap between the third man inside the circle
Yeah, Little Edge is flying away for 4.
See what he's trying to do there. He's obviously just trying to get the single here because I think that's what Mathalan has said to him. He said, look, just get bad on it.
Look at Affy here. Not exactly a picture of fitness at the end of game 7. Poor Affy. He's got an important role. 21 off 10. Tariq's got to get out of the way here.
And he will get the leg by, and that's
Just
what
one.
they needed to do.
Stop. Yeah.
They're only thinking 1.
Even if there was 2 there, I'm not taking a second, I don't think. All right, he's burned half an over here. That makes it tough. 21 off 9. Interesting. Massoud looked good over cover. They put the deep cover back. That makes sense. I think you want to encourage him to try and go across the line because he's been pretty good straight down the ground. I told Shrug, don't go anywhere. He's already having a cup of tea. I said, there's a game on here. 20 off 9, and now are they trying to make a change? They're talking about why is there no deep mid-wicket, but you need to bring one more up. Well, this can be no ball unless they bring someone up. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no,
That's the
12th
spectator.
man. Okay, whoops. All right,
Somebody
no, so
wearing
it's
a
fine.
big.
Let's go. Massoud wants to go big.
And they're going to take the single. So this is where it's a bit odd because they could have taken 2 and don't, and then they take the single here.
Yeah, I mean, but no, I don't mind that. You don't want to be refusing too many, but that one, I think it made sense. because then you hope Masal can go on a boundary bonanza. But if you start refusing too many runs, then you're leaving yourself a few too many.
I think it's risky for Umar Tariq when you're bowling to him to have the third man up. I really do. This pretty well, but it'll be a single, gets fielded.
Now you kind of got to swing away at this. I don't think you can. Okay, you'll take a 1 if it's on offer, but you're still looking to score a boundary. You've got Dieter in the shed who's batting 11, and he can actually whack it as well. So here we go. Last ball of the over coming up.
Slice is in the air. Won't go to hand. They'll take a single.
I'll take that. All right, end of the over, 9 down. It's 75 for 8. All right, let's talk tactics. But before we do, this is the side for the bronze final, and this starts in 10 minutes. So don't go too far, because ECN, more action coming your way. And I tell you, Rugby CC, they won the toss. They're going to bat. Look at Ian Latin, 1,790 Dream 11 points.
Yeah.
And Zamet's had a pretty good series as well there. Now, that game, like I said, it's on standby. That is for 3rd place. And yeah, you mentioned Atuloya Adateo earlier. He is a pretty experienced cricketer as well. He's batting 3. Advani in there as well.
Dave Barley comes in as well. So good, strong side there. But on the other side, Brian Zamet is there. And Julian Ferrone has been in really good nick as well. It's anybody's game, that one. Anybody's game.
All right, let me talk tactics. I'm not running any ones this over. And Varun Prasad's going to bowl. Okay, he hasn't bowled at all. I'm not. If I'm Masal now, I'm not running. I'm trying to hit exclusively 16+ runs in boundaries. I don't see too many 2s here at the international level. And he did it last over. He's got Prasad, who is a good bowler, but has not bowled in this series at all. And he's going to bowl the last over of Game 7. 17 to win, 16 to tie. What a finish to what has been a really great ECI. Let's roll.
In the air. I think this one may go all the way, you know. Where does it land? It will go all the way. Bolle, bolle. Qué guay, qué genial, qué fuerte. Eso es increíble. Una golpe muy dulce. Más dulce de taza de chocolate. Well, what is going on here?
This is the only time I would be running, because you would have got 2 there if they dropped it. In the end, it went all the way. 11 to win.
Oh, double.
Yeah, so Fanya Magal really shut the gate, didn't he, in that 9th over. He only conceded 3 and a leg by. So there were 20 off the 8th. There was only 4 off the 9th. Prasad gets that one past, but you only need to get half right here. There's 6 off the first, none off the second. A 6 and a 4 ties the game. 2 6s will win the game. 4 balls left. It's over to Samagol. Well, he needs some luck to go his way, doesn't he?
Oh, he's missed another one out here. So 2 dots. This one now has to go.
Doesn't want to get too leg side conscious here. He's been good when he's gone straight. Yeah. I'm still not running this ball. So what are you down to? 11 off 3.
11 off 3. And he's going to run.
Run 2 now. He realises it's probably too late.
That's a good
go.
They've got to go here.
Doing?
What are they doing?
Go.
Well, in the end, they get what they want. This is just craziness. And Malta, they're holding their heads. Varun Prasad can't believe it. It just needed. Oh well. This is just a calamity. It all goes wrong. You can see Varun saying, straight to the keeper. It wasn't the best of throws. Afi can't get hold of it. He takes the glove off. Then he can't hold the ball. And Varun is saying, come on, guys. What are you playing at?
Yeah.
Big moment.
All right.
9.
2 boundaries will tie it as well.
Oh, he goes big. Oh, my word. Bolle. Incredible. Shaka time. And it goes down to 3 needed off the last ball. 3. 2 takes it to a golden ball.
What was he doing even considering not running the ball before running the second? Now 2's a tie. More than that to win. A boundary wins it. 2 gets us a golden ball.
Give me a golden ball.
I tell you what, if they had Tariq on strike, I would have retired him out, actually. Because to get Dieter in, you needed a boundary. But that's ancient history now. Sliding doors. I like the hot tub time machine reference in the chat as well. Now, hey, who saw this coming?
You.
Who saw this coming?
You and nobody else.
Get your running shoes on, because if this stays in the field of play, you've got to go 2 no matter what. Could we have an international golden ball to finish Game 7 in this ECI? It's Prasad under the pump, and they need 2 to tie, 3 to win.
He gets it. Oh, they're going to win it. It's going to go all the way down to the boundary. Oh, what crazy scenes this is. It goes for 4. And it will be victory to Austria. This is quite unbelievable. We see something quite astonishing here. I would never have believed it. I thought Maximo was going crazy. I thought he's going loopy. And what Musselin, he ends up 41 of just 15. This is cruel. It's a win for Austria under the most incredible circumstances.
Can you imagine if it was 3-3 and that was your game 7? Can you imagine that?
How did that happen?
That's cruel for Prasad.
How did that happen?
Prasad gets that exactly right last ball. He bowls pretty much a perfect Yorker, and Marcel squeezes it. And I tell you what Corey would have said, and I'd agree with him. He would have said, why isn't the keeper back on the circle? Because he'd say, the 1 doesn't hurt you. You can even concede, concede a 1, that's fine. And it actually bounces over Afi Khan. So, I mean, next level thinking, but what an entertaining finish. And I told you, if they don't get bowled out, they're chasing this down. Austria get there off the very last ball. They win the series 5-2. I'm going to leave you with Rico 4 as we get ready for the trophy ceremony, which will follow the daily highlights. And I'll speak to you soon. And what a finish that was. Austria, in a memorable one, they win game 7. And they will take out the first ever ECI trophy.
Well, it's quite unbelievable. And the other thing that's annoying, I can say this now that he's gone off air. He also said it was going to be 5-2 yesterday before it even started. Well, Maximo, go and buy a lottery ticket. Well, he's coming. He's going to be on his way to Gibraltar pretty soon. But maybe he's going to bring them some magic as well. This is just an extraordinary match because, look, the start was incredible. Big hitting, and you thought, okay, Mirza Ashant is looking to finish this in a hurry. This is what started it off. This was a sensational catch. Zishan Yusuf comes in, takes the catch, and then he comes on the bowl, gets a wicket of his very first delivery, and just then everything started to change. Malta, their heads went up because as the balls were being hit, they went up. The catches, the ones that were dropping earlier, were being taken. Varun Prasad takes that one, and then, well, Shigwell comes in. He gets another golden duck. That's 3 golden ducks for him in this series. This was absolutely plumb. They were blowing them away. It was all happening. This is another really good catch as Niraj Khanna takes one. They were 48 for 7. 48 for 7. It was just astonishing stuff. Vinny Sandy was saying, they've still got a chance here, they've still got a chance. I was thinking he's on something. I was thinking he needs some sleep. Well, it was unbelievable. The thing is here, though, it's just little moments. I mean, they did so many things right, Malta, in this one. But the match was decided when the fielding went wrong, when it should have been just 1, and they allowed Messlin to get back on strike. He was pumping it. He comes in, and he just hitting the ball all over the place. He took the captain. This over, remember this over, it went magical. 20 came off that one, and just like that, they were in the match. And then Mughal, he came on and bowled the next over. It was tidy, and you thought, well, Mughal's done enough to make it safe. But that man there, well, some of the hitting from Samagal Merslin was just absolutely awesome. Carnage. There's a master blaster for you. That man is no number 10. I'm telling you this, and then this was cruel. It's the inside edge. It's gone past the keeper. It goes for 4. And 2 would have given us a golden ball. 4 gives Austria victory. They are victorious. As we have a look at the scorecard, I can't quite believe what we're seeing here. This was the best of international cricket. Austria end up winning it. And, well, it was a Mirza Hassan 18 he made, but then he had to wait right to the ball. 41 from Samagal Muslin is quite incredible. The bowlers, well, they did their best, didn't they? They bowled pretty well. They kept it pretty tidy. Once again, there was 3 wickets from Zishan Yusuf. I thought he came good at the right time. Fine Mughal bowled really well as well. Azul George made 20. Bowled really well, picked up 2. 2 for 4 from him. He just thought this was going to go Malta's way, but it wasn't to be. It's a cruel game sometimes. And Austria, congratulations to them. They are victorious in this series, this international T10 series, 5-2, including what an incredible, spectacular match we just saw then. Well, folks, I hope you've enjoyed our international edition. Hope you've enjoyed 2 great days. It's been an international weekend. We saw those 3 matches yesterday, 4 here today as well. Of course, we had a little bit of European Cricket Series as well, as we saw Gozo taking on Marsa. Marsa with victories there, but all the talk will be about the international cricket. Of course, we will return tomorrow with the European Cricket Series here, and that will continue for the week. I'll be here while Mixi Maximo makes his way to Gibraltar. But look, some of the scenes that we've seen here today has been amazing. You know what? This is the way forward, isn't it? We want more of this, more international cricket. I know you want more of this international cricket. Well, you've seen the clash here between Malta and Austria, and it was an absolute pleasure to see those guys out there. Some of those guys making the international debuts, some guys we know from the past, some guys that we've seen develop and grow in European cricket when their teams are playing international cricket. The same way European cricket is developing and growing all the time with your support and with the support of the federation across Europe. But it was amazing to see the cricket here. We saw some exciting cricket, and what a finish. We saw something quite exceptional. It's very, very rare do you see a victory like that from a side that they're under the cosh. Remember, at one point, they were 40 for 7, and then all of a sudden they were 71 for 8, but they still pulled it off. We saw an incredible innings there. But look, I know you're loving the cricket, and I know you want to see the highlights of the day, but look, we've got the highlights of the day coming up for you here, and then straight after that, we got the presentation ceremony as well. So stick around, but remember, I'm back here tomorrow for where we continue with this FanCode European Cricket Series in Malta. A week to go here, and remember that we've got the final tonight in Gibraltar, finals day coming up there, so tune straight in to Gibraltar, because that's about to start right now as well after the presentation ceremony here. And then next week, of course, Vinny starts with, well, more international cricket, but this time it's the European Cricket T10 women's cricket happening there in Gibraltar. Plenty of action still to come up for you, but watch the highlights. They've been sensational, and stick around to see the presentation ceremony straight afterwards. I will see you tomorrow. Adios, good night.
Hello and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the first ever European Cricket International T10. It's been such an exciting couple of days of cricket with a bilateral series between Malta and Austria, and well, we saw a lot of entertainment. We're going to be super quick tonight because we're losing the light, but I want to say a big thank you to our partners and big thank you to FanCode as well as HCL Software and Grizzly Bear Sports. And I want to say a big thank you to the Blue Crew, to all the umpires, the officials, to all of our Spring Productions crew, as well as Rico for doing a great job in the box. I want to say a big thank you to the players. I know that it hasn't been easy for some of you guys to get here. The travel was very, very complicated, and even for you guys to manage your schedule, to be available. Hopefully you really enjoyed the concept and the fact that we're trying to get international T10 cricket being played outside of an ECC. So hopefully you enjoyed that. It was great entertainment. I want to give you guys a big round of applause for your efforts. Thought it was absolutely amazing. Okay, just a couple of awards that we are going to give out now, and the first thing is the MVP award. This is judged on the entirety of the series. There's one guy that we couldn't ignore. There were a lot of good players on both sides, but this guy, even outside of the games where he was taking bags of wickets, he seemed to do the little things. He executed his skills, fielded very well. He took 2 hat tricks in one innings, the first time anybody's ever done it on ECN in almost 3,000 matches. Big congratulations to Umar Tariq, who is the MVP. Good on. Congratulations, Umar. A 4-wicket haul, a 6-wicket haul, and like I said, it's not often you see a first when we've done so many matches, but he took 2 hat tricks in the same innings. And all I can do now is say a big thank you to you guys one more time, Heinrich and the Maltese team. I know you're just kind of minutes away from that last ball finish, but I think you guys can really be proud of your efforts. Looked like it was going to be 4-3 there for all intents and purposes, and I think that should give you a lot of confidence moving forward. And hopefully you guys getting your first taste of international cricket, you really enjoyed it and you've got that hunger for more. To Austria, I want to say congratulations to you. I know you had a bit of a slow start and it wasn't an easy schedule travel-wise, but you certainly did yourselves proud. And all I can say now is to get Razmal Shigawal up here. Where are you, Raz? There you are. Congratulations. The first ever ECI trophy goes to Austria. Congratulations. Well, look, we're going to call it here tonight, but I'm on the plane in a couple of hours for Gibraltar, our first ever ECI T10 women's cricket coming up tomorrow night. But for now, from everyone here at ECN, I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Tune over to Gibraltar now. Joe Wigasani, he has finals night. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECN.